Hello and welcome to our cozy fireplace story time. Thank you for joining us in this warm and inviting setting. We're so grateful for your time and hope you find relaxation and comfort here. Wishing you sweet dreams and a peaceful night's rest. Story 1. In the quaint village of Mosswood, nestled between whispering woods and babbling brooks, there lived a gentle-hearted weaver named Miriam. Known for her nimble fingers and the tapestries she wove, Miriam spent her days in a cozy, thatched cottage where the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread always lingered in the air. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced whimsically on the breeze, Miriam decided to tidy the attic, a place filled with forgotten treasures and memories wrapped in dust. As she sorted through old trunks and boxes, her eyes caught the glint of something peculiar. Tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt lay a small, ornate mirror, its frame intricately carved with vines and tiny woodland creatures. Miriam picked up the mirror, and as she did, a warmth spread through her hands, as if it recognized her touch. Gazing into its surface, she saw not her own reflection, but a lush, verdant forest, teeming with life. The image shimmered with a vibrancy that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Intrigued and bewildered, Miriam brushed her fingertips across the mirror, and with a gentle whoosh, the world around her shifted. The attic was gone, replaced by the very forest she had glimpsed. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, while the air was alive with the sweet chorus of birdsong. Feeling a mix of wonder and trepidation, Miriam began to explore this enchanted realm. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the air carried the earthy scent of pine and wildflowers. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing where a wise old owl perched on a low branch, its eyes as deep and knowing as the night sky. "Welcome, Miriam," hooted the owl in a voice as smooth as silk. "I am Oren, the guardian of this forest. You hold the Mirror of Truth, an artifact of great power and wisdom. It has chosen you for a journey of discovery." Miriam, though surprised, felt a comforting calm in Oren's presence. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice gentle yet resolute. "Your heart will guide you," Oren replied with a soft nod. "But be aware, the path ahead is not without its trials. You must seek the Tree of Echoes, where the whispers of the forest gather. There you will find the answers you seek." With Oren's words echoing softly in her mind, Miriam continued her journey. Along the way, she encountered a band of merry squirrels, their fur a riot of reds and browns. They chattered excitedly, offering Miriam acorns and berries from their secret stashes. Their playful energy buoyed her spirits, reminding her of the joy in companionship and the strength found in unity. As dusk began to weave shadows through the trees, Miriam reached the Tree of Echoes. Its trunk was wide and ancient, its bark etched with the stories of the ages. She pressed her palm against the tree, and a gentle murmur rose around her, like the whisper of wind through leaves. "Miriam," the tree's voice was soft and melodic, "you have come seeking wisdom, yet the wisdom you seek is within you. The mirror reflects not only the world, but also the truth of one's heart. To find your way, you must trust in yourself and the kindness you carry." In that serene moment, Miriam understood. She realized the journey was not just through the forest, but a journey within her soul. The mirror had shown her the beauty of the world and the strength in friendship, but it was her own courage and kindness that would guide her through any challenge. With newfound clarity, Miriam thanked the Tree of Echoes and began her journey back, her heart light and filled with peace. As she retraced her steps, the forest seemed to glow with a gentle luminescence, as if celebrating her discovery. Upon returning to Mosswood, Miriam found herself forever changed. The simple life she led now brimmed with a deeper appreciation for the connections she shared with others and the magic inherent in everyday moments. She hung the mirror in her cottage, where it would continue to remind her of the truths she had uncovered. And so, in the warm embrace of her home, surrounded by the love of her friends and the tranquility of the village, Miriam lived each day with the wisdom of the forest in her heart. Her story, whispered among the villagers, became a testament to the beauty of inner journeys and the power of seeing the world through the eyes of kindness. As the village of Mosswood settled into the gentle rhythm of life, the tale of Miriam and the Mirror of Truth lingered like the sweet scent of lavender. a reminder that the greatest magic often lies within our own hearts. Story 2. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young boy named Oliver. The village was known for its cobblestone streets lined with cottages whose chimneys puffed out swirling tendrils of smoke, and gardens bursting with fragrant blossoms that painted the air with their sweet perfume. Oliver was an inquisitive soul, with eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that tumbled down like golden wheat. He spent his days exploring the woods that bordered Willowbrook, always on the lookout for hidden wonders. He had a knack for finding beauty in the mundane, a particularly vibrant leaf, a pebble shaped just so, or the melody of a stream singing to itself as it danced over stones. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Oliver stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a gnarled old oak, whose branches reached out like ancient fingers, lay an object unlike any he had seen before. It was a small, unassuming box, fashioned from dark wood and etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. Curiosity piqued, Oliver gently lifted the lid. Inside, nestled upon a bed of silken moss, was a single silver key. It was cold to the touch, yet seemed to hum with a quiet energy. As Oliver held the key, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers and up his arm, as if the key was whispering secrets meant only for him. Determined to uncover the key's mystery, Oliver decided to seek the wisdom of the village's oldest resident, a kind and wise woman named Agnes. Agnes lived in a little cottage at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden teeming with herbs and wildflowers. She had eyes that twinkled like stars and a laugh that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. When Oliver arrived, Agnes welcomed him with a warm embrace and a steaming cup of honeyed tea. As they sat by the hearth, he told her of the key and the peculiar sensation it brought. Agnes listened intently, her eyes alight with curiosity and understanding. "Ah, my dear boy," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "This is no ordinary key. It is said that such keys choose their bearers and lead them to unlock something deeply hidden, not just in the world, but within themselves." Intrigued and a little anxious, Oliver asked, "But how do I know what it unlocks?" "Trust in the journey, Oliver," Agnes replied with a knowing smile. "The path will reveal itself in time. You must let your heart guide you." With these words echoing in his mind, Oliver set out on a journey through the heart of the forest, guided by the gentle glow of the key. As he walked, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The trees whispered ancient stories, and the rustling leaves sang a soothing lullaby. It was as if the forest itself was a living, breathing entity, urging him onward. Along his journey, Oliver encountered a host of delightful characters. There was Bramble, the mischievous squirrel with a penchant for riddles, who challenged Oliver to solve a puzzle in exchange for directions. Despite Bramble's teasing nature, Oliver found his sharp wit to be a valuable guide. Further into the forest, he met Luna, a serene owl with feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Luna shared tales of the forest's history and taught Oliver to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. Finally, Oliver came across a small, secluded glade where the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of tranquility. In the center stood an ancient stone door, adorned with carvings that mirrored the patterns on the mysterious key. With a deep breath, Oliver placed the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door creaked open to reveal a hidden chamber bathed in a warm, golden light. Inside, Oliver found a grand tapestry woven from threads of starlight and shadow. As he gazed upon it, the tapestry began to shimmer and shift, revealing scenes from his own life, moments of joy, kindness, and quiet courage. It showed him the strength he had gained from friendship, the wisdom he had gathered from his adventures, and the love that bound him to his home and the world beyond. In that moment, Oliver understood that the key had led him not to a treasure of gold or jewels, but to a treasure of the soul. It had unlocked a deeper understanding of himself and his place in the tapestry of life. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Oliver returned to Willowbrook, where he shared his tale with Agnes and the villagers. His journey had taught him that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday moments of connection and kindness. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful eyes of the stars, Oliver and his friends gathered by the fireside, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the flames. In that warmth, they found a sense of peace, knowing that the greatest adventures are those that lead us home to ourselves. And as the night wrapped the village in its soft embrace, Oliver drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of keys and journeys yet to come, his heart alight with the magic of discovery and the promise of tomorrow. Story 3. Once upon a time, in a land where the sky kissed the earth with hues of lavender and gold, nestled a quaint little village cradled by whispering woods and fields of wildflowers that swayed like a gentle sea. This village was known as Willow Hollow, named for the elegant willow trees that lined its sparkling creek. In Willow Hollow, the air was always sweet, with the scent of fresh blooms and the chatter of birds who sang songs of joy and peace. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, near the boundary where the forest shadows danced with the sunlight, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair like spun honey and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her most treasured possession was a small, well-worn book of wonders and mysteries she had inherited from her grandmother. Each page was filled with stories of the magical and the unknown, tales that stirred her imagination and filled her dreams with marvel. One soft morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with the first strokes of dawn, Lila set off on her usual walk through the forest. She loved the forest. It was her refuge, her playground, and her place of discovery. Today, however, felt different. There was an unusual stillness in the air, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath in anticipation. As she meandered along the path, Lila noticed a peculiar sight. At the base of an ancient oak, nestled among the roots, lay a tiny creature no bigger than a teacup. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its wings shimmered like dewdrops in the morning light. Lila gasped softly, for she had never seen such a being before. The creature opened its eyes, which were large and filled with a gentle wisdom that belied its small size. "Hello there," Lila whispered, kneeling down carefully so as not to frighten the little creature. "Are you lost?" The creature blinked slowly, and to Lila's astonishment, it spoke with a voice as soft as a breeze. "I am not lost, dear child. I am Wisp, a guardian of the forest, but I find myself in need of help." Lila's heart swelled with compassion. "How can I help you, Wisp?" Wisp fluttered its wings, sending a cascade of light dancing across the forest floor. "I have misplaced something very important. It is a gem, small and radiant, imbued with the magic of the forest. Without it, the balance of this place may falter." Lila nodded, feeling a surge of determination. "I will help you find it." Together, Lila and Wisp ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the shadows longer. As they walked, Wisp shared stories of the forest, of the ancient trees that could sing, of the river that could whisper secrets, and of the animals who danced under the moon. Lila listened with wide eyes, her heart swelling with wonder and a deepening sense of connection to the world around her. Their search led them to a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In the center stood a circle of stones, each etched with mysterious runes that seemed to hum with a life of their own. Lila felt a gentle pull towards the stones, as if they were calling to her. "This is the Circle of Unity," Wisp explained, alighting on Lila's shoulder. "It is said that those who enter with a pure heart may find what they seek." Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped into the circle. As she did, a warm breeze swirled around her, carrying the scent of pine and earth. She closed her eyes, and in the silence she could hear the whispers of the forest, the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, the soft heartbeat of nature itself. In that moment of quiet connection, Lila felt something press gently into her palm. Opening her eyes, she found the missing gem resting there, its light pulsing with the rhythm of the earth. It was as if the forest itself had guided her to it. Wisp let out a joyful trill, its wings fluttering with delight. "You have done it, Lila. You have restored the balance." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment. Together, they placed the gem back into its rightful place among the roots of the ancient oak. As they did, a gentle glow enveloped the tree, spreading through the forest like a wave of peace and harmony. With the task complete, Wisp turned to Lila with eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, dear Lila. You have not only helped me, but have also become a true friend of the forest. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, Leela and Wisp made their way back to the village. Along the way, they spoke of dreams and hopes, and the magic that exists in the simple act of friendship and kindness. When Lila finally returned to her cottage, she felt a newfound sense of belonging, not just to her village, but to the world beyond it. She realized that the mysteries of the natural world were not things to be feared or conquered, but to be cherished and understood. That night, as she drifted into peaceful slumber, Lila dreamt of the forest and its many wonders. And nestled by her window, bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight, Wisp watched over her, a silent guardian and friend. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, where the sky met the earth and dreams mingled with reality, Lila's story became a part of the tapestry of the forest, a tale of gentle magic, unexpected friendship, and the enduring power of a kind heart. Story 4. Once upon a gentle time, in a village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious spirit and her kind heart, traits that kept her exploring the world around her with a sense of wonder. Her days were filled with adventures through the whispering woods and along the babbling brooks that crisscrossed the lush landscape, her imagination painting vibrant tales with each step she took. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, Clara set out on her usual ramble through the woods. The air was cool and carried with it the scent of earth and pine, and the soft rustle of leaves beneath her feet provided a comforting rhythm to her thoughts. On this particular day, Clara felt a gentle pull towards a path she had never taken before, a narrow trail carpeted with moss that seemed to glow under the dappled sunlight. As she ventured down this winding path, she came upon an ancient oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled with centuries of stories etched into its bark. Nestled among the roots, she found a peculiar object, a compass unlike any she had seen. Its face was adorned with tiny engravings of stars and moons, and instead of pointing north, the needle spun slowly in a circle, glittering in the soft light. Curiosity piqued, Clara picked up the compass, feeling an unexpected warmth spread through her fingers. As she held it, she noticed the needle began to settle, gently guiding her towards an unseen destination, deeper into the woods. With a heart full of excitement and a touch of apprehension, she decided to follow where it led. The woods grew denser as she walked, the trees forming a protective canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through in soft beams, illuminating Clara's path as she pressed onward. Along the way, she encountered a series of enchanting creatures, each offering their companionship and unique wisdom. First was Wren, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon. Wren was quick and clever, darting from branch to branch, always ready to share a story or two. "Keep your eyes open and your heart softer than a whisper," Wren chirped as he scampered alongside Clara, pointing out hidden nooks and crannies where the forest's secrets lay. Next was Leora, a gentle doe with eyes deep and wise as midnight. Leora walked silently beside Clara, her presence a soothing balm against the uncertainty of the unknown. "Patience is a friend that walks beside those who seek with sincerity," she murmured in her soft, melodic voice, her gaze ever watchful and kind. Finally, there was Tiber, a wise old owl who perched on Clara's shoulder as twilight began to fall. Tiber's feathers were a tapestry of gray and white, and his eyes held the mysteries of the stars themselves. "Listen to the whispers of the world, for they carry the truths that the mind may overlook," he advised, his voice a deep, resonant hum in the evening air. With her new friends by her side, Clara's journey through the woods was filled with laughter and learning. Each step forward was a step into the unknown, yet she felt a growing sense of belonging, as if the woods had always been waiting for her. As dusk settled, the compass led Clara to a serene glade, illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering, translucent orb. The compass trembled in her hand, its needle pointing directly to the orb as if it had found its home. Approaching with a sense of reverence, Clara placed the compass on the pedestal beside the orb. Instantly, the orb began to glow with a warm, golden light, casting a gentle radiance that enveloped the glade. The creatures around Clara watched with wide, anticipating eyes. In that moment, Clara understood the purpose of her journey. She realized the orb was a beacon of wisdom, meant to guide those who sought to understand the mysteries of the world and themselves. It was a reminder that true magic lies not in objects, but in the journeys they inspire and the friendships forged along the way. Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her, as if she had found a missing piece of herself. The glade, the orb, and her companions had taught her that wisdom was not a destination, but a path, one walked with an open heart and a curious mind. With the first light of dawn, Clara bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude for their guidance and companionship. She made her way back through the woods, the compass now resting quietly in her pocket, its journey complete. As she emerged from the forest, the village came into view, bathed in the soft, rosy light of morning. Clara felt changed, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that every day held the potential for discovery and wonder. From that day forward, Clara shared her tale with those in her village, speaking of the enchanted woods, the magical compass, and the wisdom of her friends. Her story became a lullaby of sorts, a gentle reminder that life's most profound lessons often come from the simplest of things: a kind word, a shared moment, or a journey into the heart of the unknown. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a soul as light as a breeze, Clara continued her adventures, her life a tapestry of stories woven with threads of friendship, wisdom, and the quiet magic of the world around her. And as the sun set behind the Mistywood Mountains, casting a golden glow over the village, Clara knew that her journey was just beginning. Each new day a page in the story of her life, a story of discovery, wonder, and the gentle magic that lies within the heart of us all. Story 5. In the heart of a serene valley, where the whispers of the wind played a gentle symphony with the leaves, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was cradled by rolling hills that wore a cloak of wildflowers in hues of lavender and gold. A crystalline stream, singing a melody all its own, meandered through the village, reflecting the soft glow of the moonlight. In this peaceful hamlet, there lived a young boy named Finn. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Finn was known for his curiosity and kindness. He often wandered the woods surrounding Willowbrook, where the trees stood tall and wise, their branches swaying with stories of old. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, Finn set out on one of his evening strolls. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot created a soothing rhythm that matched his heartbeat. As Finn ventured deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, glimmering creature caught in a tangle of brambles. It was a tiny dragon, no larger than a kitten, its scales shimmering like opalescent jewels in the fading light. Its wings, delicate and translucent, fluttered helplessly. "Don't worry, little one," Finn whispered, his voice as soft as the breeze. Kneeling down, he gently untangled the dragon, careful not to harm its fragile wings. The dragon looked up at him with eyes that sparkled like stars, and in that moment, a bond was formed. "Thank you," the dragon spoke, its voice a melodic chime that echoed through the trees. "I am called Astra, and I owe you my freedom." Astra's gratitude was palpable, and Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if the sun itself had nestled there. "I'm glad I could help," he replied, smiling. Over the next few weeks, Finn and Astra became inseparable. The dragon would ride on Finn's shoulder as they explored hidden glades and secret streams, discovering the wonders of the natural world together. Astra showed Finn where the rarest flowers bloomed, their petals soft as velvet and colors vivid as a painter's dream. In return, Finn shared tales of Willowbrook and its gentle folk, weaving stories of laughter and love. One evening, as they watched the stars twinkle in the velvet sky, Astra revealed a secret. "There is a hidden grove deep within the forest," the dragon said, its voice a soft murmur. "It is a place where magic flows like a river, and the creatures of the earth come to drink of its wisdom. But it is hidden, cloaked by an enchantment that only those with pure hearts can see." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "Can we find it?" he asked, a thrill of excitement in his voice. Astra nodded, a mischievous glint in its eye. "With your heart and my wings, we shall." The very next morning, they set out, the forest awakening around them with the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves. The path was winding and mysterious, leading them through sun-dappled clearings and shadowy groves. As they walked, a gentle mist began to rise, swirling around them in ethereal patterns. "Look closely," Astra advised, its voice barely above a whisper. Finn peered through the mist, focusing his heart and mind. Slowly, as if a veil was lifting, the grove revealed itself, an enchanting oasis bathed in a soft golden light. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and the faint hum of magic. Trees with silver bark stood sentinel around a pond as clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the sky's azure hue. In the center of the pond, a great stone throne rose, carved with intricate runes that pulsed with an ancient power. Creatures of all kinds, deer with antlers like branches, rabbits with fur like clouds, and birds with feathers of every color, gathered around, their eyes wise and knowing. Finn and Astra approached, their hearts beating in harmony with the rhythm of the grove. As they neared the throne, the runes began to glow, weaving a gentle melody that filled the air. "Welcome, Finn of Willowbrook and Astra of the skies," a voice echoed, deep and resonant, like the earth itself speaking. It was the guardian of the grove, an ancient spirit of the forest, its form a shimmering silhouette of light and shadow. "You have come seeking wisdom, and wisdom you shall find," the guardian continued. "For in this grove lies the truth that all beings are connected, bound by the threads of kindness and love." Finn felt a profound peace settle over him, a sense of belonging that filled his heart with joy. The guardian's words resonated within him, a reminder of the bonds he had formed, not just with Astra, but with the world around him. With newfound understanding, Finn and Astra returned to Willowbrook, their hearts aglow with the magic of the grove. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their faces alight with wonder and gratitude. From that day forward, the bond between Willowbrook and the forest deepened, rooted in friendship and respect. The villagers often ventured into the woods, guided by Astra and Finn, discovering the beauty and wisdom that lay hidden in the heart of nature. As the years passed, the story of Finn and Astra became legend, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love and friendship we share. And every evening, as the sun set behind the hills, the village of Willowbrook would gather by the stream, their hearts united by the enchanting tale of the boy and the dragon. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village would drift into peaceful slumber, their dreams woven with the gentle magic of the world around them. Story 6. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where the sunlight danced through emerald leaves and the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a small, hidden glade, known only to the wisest of creatures. It was here that the paths of two very different beings would cross, setting the stage for a tale of unexpected friendship and the discovery of understanding. In one corner of the forest, nestled within the hollow trunk of an ancient oak, lived a gentle fox named Fern. With fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes like amber beads, Fern had always delighted in the quiet solitude of her woodland home. She spent her days weaving through the trees, her senses alive with the rustle of the underbrush and the songs of the birds. She cherished her independence and had little desire for the company of others, save for the occasional friendly chatter with the forest's squirrels and rabbits. On the other side of the forest, where the trees thinned and the grass grew long and wild, there lived a small hedgehog named Thistle. Unlike Fern, Thistle thrived on sociability. His spines were soft and his heart softer still, always ready to lend a listening ear or a helping paw. Thistle's world was one of bustling activity, surrounded by a community of creatures who shared in his love for festivity and warmth. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was fresh with the promise of change, and the leaves had begun their transformation into fiery reds and burnished golds, Fern ventured to the edge of her territory. She had heard rumors of a mysterious light that appeared at twilight, a soft glow that beckoned from the meadow beyond the thicket. Curiosity piqued, she decided to investigate. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Fern found herself at the edge of the clearing. Her sharp eyes caught sight of the light, a small, flickering lantern set amidst a gathering of forest creatures. They were celebrating the Harvest Moon Festival, an event Fern had always observed from afar. Intrigued but wary, she lingered at the fringes, content to watch from a distance. Thistle, who was at the heart of the gathering, noticed the glint of Fern's eyes in the shadows. With a heart as open as the sky above them, he bounded over, his spines glimmering like stars in the lantern light. "Won't you join us?" he called, his voice a melody of welcome. Fern hesitated, her instinct to retreat in conflict with an unfamiliar tug of longing. "I prefer my own company," she replied, her tone firm yet laced with a hint of curiosity. "That's quite all right," Thistle said, undeterred. "But if you ever wish to join, know that you're welcome." As the festival continued, Fern watched from her shadowed perch. She saw Thistle move among the creatures, his laughter bright and infectious. A pang of something she couldn't quite name stirred within her. A desire for connection, perhaps, or simply a curiosity about what it might be like to belong to something greater than herself. The following days found Fern and Thistle crossing paths more often. Each morning, Fern would find small gifts left at the edge of her territory. A handful of berries, a sprig of fragrant herbs, a polished stone that glimmered in the sunlight. Thistle, it seemed, was determined to bridge the gap between them. Fern, touched by the gestures despite herself, began to reciprocate in her own way. She left behind feathers she had collected, delicate and light as air, or arranged autumn leaves into patterns for Thistle to discover. Slowly, a silent dialogue formed between the two. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Fern found herself caught in an unexpected storm. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a biting chill that pierced through her fur. The path home was obscured, and for the first time, Fern felt a flicker of fear. It was then that Thistle appeared, his small form a beacon in the swirling white. "Fern!" he called, his voice carrying through the storm. "This way." Together they navigated the treacherous landscape, Thistle's knowledge of the forest proving invaluable. When they finally reached the safety of Fern's oak, both were exhausted but relieved. As they settled into the warmth of the hollow, Fern spoke softly. "Thank you, Thistle. I don't know what I would have done without you." Thistle smiled, his eyes bright with kindness. "That's what friends are for, Fern." As winter wrapped the forest in its icy embrace, the two spent more time together. Thistle's visits became a part of Fern's routine, their bond growing with each shared story and quiet moment. Fern found herself opening up, sharing her dreams and fears, and in turn discovering the depth of Thistle's gentle spirit. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those from different worlds. Fern's preference for solitude sometimes clashed with Thistle's sociable nature, leading to moments of tension. But each misunderstanding was met with patience and the willingness to listen, turning potential conflict into growth. One afternoon, as they sat together watching the snowflakes dance against the sky, Fern spoke thoughtfully. "I've learned so much from you, Thistle, about friendship and about myself." "And I from you," Thistle replied, his voice a soft echo of the wind. "You've shown me the beauty of stillness and the power of quiet strength." As the seasons turned and spring breathed new life into the forest, the bond between Fern and Thistle only deepened. They had become unlikely companions, each bringing their unique perspectives and strengths to the friendship. In each other, they had found understanding and acceptance, a lesson in the true meaning of companionship. Together, they watched as the world around them transformed, the forest alive with the vibrant colors of new beginnings. And in the heart of that forest, where the light filtered through the leaves in golden streams, their friendship bloomed, an enduring testament to the power of connection and the beauty of embracing differences. Thus, Fern and Thistle discovered that the essence of friendship lies not in similarity, but in the acceptance of one another's uniqueness, and in the shared moments that weave the tapestry of a life enriched by understanding. And as they sat side by side, the gentle rustling of the leaves, a lullaby to their contentment, they knew they had found something truly special, a bond that would carry them through whatever adventures lay ahead. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a world graced by the gentle glow of twilight, there lay two kingdoms separated by a vast whispering forest. To the east, nestled among rolling lavender fields, was the kingdom of dawn. Its skies were perpetually kissed by the first light of morning, casting a golden hue over the land. To the west, beyond the forest's edge, spread the kingdom of dusk, where the air was always tinged with the soft, rich colors of sunset, painting everything in warm, deep hues. In the kingdom of dawn lived a young girl named Leora, with hair like spun sunlight and a heart as open as the morning sky. She was known for her gentle curiosity and a laugh that echoed like the sweetest songbird. Leora loved to wander through the fields, feeling the cool breeze on her face and watching the world awaken with her. Across the whispering forest in the kingdom of dusk, there was a boy named Thorn. His eyes mirrored the deep, serene colors of the evening, and his thoughts often danced with the mysteries of the night. Thorn was known for his introspective nature, a quiet soul who found solace in the shadows of the twilight. The people of dawn and dusk knew little of each other, save for tales spun from misunderstanding and fear. The forest between them was said to be enchanted, a place where time and reality twisted like the ever-swaying branches. Few dared to traverse its depths, believing it was a realm best left undisturbed. Yet fate has a way of weaving paths together in the most unexpected of ways. One day, curious about the stories she had heard, Leora decided to venture into the whispering forest. She packed a small satchel with bread and berries, her heart fluttering with both excitement and a tiny tremor of fear. As she stepped into the forest, the world grew quiet, the leaves murmuring secrets only the wind seemed to understand. Meanwhile, Thorn, drawn by a dream of a land bathed in eternal dawn, set off from dusk with determination. He wished to see this other world, to understand the light that so often eluded his own. With a steady breath, he entered the forest, feeling the cool earth beneath his feet and the gentle caress of evening shadows. As the two wandered deeper, the forest seemed to transform. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm. The paths twisted and turned, leading them unknowingly towards each other. It was at a clearing that their paths finally crossed. Leora paused, spotting a figure emerging from the thick brush. Her heart skipped. A stranger, yet there was something familiar in his silhouette. Thorn stopped as well, his eyes meeting hers across the small expanse. For a moment, they simply stared, the forest holding its breath around them. "Hello," Leora spoke first, her voice gentle yet curious. "Hello," Thorn replied, his voice a soft echo of hers. Their initial conversations were tentative, like the first drops of rain on a dry earth. Both were aware of the stories their kingdoms told about the other, tales of strange customs and peculiar ways. Yet as they spoke, they found those tales fading like mist in the morning sun. They decided to travel together, their curiosity outweighing any lingering doubts. As they journeyed, the forest unfolded its wonders, a cascade of golden leaves, a brook singing a song only they could hear, and the occasional glimpse of shy woodland creatures peeking from the underbrush. Along the way, misunderstandings arose. Leora laughed easily, her joy bubbling over like a babbling brook, while Thorn often preferred quiet contemplation, listening to the world around him. At first, Leora worried that her laughter annoyed him, while Thorn feared his silence made him seem distant. But as the days passed, they began to understand each other more deeply. Leora learned to appreciate the quiet moments, the deep thinking that Thorn shared in whispers under the stars. Thorn, in turn, found joy in Leora's laughter, her light illuminating corners of his mind he hadn't realized were dark. Their journey was not without challenges. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of dusk, they found themselves lost, the forest's paths shifting like the sands of time. Anxiety gnawed at their hearts, but it was then that their bond truly shone. "We'll find a way," Thorn assured, his voice calm and steady as the evening tide. Leora nodded, her hand reaching for his. "Together," she agreed, her voice a beacon in the gathering shadows. They spent that night under a canopy of stars, sharing stories of their homes, their dreams, and their fears. It was in those shared whispers that they realized the true essence of friendship, an unspoken promise to be there for one another, to understand and accept each other as they were. As dawn approached, a path appeared, bathed in the gentle light of the rising sun. It led them out of the forest, to a place where the borders of dawn and dusk met in a harmonious embrace. Standing there, on the crest of a hill, they gazed at the merging of their worlds, The sky was painted in hues of both dawn and dusk, a masterpiece of nature's own making. It was a sight neither had ever imagined, a place where their differences became their strengths. Perhaps, Leora mused softly, our kingdoms could learn from this place. Thorn nodded, his heart full of hope. Perhaps they could, he agreed, smiling at the thought. With newfound understanding and a bond as deep as the sky was wide, they returned to their kingdoms, carrying with them the lessons of the forest. They spoke of their journey, of the wonders they had seen, and the friendship they had forged. In time, the people of Dawn and Dusk began to visit the forest, guided by the tales of Leora and Thorn. They discovered the beauty that lay in their differences, the common threads that wove their worlds together. And so, the kingdoms of Dawn and Dusk grew closer, united not by fear, but by friendship and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery and separation, became a symbol of unity, its paths walked by many who sought to find the light in the twilight. As for Leora and Thorn, their friendship became a legend, a story told by the fireside, where children would listen, eyes wide with wonder, dreaming of the day they too might journey into the whispering forest. And so, in the glow of twilight, where the light of dawn met the shadows of dusk, their story lived on. A testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of understanding, and the magic of a world where differences were celebrated and hearts were forever intertwined. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a land where the golden sun kissed the rolling hills by day and the twinkling stars blanketed the sky at night, there was a quaint village known as Willowbrook. Nestled between lush, whispering forests and a glistening sapphire lake, Willowbrook thrived in its serene isolation, its cobblestone streets echoing with laughter and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. In this peaceful village lived a gentle potter named Finn, whose hands shaped the earth with the same care and love he poured into his friendships. Finn's heart was as soft as the clay he molded, and his cheerful disposition was known to lift even the heaviest of hearts. His modest cottage overlooked the meadow where wildflowers danced with the breeze, and it was here that Finn found his greatest joy, crafting beautiful pottery from the rich ochre clay of Willowbrook. On the other side of the forest, beyond the lake where the silver fish leapt in playful arcs, lay the mysterious and ancient Glimmerwood. In its depths lived creatures of lore and legend, amongst whom was a small, shy fairy named Lyra. She was a creature of ethereal grace, her wings shimmering with the colors of the dawn. Lyra had long been an admirer of the human world, peering curiously from the shadows of her woodland realm, her heart longing for connection, yet wary of the unknown. One fateful evening, as the horizon blushed with the hues of twilight, Finn decided to venture into the forest for inspiration. He had heard tales of the Glimmerwood's beauty, of its towering trees whose leaves sang with the wind, and of its streams that whispered secrets from ages past. With a sketchbook in hand and a heart full of wonder, Finn stepped beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook into the enchanted embrace of the forest. Meanwhile, Lyra, fluttering among the canopy, noticed the newcomer. Her curiosity piqued. She watched from afar, her heart a fluttering bird in her chest. Finn's presence in the Glimmerwood was unusual, and Lyra, ever cautious, decided to follow him discreetly, her luminescent wings casting soft glows upon the forest floor. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Enchanted by the serene beauty around him, he began to sketch, capturing the delicate dance of light and shadow. But in his absorption, he did not notice the mischievous vine creeping towards him, until it had wrapped itself around his ankle and tugged him to the ground. Startled and unable to free himself, Finn called out into the night, his voice a gentle plea. Lyra, though hesitant, felt a stirring of empathy. She knew the vine's tricks, a playful but stubborn resident of the Glimmerwood. Summoning her courage, she emerged from her hiding place, her presence a soft glow against the darkened woods. Finn, though startled by Lyra's sudden appearance, found himself entranced by her gentle beauty. "Please," he said with a hopeful smile, "I mean no harm. I'm just a humble potter." Lyra, moved by the sincerity in his voice, fluttered closer. With a few whispered words and a wave of her hand, the vine released its grip, slinking back into the shadows. Finn, now free, sat up and gazed at his rescuer, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said, his voice warm. "I didn't expect to meet anyone, let alone someone so magical." Lyra blushed, the glow of her wings flickering shyly. "The forest can be unpredictable," she replied softly, "but it seems you have a kind heart." Thus began an unlikely friendship, born of chance and curiosity. Finn, eager to learn more about the forest and its wondrous inhabitants, returned often, and Lyra, finding a kindred spirit in his gentle nature, began to accompany him on his explorations. They shared stories and laughter, their worlds intertwining like the roots and branches of the ancient trees around them. However, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, while exploring the deeper parts of the Glimmerwood, they stumbled upon a grove where time seemed to stand still. The air was thick with enchantment, and the very ground pulsed with an ancient magic. As they marveled at the beauty around them, Lyra suddenly grew anxious. "This place is forbidden," she whispered, her voice edged with fear. "The magic here is unpredictable and strong." But Finn, mesmerized by the grove's beauty, was reluctant to leave. In his eagerness, he stepped forward, and the ground beneath him trembled, the air crackling with energy. Lyra cried out, reaching for his hand, but it was too late. A surge of magic swept through the grove, and Finn found himself trapped in a shimmering barrier. Panic fluttered in Lyra's chest, her mind racing. She knew she had to act quickly, but the magic of the grove was beyond her understanding. As she hovered, torn between fear and determination, she remembered the stories of the forest's ancient guardian, a wise old owl who lived in the tallest tree, said to possess knowledge of all things magical. With a resolve born of friendship, Lyra flew swiftly through the forest, her heart guiding her to the owl's abode. There, nestled in the crook of a gnarled branch, the owl sat, his eyes a deep, knowing gold. "Wise one," Lyra implored, her voice trembling, "my friend is trapped by the grove's magic. Please, help me free him." The owl regarded her with a gentle gaze, his voice a soft rumble. "Magic is woven with intention," he said. "To unravel it, one must understand its heart. What binds him is not just the grove's magic, but his own longing to belong." Lyra listened, her mind opening to the owl's wisdom. She understood that it was not just the grove's magic holding Finn, but his yearning to be a part of her world. With this realization, she returned to the grove, her wings aglow with newfound purpose. Standing before the barrier, Lyra spoke to Finn, her voice steady and strong. "Finn, you are not alone. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are the same. Let go of your fear and trust in the friendship we've built." As her words reached him, a warmth spread through Finn's heart. He closed his eyes, feeling the connection between them, the bond that transcended their differences. Slowly, the shimmering barrier began to dissolve, releasing him from its grasp. Together they emerged from the grove, their friendship stronger and deeper than before. Finn had learned that true belonging was not about forsaking one's world, but about finding harmony between worlds. And Lyra discovered that courage often came from the heart, and that understanding was the key to bridging even the widest of chasms. From that day on, their friendship bloomed like the wildflowers in the meadow, vibrant and enduring. They continued to explore the wonders of both Willowbrook and the Glimmerwood, each discovery a testament to the power of kindness and the magic of understanding. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn and Lyra walked hand in hand, their hearts aglow with the light of friendship, a light that would guide them, always, through the tapestry of their intertwined worlds. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a land where the gentle hum of the forest met the salty breezes of the sea, there lived two creatures as different as twilight and dawn. One was a small, inquisitive rabbit named Thistle, whose fur resembled the softest clouds in the sky. He lived in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where golden leaves rustled like quiet secrets, and the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. The other was a young sea turtle named Marina, whose shell gleamed like polished emerald in the sun. She called the vast, undulating expanse of the luminous ocean her home, where waves sang lullabies in the moonlight, and the water danced with shimmering fish like a mirrored sky. Their worlds were separated by a sprawling meadow that neither had dared to cross. For Thistle, the ocean was a mysterious, endless frontier, while to Marina, the forest was an enigmatic maze of towering trees and shadowy corners. One morning, Driven by an unquenchable curiosity, Thistle decided to explore the meadow that lay between his woodland home and the distant call of the ocean. His tiny paws tread softly across the dew-kissed grass, leaving a trail of gentle footprints in their wake. The world seemed alive with the sound of chirping crickets and the soft whisper of the wind. At the same moment, Marina, with a heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond the rolling waves to see what lay beyond the golden sands. She paddled through the shallow waters, where the sunlight played upon her shell, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced around her like sprites. As fate would have it, their paths converged at the edge of the meadow, where the forest met the sea. At first, they regarded each other with surprise, Thistle with his wide, bright eyes, and Marina with her gentle, curious gaze. Neither had ever encountered a creature quite like the other. "Hello," said Thistle, his voice as soft as the breeze ruffling the leaves above. "Hello," replied Marina, her voice smooth and calm like the waves lapping against the shore. There was a moment of silence, each unsure of what to say next. Thistle's heart beat a little faster. He had always been told that creatures from the sea were different, with their mysterious ways and strange habitats. Marina, too, had heard tales of the forest dwellers, who were said to be as fleeting as shadows. "Your fur is so fluffy," Marina said at last, her eyes twinkling with genuine interest. "And your shell is so shiny," Thistle replied, his voice tinged with awe. They laughed, a sound as sweet and harmonious as the songbirds of the forest. Any initial apprehension melted away like morning mist, replaced by a burgeoning friendship. The two began to meet every day at their special meeting place. Thistle would dash through the forest, his heart light and eager, while Marina would glide across the surface of the ocean, her mind filled with excitement. Together they explored the meadow that lay between their worlds, discovering its hidden wonders. A patch of wild strawberries, a babbling brook that sang a tune only they could hear, and a hilltop where the sky stretched into infinity. Their friendship blossomed, but it was not without its challenges. One day, as they were playing near the brook, a storm began to brew, dark clouds rolling in with surprising speed. Thistle shivered as the first drops of rain began to fall, his fur quickly becoming damp and heavy. Panic flickered in his eyes as the thunder grumbled across the sky. Marina, used to the ocean's capricious moods, tried to comfort him. "It's just a little rain," she said, sheltering him with her broad shell. But Thistle was not calmed. The forest, normally his haven, felt suddenly wild and threatening. Seeing his distress, Marina had an idea. "Let's go to the ocean," she suggested gently. "The sand will be soft and warm, and the rain will be just a whisper there." Though hesitant, Thistle nodded, trusting his friend. Together they made their way to the beach, the storm following them with a gentle persistence. As they reached the shore, Marina guided Thistle to a sheltered cove where the sand was indeed warm and the rain fell like a soft, soothing rhythm. "Thank you," Thistle said, his voice barely louder than the waves. "I didn't know it could be so peaceful here." Marina smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. Sometimes we just need to see things from a different perspective. In the days that followed, their bond only grew stronger. Thistle taught Marina about the forest's hidden paths, where sunlight dappled the ground in playful patterns, and Marina showed Thistle the wonders of the sea, how to ride the gentle waves and find treasures hidden in the sand. They learned to communicate not just with words, but with shared glances and laughter that rang like bells. They discovered that differences need not be barriers, but bridges that could unite them in unexpected and delightful ways. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and the air carried the scent of the sea, Thistle and Marina found themselves facing a new challenge. A sudden chill had swept through the land, frosting the meadow with a delicate layer of ice and making the paths they knew treacherous. "We can't meet in the meadow today," Thistle said, his voice tinged with disappointment as he surveyed the slippery expanse. Marina, too, was concerned. The ocean was restless, its waves churning with the coming of winter. "What if we meet halfway, where the meadow is still safe?" Thistle nodded, his heart lifting with hope. "Yes, let's do that." Carefully, they navigated their respective worlds, each mindful of the other's worries. Thistle chose a path through the forest where the trees sheltered him from the biting wind, while Marina swam along the coast, where the waves were gentler. When they met, it was as if the sun had broken through the clouds, warming them with its gentle rays. They spent the day talking and laughing, planning for the colder days ahead. They decided to build a small shelter at the edge of the meadow, a place where they could meet no matter the weather. As they worked side by side, their friendship became a beacon of warmth against the growing chill. Thistle gathered soft moss and leaves, while Marina brought bits of driftwood and shells, weaving them into a cozy abode that reflected both their worlds. When the shelter was complete, they stood back to admire their handiwork. It was a small, simple place, yet it was filled with the essence of their friendship, a harmonious blend of forest and sea. "Now we'll always have a place to meet," Thistle said, his voice bright with satisfaction. "And a place to remember how we worked together," Marina added, her eyes sparkling with joy. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Thistle and Marina continued to meet at their haven by the meadow. They shared stories and dreams, their laughter echoing softly in the crisp air. They learned that true friendship was not defined by where one came from, but by the willingness to understand and support each other through life's ever-changing seasons. And so, as the world around them slumbered under a blanket of winter, Thistle and Marina found warmth in their companionship, their unlikely bond, a testament to the power of kindness and the magic of shared moments. In the gentle glow of twilight, they would sit side by side, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. And as the stars began to twinkle like scattered jewels, they knew that no matter the challenges that lay ahead, they would face them together, heart to heart, as true friends. And so, in a land where the forest kissed the sea, and the meadow whispered tales of old, Thistle and Marina discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended differences, a connection that brought warmth and light to even the coldest of days. And in this timeless dance of nature and heart, their story became a cherished memory, echoed by the rustling leaves and the gentle waves forevermore. Story 10. In the heart of an ancient and sprawling forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lived a young elf named Thistle. Thistle was unlike the other elves who busied themselves with crafting delicate jewelry from dewdrops or weaving intricate patterns in spider silk. Instead, Thistle had a heart full of curiosity and a spirit that longed for adventure. The forest was a place of gentle magic, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, and the ground was soft, carpeted with moss that glowed faintly under the moonlight. Creatures of all kinds lived harmoniously among the towering pines and gentle streams, each with their own stories and songs. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Thistle set out from his cozy nook in the hollow of an ancient oak. The world was quiet, save for the soft rustle of leaves and the distant trill of a lark. Thistle's feet danced lightly over the forest floor, his heart alight with the promise of discovery. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Thistle came upon a clearing he had never seen before. It was a place of unexpected beauty, where the sunlight filtered down through a canopy of emerald leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. At the center of the clearing stood an old well, its stones covered in soft green moss, as if nature herself had decided to wrap it in a warm embrace. Drawn by a gentle sense of wonder, Thistle approached the well. He peered over the edge, and to his surprise he saw a pair of eyes gazing back at him, eyes that shimmered like the surface of a still pond at dusk. Startled, Thistle took a step back, but the eyes remained, full of gentle curiosity. "Hello," Thistle called softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. To his amazement, a voice echoed back, warm and melodious. "Hello, young elf. What brings you to my corner of the forest?" Thistle's eyes widened in delight. "I am seeking adventure and friendship," he replied, "and perhaps a little magic if I'm lucky." The well chuckled, a sound like bubbling water. "Then you're in the right place. I am Wren, the spirit of this well, and I have been here for many seasons, watching and waiting." Intrigued, Thistle leaned closer. "Watching for what?" "For someone like you," Wren replied. "You see, there is a secret path hidden in this forest, one that leads to a garden of dreams, but it can only be found by those with a heart full of kindness and the courage to seek it." Thistle's heart fluttered with excitement. How do I find this path? Wren's voice was gentle as a breeze. You must first help an old friend of mine. His name is Bramble, and he is a hedgehog who lives by the river. He has lost something very dear to him, and only with your help can he find it again. Without hesitation, Thistle nodded. I will help Bramble. Where can I find him? Follow the sound of the river, and you will find him waiting, Wren instructed, and with that, the reflection in the water faded, leaving Thistle alone once more. Filled with determination, Thistle set off toward the river. The forest seemed to guide his steps, the path unfolding before him like a silken ribbon. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and Thistle's footsteps fell in rhythm with the soft murmur of the river. It wasn't long before Thistle reached the riverbank, where the water danced over smooth stones, its song a comforting lullaby. There, nestled among the roots of a great willow tree, was Bramble the hedgehog. His quills were dusted with a fine layer of pollen, and his eyes were filled with worry. "Hello, Bramble," Thistle called gently, approaching the little creature with care. Bramble looked up, his snout twitching. "Oh, hello. You must be Thistle. Wren told me you might come." Thistle crouched down, a warm smile on his face. "I hear you have lost something important. How can I help?" Bramble sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "It's my lucky stone. It fell into the river, and I can't seem to find it. Without it, I feel as though I've lost a piece of myself." Thistle nodded, understanding the weight of such a loss. "I'll help you find it, Bramble. Let's look together." With patience and care, Thistle and Bramble searched the riverbank, their eyes scanning the water for a glimmer of the lost stone. The river was a tapestry of colors, with sunlight playing on its surface and casting rainbows across the glistening stones beneath. Finally, after what seemed like hours, Thistle spotted a hint of sparkle caught between two stones. Carefully, he reached into the cool, clear water and retrieved a small, smooth stone that shimmered with an inner light. "Is this your lucky stone, Bramble?" Thistle asked, holding it out to the hedgehog. Bramble's eyes lit up with joy. "Yes, that's it! Oh, thank you, Thistle. You found it." With a grateful heart, Bramble took the stone and pressed it close, a contented sigh escaping his lips. "I don't know how to thank you enough." Thistle smiled, the warmth of friendship blossoming in his chest. Sometimes, all it takes is a little help from a friend. As they stood by the river, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of orange and lavender. The world seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in the tranquility of the moment. "Now, about that secret path," Bramble said, his eyes twinkling. "Wren told me that once my lucky stone was found, the way would reveal itself." Together, they returned to the clearing, where the well stood silent and ancient. As they approached, the ground beneath their feet shimmered with a soft golden light, and a narrow path appeared, winding its way into the heart of the forest. Thistle's breath caught in his throat, awe and wonder filling him. "Is this the path to the Garden of Dreams?" Bramble nodded. "It is. And I think you should go, Thistle. There's something there waiting just for you." With a grateful heart, Thistle embraced Bramble. "Thank you, my friend. I won't forget this." With one last look at the clearing, Thistle set foot on the path. Each step seemed to breathe with magic, and the forest around him came alive with a soft, harmonious hum. The trees whispered secrets of old, the leaves rustled with stories untold, and the flowers swayed gently, as if in a dance. As Thistle journeyed deeper into the forest, he felt a sense of peace and belonging. The path led him through glades of golden light, past streams that sang of laughter and joy, and under arches of blooming wisteria that perfumed the air with their sweet fragrance. Finally, he arrived at the Garden of Dreams, a place of unparalleled beauty. It was a realm where starlight mingled with the glow of countless blossoms, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the soft flutter of butterfly wings. In the center of the garden stood an ancient tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens, cradling the stars. Beneath its boughs, a circle of stones formed a tranquil sanctuary, inviting Thistle to rest and dream. As he settled among the roots of the great tree, Thistle felt the gentle embrace of the garden's magic envelop him. Here, he understood, was a place where dreams were nurtured, where hopes blossomed like the flowers around him, and where the heart could find its truest path. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Thistle closed his eyes. The garden's magic wove a tapestry of dreams around him, each thread a promise of new adventures, of friendships yet to be forged, and of the endless possibilities that awaited. And so, as the stars wheeled in the velvet sky, Thistle drifted into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the promise of dreams yet to come. In the heart of the ancient woods, he found not only the path to a garden of dreams, but also the path to his own heart, a journey that, like all the best stories, was only just beginning. Story 11. In the heart of a quaint little village nestled between misty hills and a gentle river, there stood an old shop known as Whispering Wonders. Its windows were filled with curiosities that gleamed under the soft glow of lanterns, inviting passers-by to pause and ponder the mysteries within. One chilly autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop, drawn by a peculiar sense of warmth and intrigue. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled with the light of discovery and a heart open to the whispers of the world. Her days were often spent exploring the woods and listening to the stories the wind carried from afar. Inside the shop, Clara's senses were immediately enveloped by the scent of aged wood and the soft rustle of pages turning. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman with a kind, crinkled smile and eyes that twinkled like stars, greeted her warmly. His name was Mr. Thistle, known for his wide-brimmed hat and tales of adventure. "Welcome, Clara," he said, as if he had been expecting her all along. "I have something special for you today." Curious, Clara followed him to a corner of the shop where a small, unassuming box sat upon a velvet cushion. It was made of polished cherry wood with intricate carvings of vines and leaves that seemed to sway gently. When Clara touched it, the box hummed softly, as if it recognized her touch. "This," Mr. Thistle explained, "is the Echo Box. It holds the power to reveal the hidden voices of objects that surround us, but it is a gift that requires understanding and kindness to use." Clara's eyes widened with wonder as she gently opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft, golden fabric, was a small, shimmering stone. As she picked it up, she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and the shop seemed to come alive with a symphony of soft whispers. Intrigued and eager to learn more, Clara embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets hidden in her world. Her first companion was a wise old owl named Oswin, who had perched himself atop a dusty bookshelf. Oswin had feathers that gleamed like moonlit snow and eyes that held the wisdom of countless nights. "To understand the whispers," Oswin hooted gently, "you must listen with more than just your ears, Clara. Open your heart and let the stories flow through you." Following Oswin's advice, Clara ventured into the woods where every leaf and stone held a tale. She met a playful squirrel named Pip, who danced among the branches, and a gentle deer called Lyra, whose soft eyes reflected the stillness of the forest. Each had a story to share, and Clara listened intently, her heart growing with each new voice she heard. Her journey was not without challenges, for deep in the forest lay a thicket shrouded in silence, a place where the whispers seemed to vanish. Clara felt a tug of uncertainty, a shadow of doubt that threatened to dim her spirit. "Sometimes," Lyra said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze, "silence speaks louder than words. It is in the quiet that we find our true selves." Inspired by Lyra's wisdom, Clara sat quietly in the heart of the thicket, letting the silence wash over her. In that stillness, she discovered a new whisper, one that was not of the world around her, but of her own heart. It spoke of courage and kindness, of the strength found in understanding and empathy. With this newfound wisdom, Clara returned to the village, her spirit aglow with the tales she had gathered and the lessons she had learned. She shared her stories with the villagers, weaving a tapestry of voices that brought joy and unity to the community. As the days turned to weeks, Clara became known as the Keeper of Whispers, a gentle guardian of the stories that connected them all. And in her heart, the echo box whispered its soft, eternal song, a reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of the world. And so, in the gentle embrace of Whispering Wonders, Clara found her place, a beacon of light and love, where every whisper was a promise of adventure, and every story a gift to be cherished. With the crackling of a nearby fireplace and the warmth of friendship surrounding her, Clara's journey came to a peaceful rest. leaving behind a legacy of wisdom and wonder for all who would listen. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between hills of whispering pines and fields of golden wheat, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as bright as the morning sun and a curiosity that danced like the breeze through the autumn leaves. Her home was a cottage on the edge of the village, where the scent of blooming lavender often mingled with the warm aroma of her grandmother's baked bread. One dewy morning, as Clara wandered through the meadows, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, half buried in the earth and glistening with dew, was an ornate key made of shimmering silver. The key was unlike anything she had ever seen, with intricate carvings of stars and moons along its shaft. Clara picked it up carefully, feeling a gentle hum of warmth spread through her fingers, as if the key itself were alive with secrets. Curiosity piqued, Clara decided to visit her dear friend, Finn, who lived in a cozy little cottage at the heart of the village. Finn was known for his wise eyes and a mind full of stories as old as the stones themselves. His house, with its walls lined with books and shelves filled with curious trinkets, was a haven for anyone seeking knowledge and comfort. As Clara entered Finn's home, the familiar crackle of the fireplace greeted her, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. She shared her discovery with Finn, presenting the key with wide eyes and endless questions. Finn examined the key closely, his brow furrowing with intrigue. "This, my dear Clara, is no ordinary key," he mused, his voice soft and thoughtful. "It is said that such keys can unlock the hidden wonders of the world, but they require a heart pure of intention and a mind open to the unknown." Eager to uncover the mystery, Clara and Finn decided to set off on a journey to find what the key might unlock. They were joined by Lila, a gentle-natured herbalist with a knack for healing and a heart as nurturing as spring rain. Lila's presence was like a balm, soothing and reassuring, making even the most daunting paths seem less formidable. Their journey led them beyond the familiar fields of Willowbrook and into the heart of the ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in streams of golden light. The air smelled of pine and earth, and the songs of birds filled the spaces between the rustling leaves. As they walked, Clara felt the forest welcoming them, each step resonating with a sense of belonging and wonder. Along their path, they encountered a challenge. A great stone door nestled within the roots of an ancient oak. The door bore no handle nor lock, only a smooth surface adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer under the light. Clara approached the door, the key in her hand, but it was Lila who noticed the subtle pattern in the symbols, a pattern that told a tale of friendship and unity. "Perhaps," Lila suggested gently, "this door does not open with the key alone, but with the essence of what binds us together." Inspired, Clara, Finn, and Lila joined hands, their hearts beating in unison, their intentions clear and pure. As they stood together, the key began to glow softly, and a harmonious melody filled the air. Slowly, the stone door began to dissolve, revealing a hidden glade bathed in ethereal light. The glade was a sanctuary of beauty, with flowers of every color imaginable and a stream that sang its own gentle lullaby. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its leaves whispering secrets of ages past. As the companions marveled at the sight, Clara felt a profound sense of peace and gratitude. The journey had taught her that the true magic lay not in the key itself, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom shared among them. They lingered in the glade, soaking in the serenity and the lessons it offered. When at last they returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed even more vibrant, each familiar sight and sound a reminder of the wonders they had discovered together. Clara placed the key on her windowsill, where it caught the first light of dawn and the last rays of dusk, a symbol of the journey that had changed her forever. And so, with hearts full of newfound wisdom and memories woven with wonder, they lived their days in harmony, sharing their tales by the fireside under the starlit sky, knowing that the true magic of the world lay in the gentle strength of friendship and the courage to embrace the unknown. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, there stood a small, time-worn cottage. Its thatched roof was speckled with moss, and the garden was a tapestry of wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Inside, an old stone fireplace crackled softly, casting a warm glow across the cozy room. Here lived a kind-hearted woman named Miriam, who had an extraordinary gift. She could speak with the creatures of the forest. Miriam's days were filled with the simple pleasures of tending to her garden, gathering herbs, and sharing stories with her woodland friends. Her laughter echoed through the trees, a melody that seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves and the babbling brook that meandered through the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the branches, Miriam set out on her daily walk to gather mushrooms. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of autumn, each leaf a brushstroke of red, orange, and gold. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came across a curious sight, a tiny fox kit, its fur as fiery as the autumn leaves, tangled in a snare. The little creature's eyes were wide with fear, but Miriam's gentle voice soothed it. "Hush now, little one," she whispered, kneeling beside the kit. "I mean you no harm." With deft fingers she carefully untangled the snare, freeing the frightened fox. The kit nuzzled her hand in gratitude, and Miriam smiled, her heart warmed by the connection. From that day forward, the fox kit, whom Miriam named Ember, became a constant companion on her walks. Ember was a spirited little creature, full of curiosity and mischief. Together they explored hidden glades, discovered secret pathways, and marveled at the wonders of the forest. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the forest prepared for the embrace of winter. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the vast velvet sky, Miriam and Ember gathered by the fireplace. The room was filled with the comforting scent of pine and cinnamon, and the fire's glow cast a tapestry of dancing shadows on the walls. Miriam settled into her favorite armchair, a quilt draped over her lap, while Ember curled up at her feet. "Let me tell you a story, Ember," she said softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "A tale of wisdom and friendship. Once upon a time, in a land not so different from ours, there was a young girl named Lila. Lila lived at the edge of an enchanted forest, where every tree had a story and every breeze carried a secret. She was a spirited child, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart open to the mysteries of the world. One day, while exploring the woods, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A circle of mushrooms, each one shimmering with a faint, silvery light. Intrigued, she stepped closer, only to find herself drawn into a world unlike any she had ever known. The air was thick with magic, and the colors of the forest seemed more vivid, more alive. In this enchanted realm, Lila met a wise old owl named Oren. His feathers were as soft as moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, young one," Orion hooted in a voice that resonated like a gentle breeze. "You have found the Circle of Whispers, a place where the forest shares its secrets." Lila was filled with wonder and curiosity. "What secrets does the forest hold?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Orion perched on a low branch, his gaze steady and kind. "The forest speaks of balance and harmony, of the interconnectedness of all things. It teaches us that even the smallest creature has a role to play, and that true strength lies in understanding and kindness." As the days turned into weeks, Lila returned to the Circle of Whispers, eager to learn more. She discovered that the forest was not only a place of beauty, but also of challenges. There were storms that bent the tallest trees, and shadows that danced in the moonlight, whispering tales of forgotten times. Through her friendship with Orion, Lila learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered that by embracing the unknown, she could find courage and wisdom within herself. Her journey was one of personal growth and discovery, a path illuminated by the gentle light of friendship. As Miriam's story unfolded, Ember listened intently, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. The tale of Lila and Orion was a reminder of the magic that lived in the world around them and within themselves. Miriam's voice softened, drawing the story to a close. And so, Lila returned to her own world, forever changed by her journey. She carried the forest's wisdom in her heart, knowing that the greatest mysteries often lie in the simplest of places. As the final words hung in the air, a comfortable silence enveloped the room. Ember stretched contentedly, his eyes half closed in drowsiness. Miriam smiled, her heart full of peace and gratitude. She knew that, like Lila, she and Ember had found something precious in their friendship, a bond that would guide them through whatever challenges lay ahead. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the promise of a new day. Inside, the fire crackled softly, a lullaby of warmth and comfort. Miriam and Ember drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the gentle magic of friendship. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies with the breeze, there stood a quaint little cottage. Its thatched roof was adorned with blooming ivy, and windows framed with vibrant wildflowers peered out like eyes watching over the forest. It was here that a gentle soul named Maren lived, a caretaker of the woods and all its secrets. Maren was known far and wide not for her magic, but for her kindness. She had a way with the creatures of the forest, who trusted her implicitly. Each morning, she would wander through the sun-dappled paths, her basket swinging at her side filled with treats for her woodland friends. The squirrels would chatter happily, the birds would sing sweeter songs, and even the shy deer would step forward to greet her. One misty morning, as the early light filtered through the trees like golden threads, Maren set out on her daily walk. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Her path led her to a part of the forest she knew well, yet today it felt different. There was a whisper of something new, something waiting just beyond the familiar. As she rounded a bend, she stumbled upon a scene that took her breath away. A shimmering pool, hidden from view by a curtain of drooping willows, sparkled in the morning light. Maren had never seen this pool before, though she had walked these woods countless times. It was as if the forest had decided to reveal a secret just for her. Drawn by its beauty, Maren approached the water's edge. The pool was as clear as crystal, and beneath the surface she could see colorful stones that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As she knelt down to touch the water, a soft voice interrupted her thoughts. "Hello there, traveler," said the voice, as gentle as the rustling leaves. Startled, Maren looked around but saw no one. Her gaze returned to the pool, and there, reflected in the water, was the face of a young girl. But this was no ordinary reflection. The girl's eyes were like the deepest wells, filled with stars, and her hair floated around her as if dancing in an unseen breeze. "Who are you?" Maren asked, her voice a whisper of curiosity rather than fear. "I am Lyra," replied the reflection with a serene smile. "Guardian of this pool. You have a kind heart, and the forest has led you to me." Maren felt a warmth spread through her, as if the sun had wrapped her in its embrace. "Why have you revealed yourself to me, Lyra?" "The forest whispers of a task," Lyra said, her voice like a song. "A friend is in need, and you, dear Maren, are chosen to help." Maren's heart swelled with purpose. "Tell me what I must do." Lyra's eyes sparkled like the stones beneath the water. "In the heart of the forest lies an ancient oak, older than time itself. It holds a secret that must be protected, but a storm has left it vulnerable. You must find the tree and offer it your wisdom and care." Without hesitation, Maren agreed. Lyra's face shimmered in the water once more before fading away, leaving Maren with the reflection of the peaceful pool. As she retraced her steps, the path seemed to guide her, each twist and turn familiar yet new. The birds sang a tune of encouragement, and the trees whispered words of support, their branches arching protectively overhead. It wasn't long before Maren reached the ancient oak. Its massive trunk was scarred by lightning, and its branches drooped with the weight of many years. Yet, there was a strength in its roots, a resilience that spoke of ages past. Maren approached with reverence, placing her hands upon the rough bark. She closed her eyes, letting her heart speak to the tree. Words of comfort, of healing, flowed from her like a gentle stream, wrapping the oak in a tender embrace. As she whispered, the air shimmered with a soft glow, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Slowly the scars on the oak's trunk began to fade, the branches lifted, and a fresh canopy of leaves unfurled, vibrant and green. The tree stood renewed, its ancient spirit revitalized and strong. Maren opened her eyes to see the transformation, a smile of pure joy lighting up her face. She knew the forest would thrive once more, its secrets safe and its heart beating strong. As she made her way back to the cottage, the sun set in a blaze of colors, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The forest sang a gentle lullaby, a hymn of gratitude and peace. Back in her cozy home, Maren settled beside the crackling fire, her heart full of warmth and contentment. She knew that tomorrow would bring another adventure, another chance to weave magic with kindness. And as she drifted into slumber, the forest cradled her dreams, whispering promises of new wonders and unexpected friendships waiting just beyond the dawn. Story 15. In the heart of a tranquil forest, where the moonlight whispered secrets to the babbling brooks, and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, there lay a small, hidden glade. This glade was encircled by ancient oaks whose branches swayed gently, as if cradling the night itself. Among these trees, the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the soft rustle of leaves sang the lullabies of the woods. In this magical nook lived a shy little hedgehog named Pippin. With a coat as bristly as the pine cones that dotted the forest floor, Pippin was a creature of habit. Each day, he would venture out only to gather food and return to the snug burrow he called home. Despite the safety and comfort of his routine, Pippin often felt a pang of longing for something more, a whisper of adventure that danced just beyond his grasp. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon and paint the sky in shades of amber and rose, Pippin stumbled upon an unusual sight. There, at the edge of his glade, nestled between the gnarled roots of a great oak, was a delicate flower he had never seen before. Its petals shimmered with hues of blue and silver, and it emitted a soft, luminescent glow that bathed the surroundings in a gentle light. Pippin approached cautiously, his little heart thumping with curiosity and a touch of fear. As he neared the flower, he heard a soft voice, as light as the evening breeze. "Hello, dear traveler," it said, and Pippin nearly toppled over in surprise. Who speaks?" he stammered, looking around. From behind the flower, a creature emerged, a tiny, ethereal butterfly with wings that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "I am Luna," the butterfly introduced herself, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "I watch over the forest flowers, and you, dear Pippin, have found the moon blossom, a rare and magical bloom." Pippin's eyes widened with wonder. "A moon blossom?" he repeated, the name tasting sweet and mysterious on his tongue. "What makes it so special?" Luna fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of shimmering light. "The moon blossom grants a glimpse of the unseen," she explained. "It reveals the bonds that tie us all together, the hidden friendships waiting to be discovered." Pippin felt a thrill of excitement, mingled with a dash of apprehension. "But how do I use it?" he inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. "Tonight, when the moon is at its peak," Luna instructed, "stand beneath its glow with an open heart. The moon blossom will show you the way." With that, Luna fluttered back into the night, leaving Pippin with a heart full of anticipation. As the moon climbed higher, casting a silvery glow over the forest, Pippin stood beside the enchanted flower. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let the night fill his senses. The cool caress of the breeze, the gentle hum of crickets, the earthy scent of moss and leaves. Suddenly, a warm, golden light enveloped him. Pippin opened his eyes to see the moon blossom glowing brightly, its petals unfurling like the pages of a long-lost story. Around him, the forest came alive with whispers and laughter, and before him appeared a path of shimmering light. Guided by a newfound courage, Pippin followed the path, his little paws patting softly over the leaf-strewn ground. The path led him deeper into the forest, where he soon came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, gathered around a small flickering fire, were creatures from every corner of the wood. An owl with wise, knowing eyes, a fox with a coat of fiery red, and a family of rabbits, their ears twitching with curiosity. At first, Pippin hesitated at the edge of the clearing, but the owl, noticing him, hooted gently. "Welcome, little one," she said in a voice as deep and comforting as the forest night. "We are the Moonlit Council, and you, Pippin, are a guest of honor." The other animals turned to him with smiles and nods of welcome, and Pippin felt the warmth of acceptance wash over him. He stepped into the circle, finding a place beside the fox, who leaned over and whispered, "We gather here every full moon to share stories and dreams. Each of us has found our way here through the moon blossom's magic." Pippin listened, enraptured, as the creatures shared tales of courage and kindness, of challenges overcome through friendship and wisdom. He learned of the owl's journey to wisdom, the fox's quest for understanding, and the rabbit's discovery of the joy in simple things. As the night wore on, Pippin found himself sharing his own story, his voice gaining strength and confidence with every word. Through the gentle glow of the fire and the warmth of companionship, Pippin realized that the adventure he had longed for was not a distant dream, but a journey he had already begun. The moon blossom had not just shown him the hidden friendships waiting in the forest. It had opened his heart to the world and the wonders within it. As dawn broke and the first light of day kissed the treetops, the moonlit council bid each other farewell, promising to meet again. Pippin returned to his glade, his heart full and content. He knew that while his burrow was still his home, the forest was now a part of him, and he a part of it. And so, as the forest awoke to the songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves, Pippin drifted off to sleep, cradled by the soft embrace of the earth and the promise of new adventures to come. As he dreamed, the moon blossom's light faded, leaving behind a glow in Pippin's heart that would never dim. In this way, the little hedgehog discovered the magic of friendship and the beauty of embracing the unknown, knowing that with each new day, the forest held countless mysteries and wonders yet to be unveiled. And as the gentle rhythm of the forest lulled him into a peaceful slumber, the night wrapped around him like a warm, comforting blanket, whispering promises of dreams yet to be dreamed and stories yet to be told. Story 16. In a small, sleepy village nestled at the edge of an enchanted forest, there lived a gentle baker named Marlowe. Known for his warm, crusty loaves and sweet, aromatic pastries, Marlowe worked in a cozy, stone-walled bakery that smelled of cinnamon and fresh bread from dawn till dusk. His mornings were filled with the comforting hum of the oven and the soft patter of flour dust settling on his apron. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Marlowe found himself preparing his usual batch of buttery croissants when an unusual visitor appeared at the door of his bakery. It was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a loaf of bread itself, with eyes as bright as polished emeralds and fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Marlowe had never seen anything quite like it, but he recognized it from tales told by the village elders. A fey creature known as a lumina. The lumina, called Lyra, had wandered from her hidden grove deep within the forest, drawn by the irresistible aroma of Marlowe's baking. At first sight, Marlowe was taken aback, for he had been taught to be wary of the forest dwellers, who were known for their mischievous nature. Yet Lyra seemed different. She was timid and curious, her tiny hands clasped together as she hovered nervously at the threshold. "Good morning," Marlowe greeted, his voice as warm as the bread he baked. "Would you like to come in?" Lyra hesitated, but the hunger gnawing at her belly was stronger than her fear. She nodded shyly and stepped inside, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sights and smells of the bakery. Marlowe, sensing her unease, offered her a small, freshly baked bun. "Here, try this," he said kindly. Lyra accepted the offering with a grateful smile, taking a tentative bite. Her face lit up with delight, and in that moment, the barrier of misunderstanding that stood between them began to crumble. Over the weeks that followed, Lyra returned often, always drawn by the warmth of Marlowe's hearth and heart. They began to share stories. Marlowe spoke of the village and its people, while Lyra recounted tales of the forest, its hidden glades, and the magical creatures that dwelled within. Through their conversations, they discovered that despite their differences, they shared a love for the simple beauty of the world around them. One chilly evening, as the shadows grew long and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, a fierce storm rolled in. The wind howled through the village, rattling windows and bending trees. Marlowe, worried for his new friend, ventured into the storm to find Lyra, determined to ensure she was safe. He found her near the edge of the forest, struggling against the relentless wind. Without hesitation, Marlowe took her hand, and together they braved the storm, finding refuge back in the warmth of the bakery. There, by the crackling fire, with the storm raging outside, they spoke of fears and hopes, of dreams and doubts, their bond growing stronger with each word. As the storm passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and sparkling under the moonlight, Marlowe and Lyra realized that their friendship had become something precious, a bridge between their two worlds, built on understanding and trust. Through their shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was not in the absence of differences, but in the embrace of them, finding strength in unity and joy in diversity. From that day forward, the village and the forest were no longer two separate realms, but parts of a greater whole, connected by the friendship of a kind-hearted baker and a curious lumina. And in the warmth of the bakery, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the laughter of newfound friends, they knew that together they could weather any storm. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, wrapped in the comfort of their shared journey, Marlowe and Lyra's story became a cherished tale, told by the fireside in the quiet evenings of autumn, a reminder that friendship can bloom in the most unexpected places and between the most unlikely companions. Story 17. Once upon a time, nestled in a lush, emerald valley, surrounded by rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a small village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its gentle charm and the warmth of its people, who lived harmoniously with the land and the creatures that called it home. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the distant murmur of the river could be heard, a constant lullaby that soothed the valley to sleep each night. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious spirit and a heart as open as the wide blue sky. She often wandered through the woods, her bare feet softly padding over the mossy ground, her eyes alight with wonder at the world around her. She loved the feel of the wind whispering through her hair and the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. One afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. She was drawn by an inexplicable pull, a gentle tug at her heart that promised adventure and discovery. As she walked, she marveled at the towering trees that seemed to touch the heavens, their branches swaying like ancient arms beckoning her forward. After some time, Lila stumbled upon a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an old twisted oak tree, its bark gnarled and worn with age, yet it exuded a feeling of strength and wisdom. Around the tree, the air shimmered with a faint golden light, and Lila felt a comforting warmth envelop her, as though the forest itself were welcoming her into its embrace. As she approached the tree, she noticed a peculiar sight, a tiny door carved into its trunk. The door was adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and vines, and it seemed to hum with a gentle energy. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. She knelt down and gently rapped on the door with her knuckles, her breath catching in anticipation. To her astonishment, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a small, cozy room within the tree. The room was filled with soft, glowing light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. In the center of the room sat a little creature, unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a soft, silvery blue, and its eyes glimmered like twin stars. The fox looked up at Lila with a gentle smile. "Hello there, young one," it said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this part of the forest. I've been waiting for you." Lila's eyes widened in surprise. "Waiting for me?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Finn nodded. "Yes, for you have a kind heart and a curious spirit, and the forest has chosen you for a special task." Lila felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a hint of trepidation. "What is the task?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. "The forest is alive with magic," Finn explained, "but there is a part of it that has fallen silent. A great sadness has settled over the willow glen, and it is up to you to help restore its song." Lila listened intently, her heart aching at the thought of any part of the forest being unhappy. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly. Finn's eyes twinkled with a gentle wisdom. "The answer lies in friendship and understanding. You must find the source of the sadness and listen with your heart." With those words, Finn offered Lila a small, shimmering stone. It was warm to the touch and pulsed gently with a soft light. "This stone will guide you," Finn said. "Trust in its light and in yourself." Lila nodded, clutching the stone tightly. She felt a sense of purpose fill her, and with a grateful heart, she thanked Finn. "I won't let you down," she promised. As she left the clearing, Lila felt the stone's gentle warmth guiding her. She followed its light through the forest, her feet moving with a newfound confidence. The path led her to a part of the forest she had never explored, where the trees were thick and the air was cool with the scent of pine. Eventually, she arrived at Willow Glen, a serene meadow surrounded by willow trees whose branches hung like gentle curtains. However, the meadow seemed different from the rest of the forest. It was quiet, too quiet, and Lila could sense the sadness that lingered in the air. She walked through the meadow, her heart open and her senses attuned to the forest's whispers. As she reached the center of the glen, she noticed a small, shadowy figure huddled beneath one of the willows. It was a young deer, its eyes downcast and filled with sorrow. Lila approached the deer slowly, her voice soft and soothing. "Hello, little one," she said gently. "What troubles you?" The deer lifted its head, its eyes meeting Lila's. "I am lost," it said, its voice trembling. "I strayed too far from my family, and now I cannot find my way back." Lila felt a pang of empathy for the young deer. She knelt beside it, offering a comforting smile. "You are not alone," she said. "I will help you find your family." The deer's eyes brightened with hope, and together they set off through the forest, guided by the light of the stone. As they walked, Lila shared stories of her adventures, and the deer listened with rapt attention, its spirits lifting with each tale. As dusk began to fall, the stone's light grew brighter, leading them to a thicket where a group of deer stood waiting. The young deer bounded forward with a joyful cry, reuniting with its family in a flurry of nuzzles and gentle nudges. Lila watched the heartwarming reunion, her own heart swelling with happiness. She realized that the glen's song had been restored, not through magic alone, but through the power of friendship and compassion. As she turned to leave, she felt a gentle breeze brush her cheek, carrying with it the soft, melodious rustling of the willow leaves, a song of gratitude and joy. Lila knew that the forest had found its voice once more, and she felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. With a grateful heart, she made her way back to the village, the stone's light guiding her home. As she lay in her bed that night, she listened to the whisper of the wind and the distant murmur of the river, her heart full of warmth and contentment. The forest had taught her that even the smallest act of kindness could light the way through the darkest woods, and that true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the bonds we share and the love we give. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the gentle magic of the forest and the timeless song of friendship. The village of Willowbrook sighed contentedly as the night wrapped it in its soft embrace, the stars above twinkling like watchful guardians in the velvet sky. And thus the valley slept, cradled in the tender arms of the night, until the dawn's first light kissed the land awake once more. Story 18. Once upon a time, nestled in a tranquil valley surrounded by whispering forests and murmuring streams, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its lush meadows, vibrant wildflowers, and a gentle river that sang a soft lullaby as it meandered through the land. The kind-hearted villagers lived simple lives, tending to their gardens, weaving stories by the fireside, and listening to the wisdom of the winds. In this village, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was a gentle soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sky and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She loved to explore the woods, where she would gather wild herbs and listen to the tales told by the rustling leaves. Her constant companion was a fluffy, curious squirrel named Pip, who would scurry beside her, chattering happily and occasionally pausing to nibble on a nut. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their adventures. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the gentle crunch underfoot added a rhythmic melody to their journey. They wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a mysterious, shimmering light that danced through the trees. As they followed the light, they found themselves in a small clearing they had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Beneath the tree, nestled among the roots, was a tiny door, barely visible beneath a curtain of ivy. The door was carved with intricate patterns of stars and moons, glowing softly in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Lila gently brushed aside the ivy and knocked on the door. To her surprise, it swung open with a soft creak, revealing a cozy, lamp-lit room. Inside, an elderly badger named Thistle sat in a rocking chair, surrounded by shelves overflowing with books and jars of herbs. His eyes twinkled with the wisdom of countless years, and his fur was as silver as moonlit clouds. "Welcome, dear visitors," Thistle greeted with a warm smile. "I've been expecting you." Lila and Pip exchanged a surprised glance, then stepped inside. The room was filled with the comforting scent of lavender and chamomile, and a gentle fire crackled in the hearth, casting a soft glow over the walls. "I am the keeper of the forest's secrets," Thistle explained, inviting Lila and Pip to sit by the fire. "This forest is alive with magic, but its wonders are often hidden from those who do not know where to look." Lila listened intently, her heart brimming with wonder. She and Pip shared tales of their adventures, while Thistle nodded thoughtfully, occasionally adding a nugget of wisdom or a gentle chuckle. As the evening wore on, Thistle spoke of a much older magic, a magic that connected all living things, from the tiniest ant to the tallest tree. It was a magic of understanding, of empathy, and of friendship. He told them that the forest had chosen Lila for a special task, to remind the villagers of the magic that lay in their hearts and in the world around them. "How can I do that?" Lila asked, her voice a whisper in the quiet room. "By being yourself," Thistle replied, his eyes soft with kindness. "By sharing your stories, your laughter, and your love. The light within you will guide the way." As the fire burned low, Thistle gifted Lila a small, star-shaped pendant. "This will remind you that you are never alone," he said. "The forest will always be with you." With the pendant nestled safely in her pocket, Lila and Pip bid Thistle farewell and made their way back through the forest. The moon lit their path, and the stars twinkled like friends in the night sky. Back in Willowbrook, Lila shared her newfound understanding with the villagers. She told them of the forest's magic, of the beauty in every leaf, every breeze, and every sunrise. Slowly, the village began to change. Gardens flourished with new life, and laughter filled the air as neighbors came together, sharing stories and helping one another. Pip, ever the curious squirrel, became a beloved figure in the village, darting about with news and joy. Lila's heart swelled with happiness as she watched the village rediscover the magic she had always felt. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where the river sang and the trees whispered, Lila and her friends found a deeper connection with each other and the world around them. They learned that true magic was not in grand gestures, but in the simple acts of kindness and the gentle bonds of friendship. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila held Thistle's words close to her heart, teaching the next generation the same lessons of love and wonder. The star-shaped pendant remained a cherished reminder of that enchanting evening in the forest, a token of the magic that would forever illuminate their lives. And so, under a sky filled with stars, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, cradled in the arms of the gentle magic that had brought them together. The end. Story 19. In the serene village of Bramblewood, nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a young girl named Clara. Her cottage, with its moss-covered thatched roof and ivy-draped walls, was a warm haven filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the gentle hum of her grandmother's spinning wheel. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara would sit by the window, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. One crisp autumn day, the forest seemed to beckon Clara with a new kind of allure. The leaves, in their full autumnal glory of amber and gold, danced in the cool breeze, whispering secrets only the trees knew. Clara, feeling an irresistible pull, donned her woolen cloak and set out towards the forest, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and curiosity. The forest was a world unto itself, brimming with life and mystery. As Clara wandered deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. The gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots was the only sound until she heard a soft, melodic chatter. Following the sound, she discovered a small, sparkling brook where a peculiar creature was perched on a stone, its tiny wings glistening in the dappled sunlight. The creature was a fairy, no bigger than Clara's hand, with eyes like dew-kissed violets and hair that shimmered like starlight. Clara and the fairy regarded each other with mutual curiosity. "Hello," Clara ventured softly, her breath visible in the crisp air. "I've never met a fairy before. The fairy fluttered its wings in greeting, its voice a gentle chiming. "And I have never met a human who listens to the whispers of the forest. My name is Lyra, and you are most welcome here." As the day wore on, Clara and Lyra shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of the hidden magic in each leaf and stone, while Clara talked of the village, its bustling market, and the cozy evenings by the fire. A bond of friendship began to form, as natural and steady as the flow of the brook beside them. However, the forest held mysteries more profound than either of them realized. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows, a sudden chill swept through the air. Lyra's wings fluttered nervously. "The enchanted oak," she whispered, glancing towards a towering tree whose branches seemed to cradle the sky. "It holds a secret, a magic older than time itself, but something has disturbed its slumber." Clara, feeling a sense of purpose, suggested, "Perhaps we can help the oak, together." With a nod of agreement, Lyra and Clara approached the ancient tree. Its bark was marked with intricate patterns like a tapestry woven by nature. Clara placed her hand gently upon it, feeling a warmth that spread through her fingers. The oak, sensing their kindness, began to speak in a voice that was a low, gentle rumble. "Long have I watched over this forest, but a shadow has crept into my roots, causing unrest. To restore the balance, you must find the heartstone, hidden deep within my branches." With determination in their hearts, Clara and Lyra set about their task. Lyra's wings shimmered as she fluttered upwards, guiding Clara's gaze to a hollow high in the branches. There, nestled like a sleeping fawn, was the heartstone, a gem glowing with a soft inner light. Clara, climbing carefully, reached for the heartstone, feeling its warmth pulse gently in her hands. With a sense of awe, she placed it at the base of the oak. Immediately, a radiant light enveloped the tree, spreading through the forest like a wave of peace and tranquility. The oak, now restored, whispered its gratitude. "Thank you, brave ones. Your friendship and courage have rekindled the magic of this land." As the last light of day faded into the comforting embrace of twilight, Clara and Lyra knew it was time to return. Hand in hand, they made their way back, the path now aglow with the gentle luminescence of fireflies, a soft breeze guiding them. Back at the edge of the forest, Lyra hovered beside Clara, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "Our worlds are richer for having met, dear Clara. Remember, the forest is always here for you, as am I." Clara nodded, feeling a warmth in her heart that was not just from the evening's adventure, but from the bond of an unexpected friendship. "I will visit often, Lyra. Thank you for showing me the magic of the forest." With a final farewell, Clara returned to her village, the lights of her cottage welcoming her home. As she settled into bed, the gentle rustle of the forest lingered in her mind, a lullaby of leaves and laughter, carrying her into a peaceful, dream-filled sleep. From that day forward, Clara and Lyra's friendship flourished, a testament to the wonders that await when we open our hearts to the magic of the world around us. And in the heart of Bramblewood, the forest thrived, its secrets safe and its magic ever watchful, guided by the gentle wisdom of an ancient oak and the kindness of a little girl and her fairy friend. Story 20. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between misty emerald hills and a lush, whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had the keen eyes of an artist, always observing, sketching the world around him with charcoal on scraps of parchment. His village, known for its vibrant tapestry of wildflowers and the gentle murmur of its babbling brook, was a place where stories were woven with the same care as a grandmother's quilt. Finn, however, often felt like a thread that didn't quite belong. His family were skilled weavers, crafting the finest fabrics in all the land. But Finn's heart was drawn to the colors of the sky at dusk, the play of light on leaves, and the songs of the wind. His daydreams often led him to the edge of the forest, where whispers of ancient tales beckoned him deeper. One serene afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Finn found himself wandering along a path he hadn't taken before. It led him to the foot of a grand, gnarled oak tree, its branches spreading wide like the arms of an old friend. There, on a low-hanging bough, perched a creature he had only heard of in hushed bedtime tales, a fairy. Her wings shimmered with the hues of twilight, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed petals. Her name was Leora, and she belonged to the ethereal world of the Fae, a realm of luminescent glades and moonlit dances. Unlike Finn, who saw himself as a solitary brushstroke on the canvas of life, Leora was a kaleidoscope of colors, flitting from one enchanting scene to the next with the joyous abandon only a fairy could possess. At first, their meeting was awkward, like two melodies struggling to find harmony. Finn, awed and a little fearful, stumbled over his words, unsure how to speak to a being of magic. Leora, accustomed to the fluid grace of her kind, found Finn's earnestness both endearing and puzzling. However, curiosity drew them together, the same way the moon pulls the tide. Their initial conversations were filled with misunderstandings. Finn, trying to explain the beauty he saw in the mundane, often found his words tangling like vines. Leora, whose world was woven from enchantment, struggled to grasp the simple joys of a sunset or the comfort of a warm hearth. Yet, beneath their differences, a seed of friendship was quietly taking root. One day, as they explored the edges of their worlds, they stumbled upon a patch of forest that seemed to be wilting, its leaves drooping and its flowers losing their vibrant hues. Finn, with his artist's eye, noticed the subtle graying of the world around them, while Leora felt an unsettling chill in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Determined to help, they decided to seek the wisdom of the elder tree, an ancient sentinel of the woods, whose bark was etched with the stories of ages past. The journey was long and fraught with challenges. They had to navigate through dense thickets where shadows played tricks on their eyes and cross streams that whispered secrets in languages forgotten by time. As they journeyed, their bond deepened. Finn, who had always felt out of place, found comfort in Leora's gentle laughter and her tales of the Fae. In turn, Leora discovered the beauty in the world Finn cherished, how each leaf, each stone, held a story of its own. Together, they learned to listen to the forest, to hear its silent cries and its hidden songs. Their path was not without trials. There were moments when their differences threatened to tear them apart. Finn, weary from the journey, sometimes doubted their quest, questioning whether a simple boy could truly make a difference. Leora, used to the immediacy of magic, grew frustrated by the slow, deliberate pace of the human world. Yet in those moments of doubt, they found strength in each other's presence. Finn, with his quiet determination, taught Leora the value of patience and perseverance. Leora, with her boundless energy and hope, reminded Finn of the magic in believing, in daring to dream. When they finally reached the elder tree, they were weary but resolute. The tree, ancient and wise, listened to their tale with a creaking nod. It spoke of a blight, a shadow creeping from the heart of the forest, feeding on neglect and misunderstanding. The solution, it told them, lay not in magic or strength, but in harmony and understanding. Taking the elder tree's words to heart, Finn and Leora set about healing the forest. They worked side by side, their efforts a symphony of human ingenuity and Fey magic. Finn sketched plans to redirect sunlight to the ailing plants, while Leora wove enchantments to nurture the soil and encourage new growth. As the days passed, the forest began to revive, its colors returning and its songs growing stronger. The bond between Finn and Leora blossomed, rooted in the understanding that their differences were not barriers, but bridges. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, not in sameness, but in celebrating the unique gifts each brought to the other. With the forest healed, Finn and Leora returned to the village of Elderglen. The villagers, once skeptical of the boy's wanderings, now saw him in a new light. They marveled at the vibrant sketches that adorned the walls of their homes, each one a testament to the harmony of two worlds. In the evenings, as the village gathered around the hearth, Finn and Leora would share their stories. The warmth of the fire would dance in their eyes, and their words would weave a tapestry of adventure and friendship, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing the unknown. And so, in the quiet village of Elderglen, under the watchful gaze of the stars, a boy and a fairy taught the world that the truest magic of all is the bond of friendship, where hearts speak a universal language of kindness and understanding. Story 21. In a quaint village nestled between verdant hills and a shimmering lake, there was a place where the whisper of the wind through the trees was as familiar as the laughter of friends. The village was home to all manner of creatures, from the industrious squirrels that scurried among the branches to the wise old owls who kept watch from the treetops. Among these inhabitants was a gentle hedgehog named Hazel. Hazel was known for her intricate garden, where flowers bloomed in a riot of color and herbs released sweet scents with every breeze. Her prickly exterior belied a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days tending to her plants and sharing their bounty with her neighbors. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like tiny diamonds on the grass, Hazel noticed a commotion near the edge of her garden. Curiosity piqued, she waddled over, her spines rustling softly. There, amidst the daisies, was a peculiar sight indeed, a small, trembling bird with feathers as black as midnight and eyes like polished amber. "Hello there," Hazel said in her soft, soothing voice. "Are you lost, little one?" The bird, startled, flapped its wings in a flurry of panic, sending a cascade of petals into the air. "I am not lost," it chirped defensively. "I am a raven, and I do not need help from a mere hedgehog." Hazel chuckled gently, unoffended by the bird's abruptness. "Well, whether you need it or not, Raven, you're welcome to rest here as long as you like. My name is Hazel." Raven, who had indeed been a bit lost, albeit unwilling to admit it, eyed Hazel warily. The hedgehog's calm demeanor was unusual for someone who had just encountered a creature of the skies, a world apart from her own. Days passed, and though Raven stayed near the garden, keeping mostly to himself, Hazel continued her work, humming softly as she tended to her plants. At first, Raven found it difficult to understand how someone could find joy in such simple tasks, but gradually the rhythmic melody of Hazel's humming began to soothe his restless spirit. One afternoon, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the garden, a storm began to brew. The wind picked up, rattling the trees, and the first drops of rain tapped insistently on leaves and petals. Raven, who had never seen a storm so fierce, felt a knot of anxiety twist in his chest. Hazel, noticing his unease, beckoned him towards the safety of a little burrow at the base of her favorite oak tree. "Come, Raven, take shelter with me. The storm will pass, and it's always better to wait it out with company." Reluctantly, Raven joined Hazel beneath the oak. As the rain poured down, a cozy silence enveloped them, broken only by the gentle patter of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder. In that shared silence, a tentative bridge of understanding began to form between the sky-dweller and the earthbound. The storm eventually passed, leaving the world fresh and glistening with raindrops that sparkled in the renewed sunlight. Raven spread his wings to shake off the rain, feeling a lightness he hadn't known before. "Thank you, Hazel," he said, his voice softer now, touched by the kindness he had received. "I have seen many storms, but none quite like this." "You are always welcome," Hazel replied, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Though our worlds may be different, the storms we face are not so unlike one another." As the days turned to weeks, Raven and Hazel spent more time together. Hazel taught Raven about the healing properties of her herbs and the beauty in the small, unnoticed details of life on the ground. In turn, Raven shared stories of the sky, of distant lands he had glimpsed, and the endless blue that stretched beyond the horizon. There was one evening, as they sat beneath the starlit sky, that Raven spoke of his longing to return to his flock. "I miss the sky," he admitted, his eyes reflecting the twinkling stars, "but I also don't want to leave this newfound friendship." Hazel, understanding the pull of home, nodded. "True friends remain in your heart, no matter the distance. And besides, you can visit any time. My garden will always be here for you." Their bond, forged in the trials of the storm and nurtured by mutual respect and understanding, had grown into something neither had expected. Misunderstandings had given way to growth, and their shared challenges had brought them closer together. When the time came for Raven to take to the skies once more, he did so with a heart full of gratitude and a promise to return. As he soared higher, the village below became a patchwork of colors, with Hazel's garden a vibrant splash of life in the midst of it. The wind beneath his wings felt like an embrace, carrying with it the scent of flowers and the warmth of friendship. And so, in that small village by the lake, where the air was always filled with the music of nature, a hedgehog and a raven discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds, born of kindness and the courage to understand one another. Story 22. In the quaint, timeless village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was known for his kind heart and love for the simple joys of life, like the sound of rain on leaves and the sight of fireflies dancing at dusk. Yet, deep within him, there was a quiet yearning, a longing for change he could not quite understand. Finn had always lived in the comfortable familiarity of his grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls. The cottage sat at the edge of the enchanted forest, a place of wonder that seemed both inviting and mysterious. Despite its allure, Finn hesitated to venture into its depths, fearing the unknown changes it might bring. One day, as the autumn sun cast a golden glow over Willowbrook, Finn found himself standing at the forest's edge. The leaves rustled in a gentle breeze, whispering secrets only the heart could hear. It was then that he noticed a peculiar shimmer among the trees, a soft, inviting glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Curiosity piqued. Finn stepped forward, his feet crunching the carpet of fallen leaves, each step taking him deeper into the forest's embrace. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the path ahead seemed to beckon him onward. As Finn wandered further, he encountered a wise old fox named Oliver, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. Oliver had seen many things in his lifetime and was known as the guardian of the forest. He greeted Finn with a warm nod and said, "You seek something, young one, though perhaps you do not yet know what it is." Finn, feeling a strange kinship with the fox, replied, "I feel a change stirring within me, Oliver, but I fear what it might bring." Oliver chuckled softly, his fur glowing in the dappled sunlight. "Change is but a part of the journey, Finn. It is not to be feared but embraced, for it brings growth and understanding." With Oliver's words echoing in his heart, Finn continued his journey, feeling a newfound courage blooming within him. As he walked deeper into the forest, the path led him to a glistening pond, its surface like liquid glass reflecting the world above. Here, surrounded by the tranquil beauty of nature, Finn felt a strange sense of peace wash over him. At the pond's edge, he met a graceful swan named Serene, whose feathers shimmered like moonlight on water. Serene spoke in a melodious voice, "The pond reflects all that is around it, just as your heart reflects your true self. Embrace the reflection, for in it lies the key to your transformation." Her words lingered in Finn's mind as he gazed into the pond, seeing not just his reflection, but the myriad possibilities of who he could become. It was a moment of clarity where the fear of change began to dissolve, replaced by the promise of what could be. With newfound resolve, Finn continued his journey, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, he came across a clearing where a circle of ancient oaks stood guard. In their midst, an old, wise owl named Eldrin perched, his eyes gleaming with the light of the stars. Eldrin hooted softly, a sound as soothing as a lullaby. "You have traveled far on this path of discovery, dear Finn. What have you learned?" Finn smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I've learned that change is not something to fear but to embrace, that within it lies the potential for growth and transformation, much like the forest around us." The owl nodded approvingly, his feathers rustling like pages of a cherished book. "Indeed, Finn, the forest has taught you well. Remember, you are never alone on this journey. The friends you make and the wisdom you gain will guide you through the changing tides of life." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Finn felt a sense of completion. He had entered the forest with trepidation, but now he emerged with a heart full of courage and hope. As Finn made his way back to Willowbrook, the stars twinkling overhead like a blanket of diamonds, he realized that the forest had not only mirrored his inner journey, but had also become a part of him. He was no longer the same Finn who had stood hesitantly at its edge. Returning to his grandmother's cottage, Finn felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey he had undertaken and the magical friends he had met along the way. He understood now that change was a natural part of life, a gift that allowed him to grow and discover the beautiful potential within himself. And so, with a heart full of newfound wisdom and a spirit as serene as the forest pond, Finn lay down to sleep, comforted by the gentle rustle of the trees outside his window and the soft glow of the moonlight. He knew that whatever changes tomorrow might bring, he would face them with the courage and grace of a heart open to transformation. In the peaceful stillness of the night, Willowbrook slumbered, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the enchanted forest and the promise of a new dawn. Finn's dreams were filled with the comforting presence of Oliver, Serene, and Eldrin, reminding him that he was never truly alone on his journey of personal growth and magical transformation. Story 23. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst whispering forests and gleaming streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as open as the sky and an imagination that danced with the stars. Every day after school, she wandered through the cobblestone paths of her village, her eyes wide with wonder at the tales the wind carried and the secrets the trees seemed to share. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the ground in hues of gold and amber, Lila stumbled upon an old, forgotten shop at the edge of the village. The wooden sign above the door creaked in the breeze, its faded letters spelling the Curiosity Cabinet. Intrigued, Lila pushed open the door, a tinkling bell announcing her arrival. Inside, the shop was a treasure trove of peculiar objects, each more fascinating than the last. Shelves were stacked with dusty tomes, jars of glittering powders, and curious trinkets that seemed to hum with a life of their own. It was here that Lila's eyes fell upon a small, unassuming music box, nestled among an assortment of oddities. The box was simple yet elegant, its wood polished to a warm glow that seemed to invite her touch. As Lila wound the little key on its side, the music box sprang to life with a gentle melody that filled the air, sweet and lilting. But as the notes danced around her, Lila noticed something extraordinary. The world around her seemed to shimmer and shift, and she found herself standing in a sunlit meadow, the air filled with the scent of wildflowers and the distant song of a babbling brook. Lila turned around, her eyes widening with wonder as she realized she was no longer in the shop. Before her stood a kindly old woman with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. Her clothes were woven from the colors of the forest, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear one," she said. "I am Serafina, keeper of the Enchanted Meadow." Serafina explained that the music box was a magical artifact, a portal to a realm where dreams and reality wove together like threads in a tapestry. "You have been chosen, Lila, to embark on a journey of discovery," she said. "There are many wonders and lessons to be found here, but also a challenge that requires the wisdom of your heart." With Serafina as her guide, Lila set off through the meadow, her heart alight with anticipation. Along the way, she met a host of charming companions. A mischievous squirrel named Pippin, whose laughter was as infectious as the rustling leaves. A wise old owl named Oliver, whose eyes seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. And a gentle breeze named Zephyra, who whispered stories of the world beyond. Together, they journeyed through lush forests and sparkling streams, each step revealing new marvels. The trees whispered tales of ancient times, the flowers sang of forgotten dreams, and the streams murmured secrets of the heart. Lila listened with rapt attention, her mind weaving these stories into her own. But soon they came upon a challenge, a tall, glistening wall of crystal that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was beautiful yet imposing, its surface reflecting the world in a kaleidoscope of colors. "This is the wall of reflection," Serafina explained. "It is said that only those who truly know themselves can pass through." Lila gazed at her reflection, her heart pondering the journey she had embarked upon. She saw not just her own image, but the faces of her companions, the laughter they shared, the wisdom they imparted, and the gentle breezes that had guided her. It was in these reflections that Lila realized the true magic of the journey was not in the destination, but in the friendships forged and the lessons learned along the way. With a newfound understanding, Lila placed her hand upon the wall. To her amazement, the crystal shimmered and parted, revealing a path bathed in golden light. Her companions cheered, their voices a chorus of joy that filled the air. On the other side of the wall, they found a serene garden, its beauty a testament to the harmony of the world. Serafina smiled, her eyes filled with pride. "You have learned well, dear Lila," she said. "The greatest secrets are those that lie within, and the truest journeys are those of the heart." As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the garden, Lila felt a gentle tug, as if a thread of light was guiding her back to the village. She hugged her friends tightly, promising to carry their memories with her always. With a final nod from Serafina, Lila found herself once again standing in the curiosity cabinet, the music box resting quietly in her hands. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit alight with the magic of the meadow, Lila walked home, the melody of the music box still echoing in her ears. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber that night, she knew that the world was brimming with magic, waiting for those with open hearts to discover its wonders. And in the village of Willowbrook, the story of Lila and her journey through the enchanted meadow would be told for generations, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies in friendship, wisdom, and the courage to look within. In a tranquil village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, ancient forest, there lived a gentle creature named Finn. Finn was a fox with a soft russet coat and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Unlike the other foxes in the village, Finn had an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the familiar woods. On the other side of the forest, across the rolling hills and past the bubbling brook, lay a bustling town where a young cat named Willow resided. Willow was sleek and graceful, with fur as black as midnight and a heart full of dreams about the wild, untamed lands she'd never seen. Though they lived in different worlds, Finn and Willow were bound by a shared longing for adventure and discovery. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves swirled in a dance of gold and crimson, they set out from their respective homes, each driven by a whisper of the unknown. Their paths crossed at the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering beams. Finn, ever the cautious observer, was intrigued by Willow's confident stride and the way her eyes seemed to reflect the very stars that guided him through the night. "Hello," Finn greeted, his voice a gentle rustle among the leaves. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Willow paused, her tail flicking with curiosity. "I'm on a journey to see what lies beyond the town," she replied, her voice as smooth as a gentle breeze. "And you?" "I'm exploring too," Finn said, his eyes bright with excitement. "Perhaps we could travel together?" Though their worlds were different, the promise of companionship was irresistible. With a nod of agreement, they set off deeper into the forest, side by side. As they ventured into the woodland, their differences became apparent. Finn's instincts led him to tread carefully, alert to the whispers of the forest, while Willow's adventurous spirit urged her to leap ahead, curious about every sound and scent. It wasn't long before their contrasting natures led to a misunderstanding. Finn paused at the edge of a wide, bubbling stream, his ears twitching thoughtfully. "We should find a way around," he suggested, remembering the stories of deep waters and slippery stones. Willow, on the other hand, saw only the thrill of the challenge. "We can cross it," she insisted, her eyes gleaming with determination. "We just need to leap from stone to stone." The disagreement left a tension in the air, their mutual inexperience with each other's worlds creating a rift. Yet it was in that moment of uncertainty that they learned the first lesson of friendship, the importance of understanding. Taking a deep breath, Finn considered Willow's perspective. "Perhaps you're right," he conceded, "but let's take it slow and help each other across." With newfound respect, they approached the stream together. Finn showed Willow the safest stones to step on, and Willow encouraged Finn to trust his instincts. Hand in paw, they made their way across, laughter bubbling up as they splashed each other playfully. Their shared adventure continued, leading them to a hidden grove where the air was rich with the scent of pine and the ground cushioned with moss. As dusk settled in, casting an amber glow over the forest, they settled beneath a towering oak, its branches whispering ancient secrets. As they rested, Willow spoke of her life in the town, where adventure was found in the bustling markets and the maze of alleyways. Finn, in turn, shared tales of the village, where the rhythm of the seasons guided every creature, and the stars were his nightly companions. Through their stories, they discovered that despite their different backgrounds, they were bound by a similar longing to find their place in the world. As they continued their journey, they faced new challenges. A sudden storm darkened the sky one evening, the wind howling through the trees. Finn felt the familiar tug of fear in his chest, but Willow stood resolute, her presence a beacon of courage. Together, they sought shelter under a rocky overhang, huddled close as the rain pattered down in a soothing rhythm. In that shared space, their bond deepened. Finn marveled at Willow's strength, while Willow admired Finn's gentle wisdom. They learned to lean on each other, offering support and comfort in ways they had never known they needed. When the storm passed, the world was washed anew, the forest glistening with 1,000 droplets. Finn and Willow emerged, their hearts lighter, their friendship forged in the crucible of shared experience. As they neared the edge of the forest where their paths would diverge, a sense of melancholy settled over them. Yet it was accompanied by a profound gratitude for the journey they had shared. "Thank you, Finn," Willow said softly, her eyes reflecting the dawn, "for showing me the beauty of the forest." "And thank you, Willow," Finn replied, his voice warm with affection, "for teaching me the courage to face the unknown." With a promise to meet again, they parted ways, their hearts forever connected by the adventure they had shared. As Finn returned to his village, he found solace in the knowledge that friendship transcends boundaries, and that the bonds we form can illuminate even the darkest paths. Willow, back in her town, carried with her the wisdom to appreciate the wonders of the world, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest adventures are found in the company of an unlikely friend. In the quiet moments of night, when the world was hushed and still, each would look to the stars, knowing that somewhere out there a friend was looking back, and that the distance between them was bridged by the strength of their friendship. Story 25. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there stood a shop unlike any other. It was called the Emporium of Everyday Wonders, and it was filled to the brim with the most peculiar assortment of items. Shelves were lined with teapots that sang when the sun rose, picture frames that whispered stories of forgotten times, and clocks that ticked in perfect harmony with the beating of one's heart. The shop was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Pomeroy, whose eyes twinkled with a secret knowledge and whose smile was as warm as a summer breeze. But the true magic of the shop was not in its curious wares, but rather in the stories they held and the lives they touched. One chilly autumn morning, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Her cheeks were rosy from the crisp air, and her eyes were wide with curiosity. Clara was known in the village for her boundless imagination and her knack for finding wonder in the mundane. Today, she felt the pull of something special, something hidden in the depths of the Emporium. As she meandered through the aisles, Clara's fingers brushed against a dusty old broom propped up in the corner. It looked quite ordinary at first glance, with its straw bristles and wooden handle worn smooth by time. Yet, as her hand lingered, she felt a gentle thrumming, as if the broom held a heartbeat of its own. Intrigued, Clara lifted the broom, feeling a peculiar warmth spread from its handle into her fingertips. Mr. Pomeroy, who had been quietly observing from behind the counter, ambled over with a knowing grin. "Ah, you've found the broom of whispering winds," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It's been waiting for someone like you." Clara's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What makes it special?" she asked, hugging the broom a little closer. "Why, this broom has the ability to fly," Mr. Pomeroy replied, his words like a gentle breeze stirring the leaves. "But mind you, it only flies for those with kindness in their hearts and a willingness to listen to the whispers of the world." Eager to discover its secrets, Clara thanked Mr. Pomeroy and hurried outside. The village square was bustling with the sights and sounds of the morning market, but Clara found a quiet spot beneath a grand old oak tree, its leaves rustling softly in the wind. Taking a deep breath, she straddled the broom and whispered, "Please, show me what you can do." To her amazement, the broom trembled slightly before lifting off the ground, carrying her gently into the air. Clara's heart soared along with the broom, and she giggled with delight as they drifted above the village, her worries and fears left far below. As she flew, the world unfurled beneath her like a tapestry of hidden wonders. She saw the sunlit fields where wildflowers swayed in time with the melody of the breeze, and the winding river that wove its way through the land like a silken ribbon. But what caught her attention most was a small forest at the edge of the village, a place she had never dared to explore. Curiosity piqued. Clara guided the broom toward the forest. As they descended, she noticed the trees seemed to lean in, whispering secrets to one another in a language only they understood. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the soft chorus of birdsong. Upon landing, Clara was greeted by a pair of woodland creatures, a wise old owl named Oliver, with feathers like moonlit snow, and a gentle fox named Fern, whose eyes glistened with the colors of autumn. "Welcome, Clara," hooted Oliver, his voice deep and resonant. "We've been expecting you." Clara blinked in surprise. "You have?" Fern nodded, her bushy tail swishing through the fallen leaves. "Yes, we knew someone with an open heart would come to help us. There's a mystery here that needs unraveling, and we believe you're the one to do it." Intrigued and a little flustered, Clara agreed to help. Oliver and Fern led her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light danced in playful patterns on the forest floor. They stopped at a clearing where a large, ancient stone sat, covered in moss and etched with strange symbols. "This is the Stone of Forgotten Whispers," explained Oliver. "It holds the tales of the forest, but its voice has been silent for many years." Clara ran her fingers over the stone's cool surface, feeling the grooves of the ancient carvings. "How can we help it speak again?" she asked, looking to her new friends. "It requires a listener," Fern replied softly. "Someone who can hear the whispers of the past and understand their meaning." Clara closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. She focused on the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of the river, and the soft, persistent hum of the earth itself. Slowly, a pattern began to emerge, a rhythm that echoed the beating of her heart. In that moment, Clara understood. The stone's whispers were not words, but feelings: joy, sorrow, hope, and love, all woven together by time. She shared her realization with Oliver and Fern, her voice tinged with awe. "The stone stories are alive," she said, "and they need someone to remember them, to carry them forward." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara spent the afternoon listening to the stone's tales, sharing them with Oliver and Fern, who in turn promised to pass them on to the forest's inhabitants. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara knew she had found something truly magical. When it was time to return to the village, Clara mounted the broom once more, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. Oliver and Fern watched her rise into the sky, their eyes bright with friendship and admiration. As Clara flew back to the Emporium, she felt a profound connection to the world around her, a reminder that even the most ordinary of objects could hold extraordinary secrets. She landed softly in front of the shop, where Mr. Pomeroy awaited her with a warm smile. "Thank you," Clara said, returning the broom with a gentle pat. "Today was truly wondrous." Mr. Pomeroy nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Remember, Clara, magic is everywhere, if only we have the heart to see it." And so, with her heart full of wonder and her spirit light as air, Clara returned home, the whispers of the forest still echoing softly in her mind, a gentle reminder that the world was a tapestry of stories waiting to be told. As she tucked herself into bed that night, Clara knew she would forever listen for the whispers of the world, her dreams filled with the magic of everyday wonders. And as she drifted into slumber, she carried with her the comforting knowledge that she was never truly alone, surrounded by friends and stories that would guide her through life's adventures. Story 26. In a quaint village, nestled between the whispering woods and a shimmering lake, lived a young girl named Lila. The village, with its cobblestone pathways and vine-covered cottages, was a tapestry of color and warmth. Each morning, the sun would paint the rooftops golden, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers, mingling with the crisp freshness of the lake. Lila was a curious soul, her heart always yearning for the magical secrets the world held. Her days were spent wandering through the woods, her fingers brushing against the moss-covered trunks, and her ears attuned to the symphony of rustling leaves and chattering squirrels. But it was the nights that truly captured her imagination, for the village was known for its enchanted moonlit evenings. One cool autumn night, when the moon was full and the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, Lila felt a gentle tug at her soul. Wrapping herself in a soft woolen cloak, she slipped out of her cottage and made her way to the edge of the village, where the woods beckoned with their shadowy mysteries. As she walked, the crisp leaves crunched underfoot, their earthy aroma wrapping around her like a comforting hug. The air was cool, carrying with it the scent of pine and distant rain. Lila's feet led her to a clearing where the moonlight poured down like liquid silver, bathing everything in an ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching up to the heavens as if embracing the stars. Lila approached it with reverence, her hand reaching out to touch its gnarled bark. To her surprise, the tree shivered slightly, and a soft musical voice filled the air. "Greetings, young seeker," the tree whispered, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I am Eldon, guardian of the woods. What brings you here on this magical night?" Lila, though startled, felt a warmth spread through her heart. She had heard tales of a talking tree, but never in her wildest dreams had she imagined meeting him. "I seek to understand the magic of the world," she replied softly, her breath forming little clouds in the chilly air. "I want to learn the secrets that bind us all together." Eldon chuckled, a sound like the wind spiraling through the forest canopy. "Ah, the desire for knowledge is a noble quest. But remember, young one, true magic lies not in power, but in understanding and friendship." Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "How can I learn this magic?" "Follow the path of the glowing stones," Eldon instructed, his branches pointing towards a narrow trail that wound deeper into the woods. "There you will find what you seek." Thanking Eldon, Lila set off along the path, her heart fluttering with excitement. The stones, bathed in moonlight, glowed softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of trees. As she journeyed on, the woods around her seemed to hum with life, the sounds of nocturnal creatures serenading her passage. After a time, Lila came upon a glade where a gentle brook babbled harmoniously, its waters glistening under the moon's gaze. By the brook sat a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small fox-like animal with shimmering fur of emerald green. Its eyes, large and wise, glowed with an inner light, and around its neck hung a delicate necklace of tiny, twinkling stars. "Hello," Lila said softly, kneeling by the brook. "Who are you?" The creature tilted its head, a playful glint in its eyes. "I am Nox, keeper of the forest's secrets," it replied, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "Eldon sent you, did he not?" Lila nodded, captivated by the creature's gentle presence. "He did. He said I would find what I seek here." Nox nodded, a knowing smile playing at the corners of its mouth. "The truth you seek is simple yet profound, dear girl. The magic of the world is woven with threads of kindness, understanding, and friendship. These are the true powers that bind us all." As Lila listened, the glade seemed to wrap around her like a warm blanket, the sounds of the night weaving a lullaby of peace. "But how can I use this magic?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "By listening to your heart and the world around you," Nox replied, its eyes twinkling like the stars above. "Every creature, every tree, every stone has a story to tell. By understanding these stories, you learn the magic of empathy and connection." Lila pondered Nox's words, the truth resonating within her like a gentle melody. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the world, but about becoming part of it, about weaving her own story into the tapestry of life. As if sensing her understanding, Nox stood and approached her, its fur shimmering like dew-kissed grass. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Cherish each moment, and you will find the magic you seek." With those words, a gentle breeze stirred the glade, and Nox began to fade, its form dissolving into the starlit night. Lila watched, her heart a symphony of gratitude and wonder. As she made her way back through the woods, the path of glowing stones guiding her home, Lila felt a newfound sense of peace. She understood now that the magic she sought was not in distant lands or ancient spells, but within her, in the way she connected with the world and its many stories. When she finally reached her village, the first light of dawn was beginning to brush the sky with soft hues of pink and gold. Lila paused, taking in the beauty around her, her heart full and content. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and with each step she would uncover more of the wondrous magic that life had to offer. And so, with a gentle smile on her lips and a twinkle in her eye, Lila returned to her cottage, her dreams filled with the stories of the world and the promise of new adventures. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the village slept under the watchful gaze of the moon, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the enchanted night. Story 27. In a land where time seemed to pause at dusk, tucked away within a vast forest of whispering pines, there was a quaint village known as Bramblewood. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, ivy-clad cottages, and gardens overflowing with wildflowers. At the heart of Bramblewood, where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp, earthy air, lived a young girl named Lila. She was a kind-hearted soul, known for her gentle smile and the way she cared for the creatures of the forest. Lila's days were filled with the joyful chatter of birds and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. Her evenings, however, were often spent in the company of her books, which spoke of lands far away and creatures of unimaginable wonder. It was on one such evening, as the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds across the sky, that something extraordinary happened. In the forest beyond the village, a creature unlike any Lila had ever read about or imagined was watching the village lights flicker to life. This creature was a dragon, but not the fearsome kind that filled the pages of Lila's books. This dragon was small, with scales that shimmered like moonlit water, and eyes as deep and soulful as a midnight sky. His name was Thistle, and he had journeyed from the distant peaks of solitude, a realm wrapped in mist and mystery. Thistle had left his home in search of companionship, for though his world was beautiful, it was also lonesome. The other dragons were distant and aloof, their conversations as cold as the mountain winds. Thistle longed for laughter, for warmth, and for the kind of friendship that could light up the darkest night. One evening, driven by this longing, Thistle ventured closer to Bramblewood than ever before. As he approached the edge of the village, he stumbled upon Lila, who was collecting herbs by the glow of her lantern. Startled, Lila turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the dragon. Yet, instead of fear, her heart filled with a curious wonder. Here was a creature straight out of her stories, a living dream before her eyes. Thistle, sensing her openness, slowly unfurled his wings, which glistened like dew-kissed spider webs. Lila took a cautious step forward, then another, until she stood close enough to see the gentle rise and fall of Thistle's breaths. In that moment, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them, a silent promise of friendship. However, as days turned to weeks, their budding friendship faced its first test. The villagers, unaware of Thistle's gentle nature, feared for their safety. Rumors spread like wildfire, painting Thistle as a threat. Lila, torn between her loyalty to Thistle and her love for her village, found herself in a difficult position. She knew she needed to show the villagers the truth about her new friend. One particularly chilly evening, as the first snow began to fall, Lila gathered the villagers in the village square. With Thistle by her side, she spoke of his kindness, of how he had helped her find her way home through the forest on many a foggy night, and how he had healed a wounded fawn with the warmth of his breath. At first, the villagers listened with skepticism, their arms folded and expressions wary. It was then that Thistle, understanding the gravity of the moment, took a deep breath and blew a gentle stream of warm air over the crowd. The air shimmered with tiny, sparkling embers that rose and danced like fireflies in the winter air. The villagers gasped, not out of fear, but in awe of the beauty before them. Slowly, their expressions softened, and one by one, they stepped forward to greet Thistle. As the days passed, Thistle became a cherished part of the village. He helped the villagers in their daily tasks, using his strength to lift heavy loads and his breath to dry clothes on rainy days. In return, the villagers shared their stories and laughter with him, filling the void that had once been in his heart. Through these shared experiences, both Lila and Thistle learned the true meaning of friendship. They discovered that friendship is not bound by differences, but rather enriched by them. The misunderstandings that had once seemed so daunting became stepping stones to deeper understanding and mutual respect. Lila realized that while books could transport her to distant lands, it was through her friendship with Thistle that she truly learned about the world. Thistle, in turn, learned that while his homeland was beautiful, it was the connections he made that truly made a place feel like home. As winter melted into spring, Bramblewood blossomed with color and life. The village thrived, not just because of the dragon's presence, but because of the spirit of unity and acceptance he had brought with him. And every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lila and Thistle would sit together on the hill overlooking the village, watching the stars flicker to life. grateful for the bond that had brought such warmth and joy into their lives. In the gentle embrace of friendship, they found a light that shone brighter than any star, a light that would guide them through any darkness and fill their hearts with endless warmth. And so, in the little village of Bramblewood, nestled amidst the whispering pines, the most unlikely of companions found their happily ever after, proving that true friendship knows no boundaries, and that love, in its purest form, can bridge even the widest of worlds. Story 28. In a quiet village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her golden hair shimmered like the sunlit meadows, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unasked questions. The villagers were fond of Lila, for she had a heart as warm as the hearths that glowed in their homes each evening. Lila had always been drawn to the forest, a place filled with secrets and stories that seemed to float on the breeze. The trees towered like ancient guardians, their leaves dancing in the soft whispers of the wind. To Lila, the forest was a world of endless wonder, where the rustling of leaves was a gentle lullaby, and the scent of pine and earth was a comforting embrace. One misty morning, as the sun began to peek over the horizon, Lila decided to explore deeper into the woods than she ever had before. Her footsteps were light on the moss-carpeted ground, and the air was cool with the promise of adventure. As she walked, the forest seemed to welcome her, the branches parting slightly to let her through. After some time, Lila came across a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like an old friend offering a hug. Beneath its sprawling canopy, the ground was dappled with sunlight, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. And in the heart of this clearing sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever encountered, a fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as a summer sky. The fox was curled into a fluffy ball, its tail wrapped around its body like a silken scarf. As Lila approached, the fox lifted its head, and its eyes met hers with a gaze that was both wise and kind. "Hello there," Lila said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I've never seen a fox like you before. Are you lost?" The fox blinked slowly, and to Lila's amazement it spoke. "Not lost, dear child, simply waiting." "Waiting for what?" Lila asked, kneeling down to be closer to the fox. "For someone like you," the fox replied, its voice as gentle as the breeze. "Someone who listens to the forest and hears its stories." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. "What stories? Can you tell me?" The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with a touch of magic. "The forest is full of tales, of friendships and discoveries. But there is one tale that you must hear today. It is the story of the moonflower and the sunbeam." Settling into the soft grass, Lila listened intently as the fox began its tale. Once, in a hidden glen, there lived a moonflower who only bloomed under the gentle light of the moon. She was shy and reserved, afraid of the bright sun that she believed would wilt her delicate petals. Yet, she longed to see the world bathed in sunlight, to feel its warmth on her face. One day, a curious sunbeam danced its way through the forest, flickering through the leaves and casting playful shadows. It noticed the moonflower and paused, intrigued by her beauty. "Why do you hide during the day?" asked the sunbeam, its voice a soft, golden melody. The moonflower sighed, her petals quivering with uncertainty. "I fear the sun's light will be too harsh," she confessed. The sunbeam, understanding her fear, smiled gently. "Perhaps you do not need to fear what you do not know. Come, let me show you the world in a different light." Encouraged by the sunbeam's kindness, the moonflower decided to open her petals to the day. As the first rays of sunlight touched her, she felt a warmth unlike any she had ever known. The sunbeam guided her, showing her the beauty of the world illuminated by the sun, the vibrant colors of the morning dew, the laughter of the river as it flowed over pebbles, the songs of the birds as they welcomed the dawn. In time, the moonflower learned that both the moon and the sun had their own magic, and she bloomed under both, embracing the day and night with equal joy. As the fox finished the story, Lila sat quietly, pondering the lessons hidden in the tale. "Thank you for sharing such a beautiful story," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I think the moonflower was very brave." "Indeed she was," the fox agreed, its eyes soft with understanding. "And bravery often leads us to discover the wonders we never knew we could see." With a newfound sense of wonder, Lila realized that the world was full of stories waiting to be discovered, each one a path to understanding and friendship. She reached out and gently touched the fox's paw, feeling the warmth of connection between them. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. She stood, her heart light and her spirit lifted by the day's adventures. "Will I see you again?" Lila asked the fox, who now lay comfortably in the shade of the oak. "Whenever you listen to the whispers of the forest," the fox replied, "I will be here, sharing its stories with you." With a smile and a wave, Lila turned and began her journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the trees more welcoming, as if they too were part of the magical story she had just heard. As she stepped out of the forest and into the fading light of evening, Lila felt a peacefulness settle over her like a soft, warm blanket. She knew that the forest and its stories would always be there, a gentle reminder of the magic in the world and the power of friendship and discovery. And so, with her heart full of the day's wonders, Lila returned home, ready to dream of moonflowers, sunbeams, and the enchanting whispers of the forest. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stars, there lived a young fox named Finn. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled like the morning dew. Finn was known throughout the forest for his curiosity and gentle heart, which often led him on adventures filled with wonder and discovery. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of pink and lavender, Finn ventured to the edge of his familiar woods. He had heard stories from the elder animals about the Enchanted Glade, a mystical place said to be hidden beyond the great oak trees, where the air shimmered with magic and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed in the moonlight. Finn's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. This was the night he would find the glade. As he padded softly through the forest, the leaves beneath his paws crackled like the gentle popping of a warm fire, and the cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. The forest was alive with the soft rustles of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly routines. Along his path, Finn was joined by a peculiar companion, a small, luminescent moth named Luna. Her wings sparkled like tiny stars, casting a soft glow that illuminated their way. Luna had long watched Finn's adventures from afar and was intrigued by his unwavering courage and kindness. "Where might you be headed on such a fine evening, dear Finn?" Luna asked in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I'm seeking the Enchanted Glade," Finn replied, his voice filled with quiet determination. Luna fluttered beside him, intrigued. "Ah, the Glade of Wonders. Many have sought it, but few have found it. It is said that only those with a pure heart and open mind can see its hidden path." Finn nodded, feeling a warm glow spread through his chest. He believed the legends and knew that the journey, regardless of its outcome, would be a tale worth telling. As the duo journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered various challenges. A narrow stream blocked their path, its waters sparkling under the moonlight. Without hesitation, Finn leaped gracefully across, turning back to offer Luna his tail as a bridge. With a grateful nod, the little moth fluttered safely to the other side. Further along, they found themselves in a grove of whispering willows, whose long branches swayed like gentle waves. Here the air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the ground was soft with moss. The willows spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of times long past with those who cared to listen. Finn paused to absorb their wisdom, his ears twitching as he caught snippets of tales about the magic woven into the very fabric of the forest. It was here that Luna shared her own story, a tale of a moth who had once been afraid of the dark but had learned to find her light by embracing the unknown. Inspired by Luna's courage, Finn felt his own resolve deepen. Together, they pressed onward, their path illuminated by Luna's gentle glow and the flickering fireflies that danced around them. At long last, they reached the edge of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal the Enchanted Glade. It was more beautiful than Finn had ever imagined. The flowers indeed glowed softly, their colors shifting and changing like the hues of a sunset. The air hummed with a gentle magic, and the stars above seemed to shine brighter here, as if drawn to the glade's enchantment. Finn and Luna entered the glade, their hearts filled with a sense of awe and peace. In the center stood a small pond, its waters clear and still, reflecting the night sky like a mirror. Finn approached the pond and saw not only his reflection, but also glimpses of his journey. Each leap, each whisper, each moment of kindness shared. As they rested by the pond, Finn realized that the true magic of the glade was not in its beauty, but in the journey he had taken to find it. The friendships he had formed, the wisdom he had gained, and the courage he had discovered within himself were the real treasures. Luna settled beside him, her light mingling with the glade's glow. "You see, dear Finn," she said softly, "the magic of the glade is in the heart that seeks it." Finn nodded, understanding that sometimes the journey is as important as the destination. He curled up on the soft grass, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath him and the cool breeze on his fur. Luna nestled close, her presence a comforting light in the darkness. As the night deepened and the stars watched over the peaceful glade, Finn drifted into a gentle sleep, his dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. And in the quiet, magical heart of the enchanted glade, all was well. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves and rustling branches sang secrets of times long past, lay a realm where nature and magic danced in eternal harmony. This was a place where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, dappling the forest floor in a patchwork of light and shadow. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody that echoed through the woods. Nestled within this verdant sanctuary was a small glen, hidden away from the eyes of the outside world. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Foxes with fur as fiery as autumn leaves prowled the underbrush, while rabbits with coats as soft as down darted through the grass. Birds of every hue flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a symphony that celebrated the beauty of the world. At the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if reaching for the heavens. This oak was the heart of the forest, a sentinel that had stood watch for centuries. It was said that the tree held the wisdom of the ages, its roots entwined with the very essence of the earth. Beneath its sprawling boughs, the creatures of the forest gathered to share stories and learn from the past. One such gathering was taking place as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The creatures assembled in a circle, their eyes reflecting the warm glow of the setting sun. At the center of the circle sat an elderly tortoise, his shell etched with intricate patterns that told the tale of his many years. His name was Thistle, and he was the keeper of the forest's lore. "Gather round, my friends," Thistle began, his voice a gentle rumble that resonated through the clearing. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the season's song, a story passed down through the generations, a story of how our world came to be in harmony with the changing times." As Thistle spoke, the creatures settled in, their ears attuned to the timeless tale. The air grew still, and the forest seemed to lean in, eager to hear the story unfold. Long ago, when the world was still young, and the magic of the forest was untamed, the seasons were wild and unpredictable, Thistle continued, his eyes glinting with the reflection of ancient stars. The winters were fierce and unyielding, the summers blazed with relentless heat, and the spring and autumn were fleeting whispers of change. The creatures listened intently, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the tumultuous world described by Thistle. In those days, the forest was a place of chaos, and its inhabitants struggled to survive, Thistle said, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. But among the creatures of the forest, there lived a wise and gentle deer named Bramble. She saw the suffering of her fellow creatures and longed to bring peace to their troubled world. As the name Bramble left Thistle's lips, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, as if the forest itself remembered the noble deer and her quest for harmony. Bramble sought the counsel of the ancient oak, Thistle continued, nodding towards the towering tree that loomed above them. The oak, with its deep roots and far-reaching branches, had seen the world change many times and held the wisdom of the earth within its heart. The creatures shifted closer, eager to hear how Bramble's journey would unfold. The oak spoke to Bramble in a voice as ancient as time itself, guiding her to seek the source of the season's turmoil, Thistle recounted. With courage in her heart and the oak's wisdom in her mind, Bramble set out on a journey that would take her to the very edge of the forest and beyond. The creatures imagined Bramble, her graceful form moving through the forest with purpose, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Through sun-drenched meadows and shadowy glades, Bramble traveled, her spirit unwavering in the face of the unknown, Thistle said, his voice carrying the rhythm of a gentle lullaby. She encountered many challenges along the way, but with each step she grew stronger and wiser, her heart echoing with the song of the forest. The creatures listened, their own hearts beating in time with the story's melody. At last, Bramble came to the foot of a great mountain, its peak shrouded in mist and mystery, Thistle continued, his eyes gleaming with the light of the moon that now hung in the sky. It was said that atop this mountain lived the spirit of the seasons, a being of immense power and wisdom, who held the key to balance and harmony. The creatures held their breath, their imaginations soaring to the heights of the misty peak. With determination and grace, Bramble ascended the mountain, her every step a testament to her love for the forest and its creatures, Thistle said, his voice filled with the pride of generations. When at last she reached the summit, she found the spirit of the seasons waiting, their form ever changing with the shifting winds. The creatures could almost see the spirit, a kaleidoscope of colors and forms embodying the essence of nature's cycles. Bramble spoke to the spirit with humility and compassion, sharing the plight of the forest and her desire for harmony, Thistle recounted, his voice a gentle caress. Touched by her sincerity, the spirit offered her a gift, a song that would bring balance to the seasons and peace to the land. The creatures leaned in closer, eager to hear the song that would change their world. With a voice as pure as the morning dew, Bramble sang the season's song, Thistle said, his words carrying the melody of a gentle breeze. Her song wove together the warmth of summer, the chill of winter, the renewal of spring, and the harvest of autumn, creating a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the forest. The creatures closed their eyes, imagining the song's magic weaving through the air, binding the world in a gentle embrace. As the last notes faded into the night, the forest transformed, Thistle continued, his voice a whisper of wonder. The seasons settled into a rhythm, their cycles flowing with a grace that mirrored the song in Bramble's heart. The creatures sighed with contentment, the story's magic settling over them like a warm blanket. And so, my friends, the season's song became a part of our world, a reminder of the harmony that exists when we live in balance with nature, Thistle concluded, his eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. May we always honor the wisdom of Bramble and the spirit of the seasons, and may our lives be a reflection of the peace they brought to our forest. The creatures nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with the warmth of the story and the comfort of their shared bond. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the glen, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the melody of the season's song and the promise of a world in perfect harmony. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in peace, guided by the wisdom of the past and the gentle song of the seasons. The oak stood watch over them, its branches swaying in the breeze, a silent guardian of the harmony that had been forged through courage, friendship, and the timeless wisdom of the earth. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in and share secrets with one another, there lived a young girl named Anwen. The woods were a place of enchantment, where the air was always filled with the soft scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered stories of old. Anwen was known in her small village for her gentle smile and caring nature, but she carried within her a deep uncertainty. You see, Anwen was on the cusp of change. Her parents had decided it was time for her to learn the craft of weaving, a skill passed down through generations. Yet the thought of this new responsibility filled her with unease. She feared she might not weave as exquisitely as her mother, or as deftly as her grandmother. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun cast long shadows on the forest floor, Anwen wandered into the woods seeking solace. A soft breeze ruffled her hair, and she felt it beckon her deeper into the grove. As she walked, the sound of a babbling brook grew clearer, leading her to a hidden glade where the brook danced over smooth stones. In the center of the glade stood a grand old oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide, as if inviting Anwen to sit and rest. As she settled at the base of the tree, she noticed something peculiar, a small door set into the trunk, intricately carved with symbols and patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curious and feeling a gentle nudge from within, Anwen reached out and traced the patterns with her fingertips. To her surprise, the door swung inward, revealing a tiny, cozy room lit by the soft glow of fireflies. Inside sat a wise and ancient creature, the forest guardian, an owl with feathers like silver moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, dear child," the guardian hooted softly, its voice like a lullaby. "What brings you to my quiet corner of the world?" Anwen hesitated, then found her voice. "I fear I am not ready for the changes ahead. I am to learn weaving, but I worry I will fail." The guardian nodded, understanding in its gaze. "Change is the loom upon which we weave the tapestry of our lives. It is not the absence of fear that guides us, but the courage to embrace it." The owl gestured with its wing, and Anwen noticed the room was filled with spools of thread, each one a different hue, vibrant reds, calming blues, warm golds. "These threads," the guardian explained, "are the colors of your experiences. Each one holds a lesson, a memory, a piece of your journey. Would you like to see how they weave together?" With a gentle nod, Anwen agreed. The guardian began to weave the threads through a loom that appeared as if by magic. As the shuttle moved back and forth, a beautiful tapestry emerged, depicting scenes from Anwen's life, her laughter with friends, the joy of helping others, the quiet moments under the stars. As the tapestry grew, Anwen saw not just the beauty of her past, but also the potential of her future. She realized that each thread, whether bright or muted, was essential to the whole. The guardian's weaving taught her that every experience, every challenge she faced, was an opportunity to grow. "The tapestry is never finished," the guardian said softly. "We are always adding new threads, learning new patterns. Trust in your ability to weave your own story, Anwen." Feeling a newfound sense of peace, Anwen thanked the forest guardian and promised to remember its wisdom. As she stepped back into the glade, the door closed gently behind her, leaving no trace of its presence but the warmth in her heart. Anwen returned home as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange. Her heart was lighter, her fears tempered by the knowledge that she was the weaver of her own fate. She embraced the coming change, ready to add new threads to her life's tapestry. As the days turned to weeks, Anwen took to weaving with a sense of wonder and joy. She discovered that the threads of her life were indeed woven with the colors of her experiences, and each pattern she created was a testament to her growth and resilience. In time, Anwen's tapestries became cherished by the villagers, not just for their beauty, but for the stories they told. And as she sat by the fire each evening, the gentle crackling a comforting backdrop, she found contentment in the knowledge that change was not something to fear, but a magical transformation to embrace. Her journey through the Whispering Woods had taught her that the true magic lay within, an endless capacity for growth, discovery, and the courage to weave her own destiny. And so in the quiet of the evening, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Anwen's heart overflowed with gratitude for the magical journey of her life. Story 32. In the small village of Willowbark, nestled between the Whispering Woods and a silver-glimmering stream, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like the deep forest moss, she had an unassuming way about her, yet her heart brimmed with curiosity and an unyielding love for the natural world. Each morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers over the sleepy village, Leora would wander into the woods, her bare feet relishing the cool, damp earth. Her mother, wise and tender, often reminded her to listen to the woods, for they held secrets whispered only to those willing to hear. One dewy morning, as she made her way through a path lined with ferns and wildflowers, Leora heard a gentle rustling that was not of the wind. Pausing, she peered into the shadowy underbrush and discovered a peculiar sight, a tiny creature, no larger than a kitten, tangled in a net of ivy. Its fur shimmered like moonlight, and its eyes were the color of twilight. "Oh, you poor thing," Leora cooed softly, kneeling beside the creature. "What are you doing here?" The creature, sensing her kindness, ceased its struggle and looked up at her with a pleading gaze. Leora, careful and gentle, began to untangle the ivy, her fingers deftly working through the knots. As she freed the last tendril, the creature let out a soft, melodic purr, a sound that seemed to resonate through the air, leaving it warmer and brighter. Grateful, the creature nuzzled against Leora's hand, and she felt a surge of warmth spread through her, as though the creature had shared a piece of its magic with her. "Thank you," whispered the creature in a voice as soft as a breeze, its words weaving into Leora's very soul. "I am called Oren, and I have been searching for a friend." Leora's eyes widened with wonder, for she had never heard an animal speak before. "A friend?" she repeated, her voice full of curiosity. "Yes," Oren replied, his eyes filled with ancient wisdom. "I am a guardian of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for many years. But the world is changing, and I find myself in need of someone who can help me understand it better." Leora nodded, feeling a profound sense of purpose well up inside her. "I will help you, Oren," she promised, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. And so began their journey, a dance of discovery and companionship that wound through the heart of the woods. Together, they whispered to the trees, learned the songs of the birds, and marveled at the intricate dance of life that unfolded around them. As the days turned into weeks, Leora found herself transformed. With Oren by her side, she began to see the world in a tapestry of colors and sounds she had never noticed before. She learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart, and in doing so, she discovered the hidden magic that lay within her own soul. One day, as they sat by the stream, watching the water glimmer under the dappled sunlight, Oren turned to her, his eyes reflecting the gentle sparkle of the water. "Leora," he began softly, "you have the heart of the forest within you. You understand its rhythms and its whispers. Would you consider becoming its guardian alongside me?" Leora's heart skipped with joy and humility. She thought of all the wonders she had seen and felt, and of the friendship that had blossomed between her and Oren. "Yes," she said, her voice steady and full of warmth. "I would be honored." And so, with a promise sealed by the gentle embrace of the forest and the silent song of the stream, Leora became a guardian, her spirit entwined with the woodland's ancient magic. Together, she and Oren watched over their beloved woods, their friendship a testament to the beauty of connection and the power of listening. As the seasons turned and the stars wheeled in the velvet sky, Leora's heart remained open and full, her life a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys begin with a single act of kindness. And in the village of Willowbark, where the woods whispered secrets to those willing to hear, the tale of Leora and Oren was told by the fireside, a story of wonder, friendship, and the quiet magic that lies within us all. Story 33. In a realm where twilight lingered longer than daylight, nestled between rolling emerald hills and the whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Evernook. The village was a tapestry of quaint cottages with thatched roofs, where the scent of blooming lavender mingled with the earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. Lanterns hung from every porch, casting a golden glow that danced with the evening shadows, inviting warmth and comfort. In this village, there lived a peculiar squirrel named Pippin. Pippin was no ordinary squirrel. His bushy tail was tinged with hues of silver, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He had a penchant for collecting oddities from the forest, shimmering pebbles, feathers of rare birds, and acorns of unusual shapes. Pippin was known for his lively chatter and adventurous spirit, yet, despite his friendliness, he often felt a touch of loneliness, as his peculiar habits set him apart from the other squirrels. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, Pippin ventured further than usual into the depths of the woods. The path was a symphony of crunching leaves underfoot, and the air was filled with the murmurs of the forest. It was on this path that Pippin stumbled upon a creature he had never before encountered, a tiny, timid hedgehog named Thistle. Thistle was far from home, having been swept away by curiosity and a particularly strong gust of wind. She was a gentle soul, with quills that glistened like dew-kissed grass and eyes that reflected the starlit sky. At first she bristled with fear, mistaking Pippin's lively chatter for a threat. "Who are you?" Thistle squeaked, her voice barely a whisper amidst the rustling leaves. Pippin, sensing her fear, softened his voice to a gentle murmur. "I'm Pippin, the collector of tales and treasures, and you, dear hedgehog, are far from where hedgehogs usually roam." Thistle, realizing Pippin meant no harm, lowered her quills slightly. "I'm Thistle. I wandered too far from my home in the meadow. The forest is beautiful but bewildering." They sat together beneath an ancient oak, its branches cradling the sky, and shared stories. Pippin spoke of the vibrant life in Evernook, while Thistle painted pictures of the serene meadows and tales of her family. Despite their different worlds, a gentle camaraderie began to bloom. As the night grew deeper, a chill settled over the forest. The wind howled through the trees, and the path back to Evernook seemed to disappear under a blanket of mist. It was then they heard the distant cry of a fox, prowling the woods. Pippin's heart raced. "We must find shelter," he said, his voice steady despite the fear creeping into his eyes. Together, they scampered through the underbrush, the fox's cries echoing ominously. Pippin, with his knowledge of the forest, led Thistle to a hollow log hidden beneath a canopy of ferns. Inside, it was warm and smelled of earth and old stories. Throughout the night, the two companions huddled close, their breaths mingling in the cold air. Pippin spoke softly of courage and adventure to keep Thistle's fears at bay, while Thistle shared tales of patience and resilience, calming Pippin's racing heart. As dawn's first light filtered through the forest canopy, painting everything in a soft gold, the cries of the fox faded away. Safe in their makeshift refuge, Pippin and Thistle had formed an unspoken bond. "Thank you," Thistle whispered, her voice filled with gratitude, "for staying by my side." Pippin smiled, his heart warmed by the new friendship. "We make a good team, don't we?" Together they made their way back to Evernook. The path seemed different now, brighter and more familiar. As they walked, they realized that their differences were like the varied colors of the leaves, each unique, yet part of a greater, more beautiful whole. In Evernook, Pippin introduced Thistle to the villagers. At first, the other squirrels were wary of the little hedgehog, but as they listened to her stories and witnessed the friendship between her and Pippin, their hearts softened. Thistle, in turn, shared her knowledge of the meadows, teaching them about the importance of balance and harmony among different creatures. Through shared challenges and moments of vulnerability, Pippin and Thistle discovered the true essence of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the joy of shared adventures. They learned that even the most unlikely companions could create bonds that transcend differences. As the seasons changed and the village of Evernook prepared for the gentle hush of winter, Pippin and Thistle continued their explorations, now joined by many others inspired by their friendship. And in the heart of Evernook, by the crackling fire in Pippin's cozy nook, they would gather each evening, sharing stories that wove their world together in warmth and kinship. And so, in a village where twilight lingered just a little longer, under the same starlit sky, Pippin and Thistle's friendship blossomed, a reminder that true friendship knows no boundaries, and that the most profound connections often arise from the most unexpected encounters. Story 34. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves seemed to hum lullabies under the moonlight, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its serene beauty, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of ivy-clad cottages, and the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of blooming lavender and freshly baked pastries. The people of Willowbrook were kind and gentle, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the woods. It was a place where fireflies danced in the evening air like tiny lanterns, and the river's gentle murmur was the perfect accompaniment to a sleepy night. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a quiet mystery began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning, the dew-kissed gardens appeared to be in disarray. Flowers were plucked from their stems, and curious trails of glittering dust led away from the gardens and into the woods. It was as if someone, or something, had been visiting the gardens under the cover of night. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed. They gathered in the cozy warmth of the village square, around a softly crackling bonfire, to discuss the peculiar happenings. There, they were joined by Oren, a wise and gentle herbalist whose knowledge of the woods and its magical inhabitants was unparalleled. Anwen, with her silver hair cascading like moonlight, listened intently to the villagers' concerns. Her eyes, kind and wise, twinkled with curiosity and mischief. "Perhaps," she began in her soft, melodic voice, "this is a puzzle for us to solve together, a riddle whispered to us by the woods itself." Intrigued by the idea, the villagers agreed to work together. Anwen suggested they start by observing the trails more closely. She was joined by Finn, a young baker's apprentice with a keen eye for detail, and Lyra, a gentle musician whose melodies could charm the most elusive of creatures. As the village slept under a blanket of starlight, Anwen, Finn, and Lyra set out with lanterns softly glowing, their beams like warm hugs against the cool night. The trio followed the shimmering trails of dust that wound through the gardens, discovering that they all led towards the edge of the woods. There, just beyond the line where the village met the forest, stood a grand old oak tree. Its branches stretched wide as if it were a guardian of secrets, its bark etched with the stories of time. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, hidden door. Finn, with his ever-curious nature, leaned in closer to inspect the door. "Look," he whispered, pointing to a delicate pattern carved into the wood. "It's a map of the forest, with markings that seem to lead somewhere." Anwen nodded thoughtfully. "This door is enchanted, meant to guide us to the heart of the mystery. Shall we see where it leads?" With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a narrow passage that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The three friends stepped inside, feeling a gentle warmth envelop them like a cozy blanket on a chilly night. The passage led them deep into the woods, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the occasional hoot of a friendly owl. As they walked, the path seemed to guide them, as if the forest itself was showing them the way. Eventually they emerged into a hidden glade, bathed in silver moonlight. In the center of the glade stood a circle of mushrooms, and at its heart, a gathering of tiny, luminescent creatures danced with joy. These were the moon sprites, known for their playful nature and their love for beautiful things. The sprites paused in their dance, their eyes twinkling like stars, and one of them fluttered forward to speak. "Forgive us, dear friends of Willowbrook," the sprite chimed in, a voice that sounded like wind chimes on a breezy day. "We did not mean to cause any trouble. We borrowed the flowers to weave our garlands, a gift for the Moon Queen's celebration." Anwen smiled, understanding the sprite's innocent intent. "We are glad to have found you, little ones. Perhaps next time you could ask to share instead of borrowing in secret." The sprites nodded eagerly, their tiny faces alight with gratitude and promise. "Yes, yes, we will. And to make amends, we shall leave behind a gift for the village, a sprinkle of magic to help the gardens flourish." With the mystery solved and harmony restored, Anwen, Finn, and Lyra bid farewell to the moon sprites. They returned to Willowbrook under the watchful eyes of the stars, knowing that the village would awaken to gardens more vibrant than ever before. As the first light of dawn kissed the villagers were greeted by the sight of flowers blooming in a riot of colors, more beautiful than they had ever been. The mystery of the night had brought them all closer, not just to the woods, but to one another, reminding them of the gentle magic of community and understanding. And so, in the little village of Willowbrook, nestled in the embrace of the whispering woods, peace reigned once more. The villagers continued to live in harmony with their magical neighbors, their hearts open to the wonders of the world around them. With the mystery gently laid to rest, the village settled into a deep and restful slumber, cradled by the comforting arms of the forest, where dreams were sweet and the whispers of the woods sang lullabies of old. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush green forest, there lay a village unlike any other. Its name was Willowbrook, a place where the air always seemed to carry the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and where the gentle babble of the nearby brook sang a lullaby to all who listened. The village was surrounded by towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind, and beneath their canopy, all manner of creatures made their home. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes the color of moss and hair that shimmered like sunlight dancing on water. She possessed a heart as kind as the summer breeze and an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village. Though Willowbrook was a place of simple joys and gentle rhythms, Lila often dreamed of the mysteries hidden in the forest's depths. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila decided to wander a bit further from the village than usual. The forest beckoned with its symphony of rustling leaves and the soft padding of unseen animals. With a basket in hand, she set off on a path less traveled, her heart filled with anticipation and wonder. As Lila walked, she marveled at the beauty around her. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald ferns and delicate flowers, their petals glistening with the last rays of sunlight. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant sweetness of honeysuckle. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs mingling in a harmonious chorus that seemed to guide her deeper into the woods. After some time, Lila came across a small clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree lay a peculiar sight, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with designs of swirling vines and tiny woodland creatures, as if it were a part of the forest itself. Lila's eyes widened with curiosity, and she knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. Gently she opened the box, revealing a collection of shimmering stones, each one glowing softly with its own inner light. They were unlike any stones Lila had ever seen, and she sensed a gentle magic emanating from them. As she admired the stones, a soft rustling in the underbrush caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a creature both wondrous and unfamiliar, a fox with a coat as silvery as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox regarded Lila with a gentle curiosity, its bushy tail flicking back and forth. Despite the sudden appearance, Lila felt no fear. Instead, a warm sense of companionship blossomed within her chest. "Hello," Lila greeted softly, her voice as gentle as the breeze. The fox tilted its head, as if understanding her words. To Lila's surprise, the fox spoke, its voice clear and melodious like a wind chime. "Greetings, young one. I am called Phelan. I see you have found my box of dreams." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "Your box of dreams, what do you mean?" Phelan stepped closer, his eyes reflecting the glow of the stones. "These stones hold the dreams and hopes of the forest. Each one carries a piece of wisdom, a story waiting to be shared. I have been their guardian for many years, but now I am seeking a friend to help carry their magic to those who need it." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. "I would be honored to help, Phelan, but how do I share these dreams?" The fox's eyes twinkled with approval. "The answer lies not in the sharing itself, but in the listening and understanding. As you meet those who cross your path, you will know when a dream is meant for them. Simply hold the stone to your heart, and it will reveal its tale." And so, Lila and Phelan formed an unexpected friendship, one born of curiosity and the shared desire to spread the gentle magic of the forest. Together, they journeyed through Willowbrook and beyond, visiting villagers and creatures alike, each encounter teaching Lila something new about kindness, courage, and the beauty of dreams. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves painted the ground in shades of fiery orange and crimson, Lila found herself seated beside a weary traveler who had lost his way. His eyes were clouded with worry, and his shoulders bore the weight of many burdens. Lila felt the familiar warmth of a dream stone in her pocket and knew it was meant for him. She held the stone to her heart, and as she did, a story unfolded, a tale of a river that flowed endlessly, carrying away the troubles of those who stood by its banks. The traveler listened, his eyes closing as the story wrapped around him like a comforting embrace. When it ended, he opened his eyes, now clear and bright, and smiled with gratitude. "Thank you," he said softly. "I feel lighter, as if a great weight has been lifted." Lila returned his smile, her heart aglow with the joy of sharing. The dreams have a way of doing that. And so it continued, with each encounter a chance to grow, to understand, and to bring a touch of magic into the lives of others. Lila learned that the true gift of the Dreamstones was not just in the stories they held, but in the connections and friendships they fostered. As the seasons turned and years gently passed, Leela and Phelan remained steadfast friends, their bond as enduring as the ancient oak under which they first met. Together, they ensured that the dreams of the forest were never forgotten, spreading their gentle magic far and wide, reminding all who listened of the wonders that lay within and around them. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where the brook's lullaby mingled with the whispers of the trees, a girl and a fox found a home in the stories they shared, their hearts forever entwined with the magic of the forest. And so, as the stars blinked into existence in the velvet sky, they rested, knowing that each new day would bring another story, another dream, and another chance to share the gentle wonders of their world. Story 36. In a quaint, hidden valley where the hills cradled the morning mist like a lullaby, there lived a gentle creature named Finn. Finn was a squirrel unlike any other, with fur the color of dappled sunlight and eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. His home was nestled high in the ancient branches of an oak tree that stood at the edge of the whispering woods, a place where magic whispered through the leaves and secrets danced with the wind. Every dawn, Finn would wake to the sound of the brook babbling its cheerful tune nearby, its waters sparkling with the first light of the sun. He would scurry down the tree, his tiny paws brushing against the rough bark, and set off on his daily adventure through the woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of pine and earth. One particularly serene morning, as the sky blushed with the hues of a new day, Finn came across an unusual sight. There, at the foot of a tall, graceful elm, lay a small shimmering object. It was a pebble, but not just any pebble. It glowed faintly, casting gentle rainbows on the ground around it. Intrigued, Finn picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into his little paws. As he held it, he felt a gentle hum, as if the pebble was whispering secrets of the earth. Curiosity piqued, Finn decided to take the pebble to his dearest friend, a wise old turtle named Tilda, who lived by the pond at the heart of the woods. Tilda was known for her vast knowledge of the forest's mysteries, and her shell bore the marks of many years and many stories. "Ah, Finn, what brings you here with such an eager spark in your eyes?" Tilda greeted him as he arrived, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. Finn held out the pebble, its glow reflecting in Tilda's gentle gaze. "I found this, Tilda. It feels special." Tilda examined the pebble, her wrinkled face softening with a smile. "This, my dear Finn, is a dreamstone. It holds the dreams and wishes of those who have walked these woods for centuries. It is said to guide those who listen to the whispers within." Finn's heart fluttered with excitement. "What should I do with it?" "Listen closely," Tilda advised, "and let it guide you. It will show you paths unknown and bring you to those who need your kindness." With a nod, Finn tucked the pebble safely into his satchel and set off once more, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. The forest seemed to hum along with the pebble, its magic weaving through the trees like golden threads. As Finn wandered, he noticed a path he'd never seen before, lined with wildflowers that swayed gently as if beckoning him onward. Trusting the pebble's guidance, he followed the path until it opened into a small clearing bathed in sunlight, where he found a young rabbit sitting alone, looking quite forlorn. "Hello," Finn said softly, approaching the rabbit with care. "My name is Finn. Are you all right?" The rabbit looked up, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I'm Lila. I've lost my way home. Everything looks so different, and I feel so small." Finn's heart went out to Lila. "Don't worry, Lila. You're not alone. We'll find your way together." With the Dreamstone's gentle warmth in his paw, Finn led Lila through the woods, retracing the path until they came upon familiar landmarks. As they walked, Finn told stories of the forest and its wonders, and Lila's frown slowly turned into a smile. After some time, they reached a burrow nestled beneath a cluster of ferns, where Lila's family awaited, their faces lighting up with relief and joy at her return. "Thank you, Finn," Lila said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You helped me when I needed it most." Finn felt the Dreamstone pulse with warmth, a silent acknowledgement of a wish fulfilled. "Anytime, Lila. Remember, the forest is full of friends, even when it seems lonely." As Finn made his way back home, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, its magic settling into the evening air. That night, as Finn curled up in his cozy nest, the dreamstone nestled beside him, he listened to the gentle whispers of the forest, a melody of dreams and wishes fulfilled. He closed his eyes, his heart full of peace and comfort, knowing that he had made a difference, however small, in the world around him. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest sang its lullaby, and Finn drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of new paths and friendships yet to be discovered, secure in the warmth of the whispering woods. Story 37. In a land where the stars whispered secrets to the night, nestled between rolling meadows and ancient woods, lay the quaint village of Briar Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers, where the scent of honeyed blossoms mingled with the fresh dew of early morning. Briar Hollow was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing its inhabitants to savor the simple joys of life. One such inhabitant was a kind-hearted seamstress named Lyra. She was known throughout the village for her gentle smile and the magical touch she brought to her creations. Her fingers wove tales of wonder into every stitch, and her garments seemed to shimmer with the warmth of her spirit. Yet despite her talent and the love she poured into her work, Lyra often felt a quiet longing, a yearning for something unknown. One breezy autumn evening, as the amber leaves danced along the pathways, Lyra decided to embark on a walk through the nearby whispering woods. The woods were a place of ancient magic, where the trees seemed to hum with life, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lyra loved how the sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor, as if the trees were sharing their stories with each ray. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Lyra came upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of a great oak, was a tiny door no taller than her knee. It was painted a vivid blue, with intricate carvings of swirling vines and tiny creatures dancing upon its surface. Curiosity piqued, Lyra knelt down and gently knocked on the door. To her surprise, the door creaked open, and out stepped a small, delicate creature with wings that shimmered like droplets of morning dew. The creature was no taller than a teacup, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Greetings, dear Lyra," the creature chimed, her voice carrying a melody of the forest. "I am Orla, keeper of the Whispering Woods. I have watched you from afar and have longed to meet the one who brings such warmth to the world with her hands." Lyra was taken aback, her heart fluttering with both surprise and delight. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Orla," she replied, her voice gentle and kind. "I never imagined I would find such a wondrous friend in these woods." Orla fluttered her wings, creating a soft, tinkling sound like the chiming of distant bells. "Come, walk with me," she said, gesturing for Lyra to follow. "There is much to see and learn if your heart is open to it." Together, they wandered through the forest, the leaves whispering tales of old as they walked. Orla showed Lyra hidden groves where wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, and streams where the water sang a lullaby as it danced over smooth stones. Lyra felt her heart swell with a newfound sense of wonder and belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing. As they journeyed, Orla spoke of the magic that infused every corner of the world, how the flowers bloomed with the laughter of children, how the stars sparkled with the dreams of those who dared to wish. Lyra listened intently, her mind alight with possibilities, and her spirit lifted by the gentle wisdom of her new friend. Yet as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the woods, Lyra knew it was time to return to her village. She turned to Orla, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Orla, for sharing the wonders of the forest with me," she said, her voice warm with sincerity. "I feel as though I have discovered a part of myself that I never knew was there." Orla smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Remember, dear Lyra," she said softly, "the magic of the world is always within you. It is in every stitch you sew, every smile you share. Hold it close and let it guide you." With those parting words, Orla fluttered her wings and disappeared into the soft embrace of the woods, leaving Lyra standing beneath the great oak. The seamstress took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, cool air and the lingering scent of pine. She felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the forest had gifted her a piece of its eternal magic. As Lyra made her way back to Briar Hollow, the village seemed to glow with a newfound light. The cobblestone paths felt softer beneath her feet, the wildflowers swayed in a gentle dance, and the stars overhead twinkled with a knowing gleam. Lyra knew, deep in her heart, that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, weaving its way through her life like the finest of threads. From that day forward, Lyra's creations were more than just garments. They were imbued with the gentle magic of the world, each piece a testament to the wonders she had discovered. The villagers spoke of the warmth and joy her work brought, and Lyra herself felt a sense of peace and fulfillment she had never known. And so, in the tranquil village of Briar Hollow, a kind-hearted seamstress found not only the magic she had been searching for, but also the wisdom to see it was within her all along. As the seasons turned and the stars continued to whisper their secrets, Lyra knew that the world was filled with endless possibilities, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious souls. In the comforting glow of her hearth, with the gentle hum of the forest in her ears, Lyra would often sit and think of her friend Orla and the wonders of the Whispering Woods. She knew that no matter where her path might lead, the magic and friendship she had found would always guide her home. And so she lived her days with joy, content in the knowledge that the world was a tapestry of wonders, woven with threads of kindness, friendship, and gentle magic. Story 38. In a quiet village nestled between the rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to move gently, marked by the soft rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of the river that wound its way through the valley. The air was always laced with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the promise of tranquility, yet Leora found herself restless. Leora had always been known for her bright laughter and gentle spirit, but lately a shadow of uncertainty had crept into her heart. She felt as though she were standing at the edge of something vast and unknown, hesitant to take the leap. Change loomed before her like a dense fog, obscuring the path she knew she must take but feared to tread. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora wandered into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The forest was a place of wonder, filled with ancient secrets and a magic all its own. As she walked, she listened to the symphony of nature, the soft chirping of crickets, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant call of an owl. In the depths of the forest, Leora came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that reached up to the heavens. The tree seemed to glow with an inner light, its leaves shimmering like emeralds touched by moonbeams. Drawn to its presence, Leora approached the tree. As she rested her hand upon its bark, she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers. It was as if the tree were alive with a magic that resonated with her very soul. Startled but intrigued, Leora leaned against the tree and closed her eyes, letting its soothing energy wash over her. "Do not fear the change within you, dear one," a gentle voice whispered on the breeze. Leora's eyes flew open, searching for the source of the voice, but she saw only the gentle sway of the tree's branches. Who are you?" she asked hesitantly, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I am the keeper of the woods," the voice replied, as soft as a lullaby. "I have watched over these lands for many ages and have seen many changes. Change is the essence of life, Leora. It is the wind that shapes the mountains, the river that carves the valleys. It is the force that allows the caterpillar to become the butterfly." Leora listened, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. "But what if I am not ready?" she confessed, her voice tinged with the weight of her fears. "What if I lose myself in the process?" The tree's branches rustled in a gentle laugh. "You will not lose yourself, but rather discover parts of yourself you never knew existed. Trust in the journey, for it is in the unknown that we find our true selves." As the keeper of the woods spoke, a soft light began to emanate from the tree, casting an ethereal glow across the clearing. From the light emerged a small, iridescent butterfly. It fluttered around Leora, its wings shimmering with colors that danced like the northern lights. "This butterfly," the keeper continued, "is a symbol of transformation. It began as a humble caterpillar, Yet through patience and perseverance, it emerged into something wondrous. Let it be your guide and reminder that transformation is a natural and beautiful part of life. Filled with a newfound sense of wonder and determination, Leora watched the butterfly as it flitted gracefully through the air. She felt a stirring within her, a spark of courage she hadn't known she possessed. The next morning, Leora awoke with the first light of dawn, her heart lighter than it had been in many moons. She had decided to embrace the change, to step boldly into the unknown. As she moved through her day, she found herself more open to the world around her, listening to the stories of the villagers, helping where she could, and finding joy in the simple moments of life. Her friends noticed the change in her demeanor, and they gathered around her with support and encouragement. There was Bryn, the gentle blacksmith, who offered words of wisdom from his own journey of self-discovery. His hands were calloused from years of work, yet his heart was as tender as a spring bloom. His story of learning to balance strength and gentleness inspired Leora to find her own equilibrium. Then there was Oren, the village storyteller, whose tales of adventure and growth filled the evenings with laughter and reflection. His stories often featured characters who faced great challenges, only to emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. Oren reminded Leora that life was a tapestry woven from both joy and sorrow, and that each thread added depth and beauty to the whole. With each passing day, Leora grew more comfortable in her own skin, embracing the changes as they came. She began to see the world with new eyes, noticing the subtle beauty in the everyday, a child's laughter, the way sunlight danced on the river, the comforting embrace of a friend. The butterfly that had appeared in the forest seemed to follow her wherever she went, a constant reminder of the magic of transformation. And as Leora watched it flit from flower to flower, she felt a deep connection to its journey, understanding that she too was undergoing a metamorphosis of her own. One afternoon, as the village gathered for the annual harvest festival, Leora found herself standing before the crowd. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and nerves, but she took a deep breath and began to speak. "Change is a journey," she said, her voice steady and warm. "It is not something to be feared, but rather embraced. Through change, we discover who we truly are. We learn to spread our wings and soar." As she spoke, the butterfly appeared once more, circling above her head before landing gently on her shoulder. The villagers watched in awe, sensing the magic in the air. Leora smiled, feeling a sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, Leora sat by the river, reflecting on the journey she had taken. The water flowed serenely, mirroring her own sense of inner calm. She realized that the changes she had feared were not something to be avoided, but rather embraced with an open heart. As she listened to the gentle lullaby of the river, Leora felt a deep gratitude for the lessons she had learned. She understood now that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to grow, to learn, and to find beauty in the unexpected. With a contented sigh, Leora closed her eyes and let herself drift into a peaceful slumber, the song of the forest cradling her in its gentle embrace. And in her dreams she soared on wings of light, free and unburdened, ready to face whatever lay ahead. For Leora had discovered the true magic of transformation, the ability to embrace change with grace and courage, finding strength and beauty in the journey itself. And as she slept, the forest whispered its approval, a soft symphony of leaves and stars, guiding her gently into the dawn of a new day. Story 39. In a land where the rolling hills met the edge of the sky, nestled within a mosaic of lush forests and shimmering streams, was the village of Willowcrest. The village was known for its vibrant tapestry of life, where creatures great and small lived in harmony. Yet, just beyond its borders, in the heart of the whispering woods, lived two beings as different as night and day. One was a sprite named Lumina, whose essence shimmered like moonlight on water. Her wings, delicate as frost-kissed leaves, fluttered with each breath of the wind. She was a child of the forest, her laughter echoing through the trees like the tinkling of hidden bells. Lumina's world was one of gentle magic, where the dance of shadows and light painted stories in the air. The other was a young fox called Theo, whose coat was a rich tapestry of russet hues, blending seamlessly with the autumnal tones of the woodland floor. Theo was a creature of the earth, his paws whispering secrets to the soil with every step. His world was one of keen senses and nimble paws, where the rustle of leaves and the scent of rain were guides through the labyrinthine woods. Their paths first crossed one crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a trail of fiery hues in its wake. Lumina, curious and adventurous, had wandered beyond her usual haunts, drawn by the scent of something sweet and mysterious. She flitted through the trees, her luminescent aura casting gentle glows upon the bark. Theo, meanwhile, had been tracking the scent of ripe berries, a rare treat he could never resist. His keen nose led him to a thicket, where he found not only the berries, but also the soft glow of Lumina's wings. Mistaking her light for a cluster of particularly radiant berries, Theo pounced forward, startling Lumina into a spiral of surprised flutters. "Oh!" she exclaimed, her voice like a breeze through chimes. Startled by the unexpected sound, Theo tumbled back, his eyes wide with surprise. "What manner of berry speaks?" he murmured, more to himself than to Lumina. "I'm no berry," Lumina laughed, her voice gentle and reassuring. "I am Lumina, a sprite of these woods, and you, Fox, are quite the hunter." Theo's ears twitched with embarrassment, his tail flicking in a playful gesture. "I am Theo," he admitted, "and I apologize for my mistake. It's not often one finds a sprite among the brambles." Their meeting could have ended there, a simple misunderstanding in the vast tapestry of the forest. But as fate would have it, a shared challenge awaited them. For as they spoke, the wind carried with it the distant sound of distress, a young rabbit caught in a snare, its cries barely audible above the whispering leaves. Both Lumina and Theo paused, their ears pricked with concern. Without a word, they exchanged a glance of understanding. Though they were different in many ways, both felt the pull of compassion. Together they set off toward the sound, Lumina's light guiding Theo through the shadowed undergrowth. When they reached the source, they found a small rabbit, its paw trapped in a crude loop of twine. Lumina fluttered close, her gentle glow calming the frightened creature. "Fear not," she whispered, her words a balm to the rabbit's trembling heart. Theo, with deft and careful movements, used his sharp teeth to gnaw through the twine, freeing the rabbit. "There you go, little one," he murmured, watching as the rabbit hopped a few tentative steps before bounding gratefully into the safety of the underbrush. In that moment, the bond between Lumina and Theo deepened. They had worked together, each bringing their unique strengths to aid another. As they returned through the woods, the air was filled with a newfound camaraderie, a sense of having shared something profound. Over the days and weeks that followed, Lumina and Theo found themselves seeking out each other's company. They explored the forest's hidden corners, Lumina's light revealing treasures Theo's eyes might have missed, while Theo's keen senses uncovered paths that led to breathtaking vistas. Through their adventures, they learned from one another. Lumina taught Theo to see the beauty in the smallest of things, a dew-kissed petal, the graceful arc of a butterfly's flight. Theo, in turn, showed Lumina the ways of the forest floor, the art of silent movement, and the joy of a well-earned meal. Yet it wasn't all easy. There were times when their differences caused friction. Lumina, ever curious, sometimes led them into places Theo deemed too risky. "We must be cautious," he would say, his voice a gentle warning. "But what is life without a little adventure?" Lumina would reply, her eyes twinkling with mischief. In these moments they learned to listen, to compromise, and to respect each other's perspectives. They discovered that friendship was not about sameness, but about celebrating differences, finding strength in diversity. One chilly evening, as the first whispers of winter brushed the air, Theo found himself lost in a dense fog that had descended upon the woods. The world around him was a ghostly gray, every familiar landmark obscured. Panic gripped him, for he had never ventured far from his den without knowing the way back. Sensing Theo's distress, Lumina flew to his side, her glow a beacon in the mist. "Take my wing," she offered, her voice a soothing balm. "Together we will find our way." With Lumina's guidance, Theo navigated the fog-shrouded forest, her light piercing through the gray, turning the world into a realm of soft, silvery hues. As they walked, Theo felt his fear ebb away, replaced by a deep sense of trust and gratitude. When at last they emerged from the fog, the stars above them twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Theo turned to Lumina. "Thank you," he said, his voice warm with sincerity. "Your light is more than just a guide in the darkness." Lumina smiled, her wings shimmering with contentment. "And your strength is more than just in your paws. Together we are more than the sum of our parts." As the seasons turned, Lumina and Theo's friendship blossomed, a testament to the power of understanding and empathy. They became legendary in Willowcrest, known as the unlikely companions whose bond bridged the gap between worlds. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, beneath the canopy of ancient trees, they found not only adventure, but a profound understanding of what it meant to be friends. They learned that true friendship was a light that shone brightest in the darkness, a warmth that could melt the coldest of nights. And so, with hearts as light as Lumina's glow and as steadfast as Theo's spirit, they continued their journey, side by side, forever enriched by the simple, enduring magic of friendship. Story 40. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies to the wind and the brook babbled tales of old, lived a small, sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed acorns. Nutmeg was known for her nimble feet and swift climbs, darting through the trees with the grace of a dancer, gathering the forest's bounty to store in her cozy nest. Not far from Nutmeg's oak tree home, nestled in the lush undergrowth, was a burrow belonging to a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of earthy browns and greens, blending seamlessly with the forest floor. He moved with deliberate care and had seen countless seasons change, each one adding a touch of wisdom to his gentle eyes. Though they lived in the same forest, Nutmeg and Thistle rarely crossed paths. Nutmeg's days were filled with flurries of activity, while Thistle preferred the slow, measured pace of a life lived close to the ground. The two creatures had scarcely spoken until one fateful day when a mighty storm swept through the Whispering Woods. The sky had turned an ominous shade of gray, and the wind howled through the trees like a lost soul. Nutmeg, caught in the midst of gathering her winter hoard, scurried to find shelter. In her haste, she tripped and tumbled from a branch, landing with a soft thud beside Thistle's burrow just as the first heavy drops of rain began to fall. "Are you all right, little one?" Thistle's voice emerged from the shadows, calm and soothing like a lullaby in the storm. Nutmeg, shaken but unhurt, nodded. "I didn't see you there, Thistle. I'm sorry for intruding." "You're not intruding," Thistle assured her, his voice as warm as the earth itself. "Come inside until the storm passes." Inside the burrow, the air was cool and earthy, smelling of moss and ancient soil. Nutmeg settled in a corner, her fur still fluffed from the fall, while Thistle occupied a spot near the entrance, watching the rain with a serene gaze. As the storm raged outside, Nutmeg fidgeted, unused to such stillness. "I don't know how you can stand it, being so slow," she blurted out, her words tumbling out in a rush. Thistle chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves. "Being slow has its advantages. It allows me to appreciate the world in detail. But I can understand how it might seem tedious to someone with your energy." Nutmeg pondered this, her eyes wandering over the burrow's simple yet comforting interior. "I guess I never thought of it that way." The storm lingered, but Nutmeg and Thistle found themselves talking more than they ever had before. Nutmeg shared tales of her daring leaps and swift escapes, while Thistle spoke of the quiet beauty he observed in the forest's smallest details, the way a single raindrop clung to a leaf, or how sunlight danced on the morning dew. As the rain slowed to a gentle patter, Nutmeg felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of peace she hadn't realized she craved. "I think I understand a little better now," she admitted. "Understanding is the first step to friendship," Thistle replied, his eyes twinkling. From that day on, Nutmeg and Thistle began to see the world from each other's perspectives. Nutmeg learned to pause in her hurried life, to notice the intricate wonders she had once sped past. In return, Thistle gained a sense of adventure, encouraged by Nutmeg to explore beyond his familiar paths. One autumn afternoon, as the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, a challenge arose that tested their newfound bond. A large branch had fallen, blocking the entrance to Thistle's burrow. Nutmeg, with her nimble limbs, tried to move it, but the branch was too heavy for her alone. "Let me help," Thistle offered, his voice steady. Working together, Nutmeg guided Thistle on where to push, and with their combined efforts they managed to shift the branch aside. It was a small victory, but it felt monumental. Panting slightly, Nutmeg beamed at Thistle. "We did it! Together!" "Indeed," Thistle replied, his voice filled with quiet pride. "Together." Through their shared challenges and mutual support, Nutmeg and Thistle discovered the true meaning of friendship. It wasn't about how fast you moved or how much you could accomplish on your own. It was about understanding, patience, and the strength found in unity. As winter approached, the forest blanketed in a quilt of snow. Nutmeg often found herself visiting Thistle's burrow. There, by the warmth of a crackling fire, they would share stories and dreams, the crackling logs whispering tales of their own. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, two unlikely companions found a friendship as steadfast as the ancient trees around them, a bond that grew stronger with each passing season, reminding them that sometimes the most profound connections are born from the simplest acts of understanding and kindness. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anara. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with kindness. Anara loved to explore the moss-carpeted paths that wound through the forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, casting a warm, honeyed glow over the village, Anara set off on her daily wander. She carried a small woven basket, hoping to gather some of the wildflowers that danced in the forest's meadows. As she walked, the cool breeze carried the sweet scent of jasmine and pine, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The forest was alive with the soft chorus of birds, chirping their evening songs, and the gentle rustle of leaves swaying in the wind. Anara followed a familiar trail, her footsteps light on the soft earth, when she noticed something unusual. At the base of an old oak tree, partially hidden by a tangle of ivy, lay a small, glowing orb. It pulsed with a soft, warm light, as if it had captured the very essence of the sun. Anara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the orb. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she heard a soft, musical voice whisper, "Help me, please." Startled but intrigued, Anara looked around, trying to find where the voice had come from. To her surprise, the orb began to shimmer, and a tiny figure appeared within its light, a fairy with delicate wings that glimmered like dew-kissed spiderwebs in the morning sun. "Thank you for finding me," said the fairy, her voice melodic and kind. "I am Lyra, and I have been trapped by a spell that binds me to this orb." Anara's heart ached with compassion. "How can I help you, Lyra?" she asked softly. "The spell can only be broken by an act of true friendship," Lyra explained, her eyes hopeful. "Will you help me find a way to break it?" Anara nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "Of course, I will help you," she promised. Together, Anara and Lyra embarked on a quest through the forest, seeking the wisdom of the ancient creatures who dwelled within its depths. They visited the wise old owl, who perched high in the branches of a towering elm. His feathers were as soft as the clouds, and his eyes held the knowledge of centuries. "The answer you seek lies in the heart of the forest," the owl hooted gently. "There, the oldest tree stands, a guardian of secrets and wonders. It will guide you." Anara and Lyra thanked the owl and continued their journey. As dusk fell, painting the sky with shades of lavender and rose, they reached the heart of the forest. The air was still, and a sense of magic hung heavy in the air. Before them stood the ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide, its bark etched with patterns of time. Anara approached it with reverence, feeling the power that radiated from its core. "Speak your truth," the tree rumbled in a voice as deep as the earth. Anara took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of Lyra's light beside her. "We seek to break the spell that binds my friend Lyra," she said. "We have come to ask for your guidance." The tree was silent for a moment, as if pondering her words. Then, with a gentle sigh, it spoke again. "The bond of friendship is the strongest magic of all," it said. "To break the spell, you must show a selfless act of friendship, one that comes from the heart." Anara thought for a moment, her mind racing. She remembered how her grandmother had always told her that true friendship meant putting others before oneself. And then an idea bloomed in her heart. "I will share my most cherished possession. Anara declared, "The locket that was my mother's. It holds memories that are dear to me, but I will give it to Lyra as a symbol of our friendship." With gentle hands, Anara unclasped the locket from around her neck and placed it beside the orb. As the locket touched the glowing surface, a radiant light enveloped them, and the air was filled with the sound of 1,000 silver bells chiming in harmony. The orb shattered with a soft, melodic sound, and Lyra emerged, her wings shimmering with newfound freedom. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and joy. "Thank you, Anara," Lyra said, her voice filled with emotion. "Your friendship has set me free." The ancient tree swayed gently, its leaves rustling like a soft applause. "You have shown true friendship," it said. "May your bond remain strong, and your heart always be kind." As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Anara and Lyra walked back through the forest, their hearts light with happiness and the warmth of friendship. They knew that their bond would endure, a testament to the power of kindness and the magic of true friendship. And so, with the gentle glow of the moon guiding their way, they returned to the village, where the fires glowed warmly in the hearths, and the world was at peace. The end. Story 42. In the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there lay a quiet village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the moon bathed the night in silver light. The villagers led simple lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside. Among them was a gentle old woman named Mora, who lived at the edge of the woods. Her cottage was a haven of warmth, with ivy crawling up its stone walls, and a garden that bloomed with herbs and flowers all year round. Mora was known for her kindness and the little miracles she performed with her herbs and potions, though she insisted it was simply the wisdom of nature at work. One late autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with the colors of amber and crimson, Mora sat by her hearth, the fire crackling softly. She was sipping on her favorite chamomile tea when a soft knock echoed through her door. Opening it, she found a small, timid creature, a fox cub, with fur as soft as the morning mist and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed petals. The cub seemed lost and frightened, so Mora gently coaxed it inside. "There, there, little one," she murmured soothingly. "You are safe here." She wrapped the cub in a warm blanket and set it near the hearth. The cub, comforted by the warmth and the gentle presence of Mora, soon fell into a peaceful slumber. As the days turned into weeks, the cub, whom Mora named Finn, became a familiar presence in the cottage. He was a curious little soul, often exploring the nooks and crannies of the cottage and the garden outside. Mora watched with delight as Finn grew braver and more adventurous, his playful antics a source of endless joy. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Finn beckoned Mora to follow him into the woods. With her cloak wrapped tightly around her, she followed the fox into the heart of whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches heavy with snow. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Finn led her to a hidden glade, where an old oak tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled. Beneath its branches sat an owl, wise and stately, with feathers the color of moonlight. The owl nodded in greeting, its eyes gleaming with a gentle intelligence. "Mora," the owl began in a voice as soft as the breeze, "I am Eldrin, the guardian of these woods. Finn has brought you here because he senses your heart is as kind as your hands are skilled. We need your help." Mora listened intently as Eldrin explained that a mysterious fog had begun to seep into the woods from the far edges, dimming the vibrant colors and dulling the songs of the streams. The creatures of the woods were growing worried, for the fog seemed to feed on joy and laughter, leaving only silence in its wake. "I will do what I can," Mora promised, her heart filled with determination. With Finn by her side, Mora set out to discover the secrets of the fog. They ventured deep into the woods, where the fog lay thickest, covering the trees in a veil of gray. As they walked, Mora noticed that the plants beneath the fog seemed to wither, their leaves drooping and their colors fading. Drawing on her knowledge of herbs, Mora gathered plants and brewed a potion, its scent rich and earthy. Pouring it onto the ground, she watched as the earth drank it eagerly, the colors slowly returning to the plants around her. Yet, the fog persisted, and Mora knew she would need help. She called upon the creatures of the forest, squirrels and rabbits, deer and birds, each lending their aid in gathering herbs and spreading the potion throughout the woods. Together, they worked tirelessly, their efforts a testament to the power of friendship and unity. As they labored, Mora realized that the fog was not just a physical presence, but a manifestation of loneliness and forgotten laughter. She began to sing, her voice lifting in a melody that spoke of warmth and joy, of shared stories and gentle nights. The creatures joined her, their voices rising in harmony, filling the woods with a symphony of life. The fog began to recede, retreating from the warmth and light of their song. The trees straightened, their branches reaching towards the sky, and the streams sang once more, their waters clear and bright. Eldrin watched from his perch, his eyes soft with gratitude. "You have done more than heal the woods, Mora," he said. "You have reminded us all of the strength found in unity and the simple power of joy." With the woods restored, Mara returned to her cottage, Finn at her heels. The village of Willowbrook celebrated with her, their hearts lightened by the tale of courage and the bonds that had been strengthened. And so, in the quiet moments by her hearth, Mora would often look at Finn, her heart full of wonder at the unexpected friendship that had brought such magic into her life. For in the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies, the bonds of friendship had woven a tapestry of light that would forever guard against the shadows. And as the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow around the room, Mora knew that the woods and her heart were safe and at peace. Story 43. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the leaves shimmered like emeralds under the gentle gaze of the sun, there lived a creature of the earth named Fen. Fen was a mole with fur as soft as the finest velvet and a nose that twitched at every scent of the woodland's rich tapestry. He loved the feel of the cool soil between his paws, the comforting darkness of his burrow, and the quiet rustle of roots speaking in their slow ancient language. His world was one of shadows and silence, where the earth cradled him in its eternal embrace. One bright morning, as Fen was inspecting the delicate tunnels he had crafted with care, a tremor ran through the ground, a gentle yet undeniable ripple that unsettled the peace of his subterranean realm. Curiosity piqued. Fen followed the vibrations, his senses guiding him towards the source. He emerged from the earth into the dappled sunlight, blinking at the sudden brightness. There, in the clearing, stood a creature unlike any he had seen. A bird of striking colors, with feathers that glimmered like the finest jewels. Her name was Lyra, a parrot from lands far beyond the forest, where the sun kissed the horizon with a fiery embrace, and the air was filled with the songs of 1,000 voices. She had been swept away by a fierce storm, her wings weary from the frantic flight, and now she perched on the low bough of an ancient oak, her eyes filled with both wonder and trepidation. Fen, cautious yet intrigued by this vibrant newcomer, approached with the gentle persistence of someone who has spent a lifetime listening. "Hello," he began in a voice as soft as moss. "What brings you to our forest?" Lyra, startled by this small, earnest creature, ruffled her feathers in a nervous flurry. "I am lost," she admitted, her voice carrying the melodic lilt of distant lands. "The storm, it took me far from my home. I do not know the way back." A silence settled between them, the kind that stretches like a bridge, inviting connection. Fen, who had never ventured beyond the comforting embrace of his burrow, felt a stirring within, a desire to help this creature who seemed as out of place as a rainbow in the night. "I know these woods well," Fen offered, his heart swelling with a courage he had not known he possessed. "Perhaps I can help you find your way." Lyra hesitated, her natural wariness tempered by the kindness in Fen's eyes. "I would be grateful for your guidance," she replied softly, her voice a song that danced through the air. And so began their journey together, two souls from different worlds, drawn by the thread of shared purpose. Fen led Lyra through the forest, his keen senses navigating the labyrinth of trees and underbrush. As they traveled, the forest spoke to them in its gentle language, leaves whispering secrets, streams murmuring ancient tales, the wind weaving stories through the branches. At first, their differences were as stark as night and day. Fen, accustomed to the earth's embrace, found the sky's vastness intimidating, while Lyra, birthed in the open skies, felt confined by the forest's canopy. They stumbled through misunderstandings, their paths briefly diverging as they struggled to understand each other's worlds. But with each misstep came growth, as they learned to see through the other's eyes, to listen with the other's heart. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, they found themselves at the edge of a glimmering pond. The water was a mirror to the heavens, reflecting the first stars that dared to pierce the dusky veil. Exhausted yet exhilarated by their journey, they rested by the water's edge. It was then that Lyra noticed Fenn's hesitation, a shadow of doubt crossing his gentle features. "What troubles you, dear friend?" she asked, her voice a balm to his weary spirit. Fenn, touched by her concern, confessed his fears. "I am but a simple creature of the earth. The sky, it is beyond my reach, beyond my understanding. I fear I cannot guide you to where you truly belong." Lyra, her heart tender and wise, extended a wing, letting it rest lightly on Fenn's back. "You have shown me the beauty of your world," she said softly, "and in doing so, you have brought me closer to mine. The path home is clearer now, not because of distance traveled, but because of the friendship we have shared." In that moment, under the canopy of stars, Fenn understood the true meaning of companionship. It was not about knowing every answer or solving every problem. It was about being there, about sharing the journey, about finding strength in each other's presence. The next day, as dawn unfurled its golden banner across the sky, they resumed their journey. Together, they faced challenges: the swift river they had to cross, the tangled thorns that barred their path, the sudden storm that threatened to part them once more. Through it all, they relied on each other's strengths, Fenn's knowledge of the forest's hidden ways, and Lyra's ability to soar above obstacles, to see the path ahead when the ground seemed impassable. Finally, after days of travel, they reached a hill that overlooked the vast expanse of the world beyond. From this vantage, Lyra could see the distant silhouette of the mountains that bordered her homeland, their peaks kissed by the clouds. Her heart leapt with joy, and she turned to Fenn, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice a melody of emotion. "Without you, I would never have found my way." Fenn smiled, a warmth spreading through him that was as comforting as the earth's embrace. "And I thank you, Lyra, for showing me the sky, for teaching me that there is more to the world than I ever imagined." They lingered there, savoring the moment, the bond they had forged now as unbreakable as the ancient trees around them. As Lyra prepared to take flight, she promised to return, to visit the forest and the friend who had shown her the way. With a graceful sweep of her wings, Lyra took to the sky, her colors a blazing tapestry against the morning light. Fenn watched her until she was a distant speck in the vast blue, his heart full of the joy and sadness that comes from parting with a cherished friend. As he turned back to his familiar world of shadows and whispers, Fenn carried with him the lessons of their journey, that true friendship transcends differences, that it is forged in the fires of understanding and compassion, and that it lights the way home, no matter how far one travels. And in the quiet heart of the forest, under the watchful eyes of the trees and sky, Fenn knew that he would never be alone again. Story 44. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle curves of rolling green hills and the soft murmur of a winding brook, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a curious mind and a heart as open and bright as the morning sky. She often spent her days wandering through the meadows, where wildflowers danced in the breeze like tiny colorful fairies whispering their secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring the edge of the village where the forest whispered its ancient tales, Clara stumbled upon something peculiar. Partially hidden beneath a cascade of golden leaves lay an antique brass key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. Clara picked it up, the metal warm against her palm, and felt a peculiar tingle travel up her arm. Intrigued, she decided to take the key home, pondering its origins and purpose. Clara's cottage was filled with the comforting scents of lavender and chamomile, with shelves lined with books that promised adventures to those who dared to open them. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Clara sat by the crackling fireplace, examining her newfound treasure. she noticed that the key seemed to hum softly, as though it had a story to tell. As Clara held the key close, she found herself lulled into a gentle slumber, and in her dreams, she was transported to a realm unlike any she had known. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the sky above was a deep, endless blue. In this dream, a path of shimmering cobblestones stretched before her, leading to an ornate door set into the side of a hill. The door was adorned with a lock that perfectly matched the key she held. Upon waking, Clara felt an irresistible pull to discover this door and unlock its secrets. She set out the next morning, the air crisp and invigorating, swirling with the scents of earth and wood. As she walked, she was joined by her dear friend Oliver, a wise old owl with eyes that twinkled like stars. Oliver perched on Clara's shoulder, offering his gentle counsel and a steady presence. "Clara, my dear," Oliver hooted softly, "sometimes the key to understanding lies not in what we see, but in what we feel." Clara nodded, grateful for Oliver's wisdom. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath, the trees arching overhead like guardians of ancient secrets. The path was winding and mysterious, leading them through glades where the sunlight pooled in golden patches and streams babbled cheerful tunes. Along their journey, Clara and Oliver encountered a whimsical fox named Finn, whose fur was a riot of fiery red and whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Finn bounded alongside them, his playful spirit adding a lightness to their travels. "I've heard of that door," Finn chattered, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "They say it leads to a place where dreams and reality dance together." The trio journeyed on, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. As they walked, Clara couldn't help but notice the small wonders around her, the way the leaves glistened with dew, the comforting rustle of creatures hidden within the underbrush, and the soft, steady rhythm of her own heart. Finally, they arrived at the hill with the door from Clara's dream. It was even more beautiful in reality, its surface covered in vines that seemed to pulse with life. Clara felt a flutter of anticipation mixed with a touch of apprehension. She drew in a deep breath, the air rich with the scent of moss and mystery, and stepped forward. As Clara inserted the key into the lock, there was a satisfying click, and the door swung open with a gentle sigh. Beyond lay a world of wonder, a lush garden where the colors were more vibrant, and the air was filled with a melody played by an unseen orchestra. It was a place where the heart felt lighter, and the soul seemed to expand with each breath. In this magical garden, Clara met a kind-hearted gardener named Miriam, whose skin was kissed by the sun and whose hands were as gentle as the breeze. Miriam tended to the plants with a love so pure that everything she touched blossomed into life. "Welcome, Clara," Miriam said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "This garden is a reflection of what lies within you. It grows and flourishes with your dreams, your kindness, and your courage." Clara spent the afternoon exploring the garden, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and belonging. She discovered that each plant held a story, of hope, of friendship, of the gentle passage of time. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the garden, Clara realized that the true magic of the key was not in unlocking the door, but in revealing the wonders within herself. With a heart full of gratitude and understanding, Clara knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Miriam, promising to carry the lessons of the garden with her always. As she walked back through the forest, Oliver and Finn by her side, she felt a profound change within herself, a newfound appreciation for the beauty of the world around her and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. When Clara reached her cottage, she placed the key on her mantelpiece as a reminder of her journey. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, and she knew that while the world outside might be filled with mysteries yet to be uncovered, she had already discovered the greatest treasure of all, the magic of her own heart. And so, nestled in her cozy home with the soft whisper of the wind and the gentle glow of the fire, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming once again of the enchanting garden and the secrets it held, knowing that every dream was a step towards a new adventure. Story 45. In the heart of a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling green hills and a meandering river, there stood a little antique shop with a faded blue door. The shop, known as the Curious Corner, was a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and peculiar baubles, each with its own tale to tell. The wooden sign above the door swung gently in the breeze, creaking softly as though whispering secrets to those who passed by. The shop was run by an elderly woman named Granny Willow. With her twinkling eyes and a warm, inviting smile, she had a knack for knowing just the right story to go with each object in her care. Granny Willow's days were spent dusting shelves, arranging her wares, and sharing cups of fragrant chamomile tea with anyone who wandered in. One crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Clara entered the curious corner. Clara had a curious mind and an adventurous spirit. Her heart was as open as the sky, filled with dreams and a thirst for the unknown. Today, she was on a quest to find something special, something that would speak to her heart. The shop was filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood. Clara's footsteps echoed softly on the creaky wooden floor as she wandered among the shelves. She paused by a table laden with gleaming brass compasses and delicate porcelain figurines, each waiting patiently to be discovered. As she explored, Clara's eyes fell upon a small, unassuming box made of dark mahogany. It was tucked away on a low shelf, half hidden behind a stack of dusty leather-bound journals. The box was simple, yet there was something intriguing about it. Clara was drawn to it in a way she couldn't quite explain. "Ah, I see you found the memory box," Granny Willow said, appearing beside Clara as if she had been conjured from the very air itself. Her voice was warm and gentle, like a soft blanket on a chilly night. "It's been waiting for the right person to come along." Clara carefully picked up the box. It felt surprisingly heavy in her hands, and the wood was smooth and cool to the touch. "What's inside?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Granny Willow smiled mysteriously. "This box holds the power to glimpse into memories, both old and new. It reveals what your heart yearns to remember or understand. But be gentle with its magic, for some memories are delicate things." With a nod of understanding, Clara decided to take the memory box home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, she settled into her favorite nook by the window. The soft glow of a nearby lantern bathed the room in a golden light, and the gentle crackle of the fireplace filled the air with warmth. Clara opened the box with a sense of eager anticipation. Inside, she found a small, intricately carved wooden key resting atop a velvet lining. The key seemed to pulse with a faint, silvery glow. Taking a deep breath, Clara held the key in her hand and closed her eyes. In an instant, she was transported to a different time and place. She found herself standing in a lush, sun-dappled forest where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. The leaves whispered secrets as a gentle breeze rustled through the branches above. As Clara took in her surroundings, she noticed a path winding through the trees, inviting her to follow. She set off along the path, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and curiosity. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. Before long, Clara came upon a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous, ancient oak tree with gnarled roots and a canopy that stretched high into the sky. Beneath the tree sat a wise old owl with feathers as soft as snow and eyes that sparkled like the night sky. "Welcome, Clara," the owl hooted in a voice that was both soothing and wise. "I am Oliver, the guardian of memories. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of understanding and discovery." Clara felt a warmth spread through her as she met Oliver's gaze. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to begin her journey. Oliver nodded thoughtfully. "To uncover the secrets of the memory box, you must seek out 3 memories hidden within this forest. Each memory will teach you something about yourself and the world. Use the key wisely, and remember, the greatest wisdom often lies within." Clara thanked Oliver and continued along the path, her steps light and filled with purpose. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she felt a newfound sense of wonder and connection with the world around her. The first memory came to Clara in the form of a shimmering pool of water nestled among the roots of a willow tree. As she peered into the pool, the surface rippled and swirled, revealing a memory of her own childhood. She saw herself as a little girl, playing by a river with her best friend, laughter ringing through the air like a sweet melody. In that moment, Clara remembered the pure joy of friendship and the importance of cherishing the bonds that connect us to others. She realized that true happiness often comes from the simplest of moments shared with those we love. With this newfound insight, Clara continued her journey. The path led her to a meadow filled with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. Here, she encountered a wise old tortoise named Tilda, who was basking in the warm sunlight. "Hello, young traveler," Tilda greeted Clara with a slow, kind smile. "I see you are on a quest to uncover the truths of the heart." Clara nodded, grateful for her new companion. "Yes, I seek the wisdom hidden within these memories." Tilda offered a knowing nod. "Patience, my dear, is a virtue. Sometimes the answers we seek take time to reveal themselves." Clara pondered Tilda's words as she continued her journey. Her next stop was a grove of ancient apple trees, their branches heavy with ripe crimson fruit. Here, she found a memory of her grandmother teaching her how to bake apple pie, the kitchen filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and sugar. This memory reminded Clara of the importance of tradition and the love that is passed down through generations. She learned that we are shaped by the stories and lessons of those who came before us, and it is our duty to honor and cherish their legacy. Finally, Clara arrived at the edge of the forest, where the trees gave way to a vast, open field. The sky above was painted with hues of pink and orange as the sun began to set. Here, she encountered a gentle deer named Darcy, who watched her with wide, trusting eyes. "Clara," Darcy spoke softly, "the final memory you seek is not of the past, but of the future. It is a dream yet to be realized." With Darcy's guidance, Clara closed her eyes and allowed herself to imagine the life she wished to lead. She saw herself surrounded by love and laughter, living a life filled with purpose and kindness. She realized that the future is a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of our dreams and actions. As the last light of day faded into twilight, Clara thanked her new friends and returned to the ancient oak tree where Oliver awaited her. The owl's eyes twinkled with approval as Clara shared the lessons she had learned. "You have done well, Clara," Oliver said warmly. "The journey of the heart is never truly complete, for it is a lifelong adventure of learning and growing." With a deep sense of gratitude and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to the forest and returned home. As she placed the memory box back on her shelf, she felt a comforting sense of peace and belonging. From that day forward, Clara carried the wisdom of the forest within her heart. She knew that life was a tapestry woven from the threads of memories, dreams, and the gentle guidance of kind-hearted friends. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Clara drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting warmth of the journey she had begun. Story 46. In a quaint village nestled within a lush valley, where the wind whispered secrets to the trees and the river sang lullabies to the moon, there lay a small, charming cottage. Its walls were covered in ivy, and the windows glowed warmly in the twilight. This was the home of a wise old woman named Marigold, whose heart was as golden as her namesake flower. Marigold was known far and wide for her wisdom and kindness. Villagers often visited her with questions about everything from garden pests to matters of the heart. Her cottage was filled with the scent of lavender and cinnamon, and a gentle fire crackled in the hearth, casting playful shadows on the walls. One evening, as Marigold was sipping her herbal tea by the fire, she heard a soft, persistent knock on her door. She opened it to find a young girl named Lila, her eyes wide with curiosity and just a hint of worry. Lila lived in the village and often spent her afternoons exploring the fields and forests, her pockets filled with treasures like smooth stones and delicate feathers. "Good evening, dear Lila," Marigold greeted with a warm smile. "What brings you here at this hour?" Lila stepped inside, the warmth of the cottage enveloping her like a comforting hug. "Marigold, something strange has been happening," she began, her voice a mix of excitement and concern. "Every morning, when the sun rises, a trail of glittering footprints appears in the meadow near my house. They're unlike anything I've ever seen." Marigold listened attentively, nodding as Lila described the shimmering footprints that seemed to dance across the dew-kissed grass. "And they lead to the edge of the forest, where they vanish completely," Lila added, a slight frown creasing her brow. Intrigued, Marigold decided they would investigate the mystery together. Let us see what we can discover, she said, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders. Lila beamed with delight, and together they set off into the night, the stars twinkling above like curious eyes. As they walked, the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine, and the soft hoot of an owl accompanied their steps. The moon cast a silvery light upon the meadow, revealing the trail of glittering footprints, just as Lila had described. Marigold knelt down, examining the footprints closely. "These are no ordinary marks," she murmured, noting the way they sparkled with an ethereal glow. "They seem to be made of stardust." "Stardust?" Lila echoed, her eyes wide with wonder. "What could leave such footprints?" "We must follow the trail to its end," Marigold suggested, her voice calm and reassuring. Hand in hand, they followed the glittering path, deeper into the forest where the footprints vanished. At the edge of the forest, where the footprints disappeared, Marigold and Lila paused. The trees stood tall and silent, their leaves whispering gently in the breeze. Just as they were about to turn back, a soft, melodic hum filled the air. From the shadows emerged a tiny creature, no larger than a squirrel. It had shimmering wings that caught the moonlight, and its eyes sparkled like the night sky. It was a stardust sprite, a creature of legend known for bringing dreams to life. "Good evening, Marigold and Lila," the sprite greeted, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I see you have discovered my footprints." Lila's eyes widened with delight. "Are you the one who makes the footprints every morning?" The sprite nodded, its wings fluttering gently. "Indeed. I sprinkle stardust in the meadow to help dreams grow. The footprints are merely a side effect." Marigold chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "And what dreams do you bring, dear sprite?" The sprite's smile was as bright as the moon. "Dreams of joy and wonder for the children of the village. I weave them from the starlight and the laughter of rivers." Lila's heart swelled with happiness. So it wasn't something to be afraid of, but something magical and wonderful. "Exactly," Marigold agreed, her voice warm and soothing. "Sometimes what seems mysterious and strange is simply magic waiting to be understood." As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the sprite bid them farewell, promising to visit often. Lila and Marigold made their way back to the village, their hearts light and their minds filled with wonder. Back in the cozy cottage, Marigold brewed another pot of tea, and they sat together by the fire, the warmth seeping into their bones. "Thank you, Marigold," Lila said, her voice now full of contentment, "for helping me find the magic in the mystery." "Anytime, dear Lila. Remember, the world is full of wonders, and sometimes all we need is a little curiosity and a willingness to see the magic around us," Marigold replied, her eyes soft with affection. And so, with the mystery solved and their hearts at ease, they sat together, watching the sunrise paint the world in hues of gold and pink, knowing that each new day brought with it the promise of dreams and the magic of discovery. Story 47. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a snug cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its walls, surrounded by blooming wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. Leora's evenings were filled with the soft glow of fireflies dancing among the trees and the lullaby of a babbling brook that wound its way through the glen. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Leora decided to explore a path she had never taken before. She felt a tingle of excitement as she stepped over the mossy stones and into the forest's embrace, where the air was cool and smelled of pine and earth. The leaves rustled softly, as if sharing secrets with one another, and every now and then, a curious squirrel would pause to watch her with bright eyes. As Leora ventured deeper, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with hues of silver, and its branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms. Beneath this tree, nestled among its roots, was a small pond that mirrored the sky above, scattered with delicate white water lilies. As she approached the pond, Leora noticed something curious. A small golden turtle, its shell glistening as if it were kissed by the sun. The turtle was struggling to climb over a stone, its little legs working tirelessly but to no avail. With a gentle smile, Leora knelt beside it and whispered, Here, let me help you, little one. She carefully lifted the turtle over the stone and placed it safely on the other side. The turtle blinked up at her, and to her surprise, it spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "Thank you, kind Leora," it said, its eyes twinkling with gratitude. "I am Aurelio, a guardian of this forest. For your kindness, I wish to share with you a secret known only to the heart of this wood." Leora, both astonished and delighted, listened intently as Aurelio continued. "There is a hidden garden within this forest, a place where magic lingers and dreams find their wings. It is a place where the stars come to rest, and where the moonlight dances upon the petals of night-blooming flowers. But to find it, you must first open your heart to the wonders of this world." Intrigued and filled with a sense of wonder, Leora agreed to follow Aurelio. The turtle led her through the forest, guiding her along winding paths lined with ferns and vibrant mushrooms that glowed softly in the dim light. As they walked, Aurelio shared stories of the forest's magic, of foxes that could weave the colors of dawn into their tails, and ancient trees that sang to the stars. Finally, they reached a hidden archway formed by intertwining branches. Leora's breath caught in her throat as she stepped through, into the hidden garden. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air was perfumed with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. The garden was alive with the soft chiming of unseen bells and the gentle hum of bees busy among the blossoms. In the center of this enchanted place stood a crystal fountain, its waters sparkling like liquid starlight. Surrounding it were flowers of every imaginable color, their petals seeming to whisper secrets of the universe. Leora felt a profound peace wash over her, as if she had found a piece of her heart she didn't know was missing. As she wandered through the garden, she came across a young deer with gentle eyes, nibbling on the sweet grass. "Welcome, Leora," the deer said in a melodic voice. "This garden is a sanctuary for those who seek to learn from the world around them. Here, you will find the wisdom of ages and the friendship of those who cherish the gentle magic of life." Leora spent the afternoon in the garden, listening to the stories of the wind and the songs of the stars. She discovered that the garden was a place of learning and growth, where each creature, plant, and stone held a lesson waiting to be understood. She learned to see the beauty in the small things, a drop of dew on a leaf, the quiet strength of a budding flower, and the comforting warmth of friendship. As twilight descended upon the garden, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and indigo, Leora knew it was time to return home. She thanked Aurelio and the creatures of the garden for their kindness and wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound understanding, she retraced her steps back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As she reached her village, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and the moon cast a gentle glow over the world. Leora knew that she would return to the hidden garden, for it was a place that had become a part of her, a place where her heart could wander and her spirit could rest. That night, as she lay in bed, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the soft whisper of the wind through the trees. She felt the warmth of friendship and the magic of the world cradling her gently, and she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden garden. And so, with each new day, Leora carried the lessons of the garden with her, sharing its gentle magic and wisdom with all who crossed her path. For she had learned that the true magic of the world lies in kindness, understanding, and the simple joy of unexpected friendships. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young boy named Finn. His days were spent wandering the meadows and woods surrounding his home, his heart filled with a yearning curiosity about the world. The village was a peaceful place, where the air carried the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook sang a soothing lullaby. Finn was a dreamer, his imagination as vast as the sky above. He loved nothing more than exploring the mysteries of the natural world. Each morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, he would set off with his wicker basket, hoping to discover something new and wondrous. One crisp autumn afternoon, while Finn was ambling through a grove of ancient oaks, he stumbled upon an unusual sight. There, amidst a carpet of fallen leaves, was a small, luminous creature, an ethereal being with wings that shimmered like moonlit water. Its eyes were wide and sparkling, and it seemed to glow with a soft, gentle light that warmed the cool forest air. "Hello," Finn whispered, crouching down beside the creature. "Are you lost?" The little being tilted its head, regarding Finn with a curious gaze. To his amazement, it spoke in a voice as delicate as a breeze through leaves. "I am not lost, but I am far from home. I am a flickerfay, a guardian of the forest's secrets." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "A flickerfay? What brings you here?" The flickerfay fluttered its wings, casting a cascade of twinkling light across the ground. "I was chasing a mischievous wisp of wind that has carried away the essence of the autumn leaves. Without it, the forest will not prepare for winter, and the balance of nature will be disturbed." Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Finn felt a surge of determination. "I will help you find it," he declared. "Together, we can return the forest to its rightful state." And so, an unexpected friendship began. Finn and the flickerfay set off, guided by the whispers of the trees and the rustling of the leaves. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Finn discovered that the world was far more magical than he had ever imagined. The forest seemed to come alive around them, each step revealing a new wonder. They passed beneath towering pines whose needles sang when the wind kissed them, and crossed streams where fish danced in shimmering patterns. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wild berries, creating a tapestry of aromas that wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. As dusk painted the sky in shades of indigo, they reached a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. There, dancing mischievously amidst the ferns, was the wisp of wind, a playful swirl of air that sparkled with the colors of the setting sun. It flitted and danced, carrying with it the essence of the autumn leaves, a cascade of reds, oranges, and golds that shimmered in the night. Finn and the flickerfay approached the wisp gently, using kindness and patience. "We need your help," Finn said softly, his voice as calm as the night. "The forest is waiting for you to return what you have taken." The wisp paused in its playful dance, as if considering Finn's words. Slowly it drifted closer, brushing past Finn and the flickerfay with a soft, caressing breeze. With a sigh that sounded like a gentle lullaby, the wisp released the essence it had gathered, sending the colors of autumn cascading back into the forest. The transformation was immediate and breathtaking. The trees blazed with renewed vibrancy, their leaves glowing like embers in the moonlight. The forest seemed to hum with life, a harmonious melody that resonated through the air, wrapping Finn and the flickerfay in its embrace. "Thank you," the flickerfay said, its eyes shimmering with gratitude. "You have helped restore the balance of the forest." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart that he had never known before. "I think I learned more than I ever imagined," he replied. "Nature has so many secrets, and I'm grateful to have been part of this one." As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn and the flickerfay made their way back through the now silent forest. The flickerfay guided him to the edge of the village, where the warm glow of lanterns welcomed them home. "Will I see you again?" Finn asked, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. The flickerfay hovered beside him, its light a comforting presence in the night. "Whenever you walk with an open heart and a curious mind, I will be near," it promised. "The magic of the forest is always with you." With a final gentle flutter of its wings, the flickerfay faded into the night, leaving behind a trail of shimmering stardust. Finn watched it go, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. He made his way back to his cozy cottage, where the comforting glow of the hearth awaited him. As he lay in bed, the events of the day played through his mind like a beautiful dream. The forest's secrets, the flickerfay's companionship, and the simple joy of helping someone in need had filled his heart with a sense of wonder. And as sleep gently claimed him, Finn knew that he would always cherish the magic he had discovered, not just in the forest, but in the world around him. The mysteries of nature had become his own, a thread woven into the tapestry of his life. With the forest humming softly in the distance, and the stars twinkling like diamonds in the night sky, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber. His dreams filled with the gentle magic of unexpected friendships and the endless wonders of the natural world. Story 49. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, Where the trees stood tall and their leaves murmured secrets to the wind, there was a small hidden glen that the sun touched only in the early morning hours. This glen was a place of gentle magic, where the air shimmered slightly, and the flowers bloomed in colors richer than any rainbow. In this magical glen lived a little creature named Pippa, a curious squirrel with fur the color of toasted almonds and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Pippa was not an ordinary squirrel. She had a special talent for finding things that others had lost. From acorns misplaced by forgetful squirrels to the shiny trinkets left behind by passing travelers, Pippa could always uncover what was missing. Every morning, Pippa would scamper through the forest, her tiny paws rustling the leaves as she searched for the day's treasures. She loved the feeling of the cool earth beneath her feet and the way the sunlight danced through the branches, casting playful shadows along her path. But as much as she enjoyed her daily adventures, Pippa often felt a twinge of loneliness. She longed for a friend to share her discoveries and to explore the wonders of the forest with her. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in shades of gold and crimson, Pippa set out on her usual journey. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the sweet aroma of ripe berries. As she hopped along, she noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of fallen leaves. With a flick of her bushy tail, she brushed the leaves aside and uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything Pippa had ever seen, adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars that seemed to twinkle in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Pippa gently nudged the box open with her nose, revealing a collection of smooth, polished stones in every shade of blue imaginable. Each stone seemed to hum with a quiet energy, filling the air with a soft, melodic sound that resonated deep within Pippa's heart. As she admired the stones, Pippa heard a soft rustling nearby. She turned to see a young fox with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves, peering curiously at her from behind a tree. The fox's amber eyes were wide with wonder, and Pippa sensed that he, too, felt the magic of the glen. "Hello," Pippa greeted warmly, her voice as soft as the breeze that stirred the leaves around them. "I'm Pippa. Would you like to see what I found?" The fox stepped forward, his movements graceful and cautious. "I'm Finn," he replied, his voice carrying a hint of shyness. "Those stones, they're beautiful." Together they examined the stones, their colors shifting like the waves of a gentle sea. Pippa explained how she often found lost things, but she had never come across something quite so enchanting. Finn listened intently, his tail flicking with interest as he shared tales of his own explorations in the forest, where he often marveled at the simple beauty of nature. As they spoke, a soft, golden mist began to rise from the stones, swirling around them like a tender embrace. The mist seemed to weave a tapestry of dreams, showing images of the forest in all its glory, the towering trees, the sparkling streams, and the hidden nooks brimming with life and mystery. Pippa and Finn watched in awe as the mist painted scenes of friendship and adventure, of creatures working together to overcome challenges and discover the marvels that lay hidden in their world. It was as if the stones were telling them a story of unity and the magic that could be found in the bonds between friends. Inspired by the vision, Pippa and Finn decided to embark on a journey together, vowing to uncover the secrets of the forest and to share the joys and wonders they found along the way. They spent their days exploring hidden trails, discovering new plants and animals, and learning from the wisdom of the ancient forest. With each passing day, their friendship grew stronger, and so did their understanding of the world around them. They learned that the forest was alive with its own kind of magic, a magic born from the harmony of nature and the connections between all living things. In time, Pippa and Finn became known throughout the forest as the keepers of the glen, guardians of its gentle magic and protectors of its secrets. Creatures from far and wide came to seek their guidance, drawn by the stories of their adventures and the kindness that radiated from their friendship. And so, under the canopy of shimmering leaves and the watchful gaze of the stars, Pippa and Finn's story became a part of the forest's eternal song, a melody that whispered of wonder and friendship, of growth and discovery, and of the gentle magic that lived in the heart of the natural world. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the glen continued to thrive, a haven of peace and beauty. And whenever the wind rustled through the trees, it carried with it the soft, melodic hum of the blue stones, a reminder of the day when two unlikely friends found each other and discovered the true magic of the forest. And so, their tale was woven into the fabric of the forest, a gentle reminder that friendship is the greatest treasure of all, and that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who are willing to look with open hearts and minds. With this comforting thought, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradling Pippa and Finn's story in its embrace, a lullaby of warmth and serenity that echoed through the ages. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the glen, all was calm and all was well. Story 50. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trunks of towering trees reached toward the heavens, and their roots whispered secrets into the earth, there thrived a world unseen by most human eyes. This world was vibrant with life, a delicate tapestry woven from the threads of nature itself, where every creature played a role in maintaining the harmony of their verdant home. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves in the canopy above, the soft hum of bees busy at work, and the distant call of a brook winding its way over stones smoothed by time. Here, the air was sweet and carried the scent of damp earth mixed with the faint perfume of wildflowers. As the sun rose, its golden light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where mosses and ferns grew in abundance, soft and inviting. Among these ancient trees lived a wise old tortoise named Barrow. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, and his eyes, deep and knowing, held the memories of many seasons. Barrow had seen the forest change with each passing year. He felt the rhythm of the seasons in his very bones. His days were spent wandering the forest paths, sharing stories and wisdom with those who cared to listen. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor, Barrow set out on his usual path. The air was cool and carried the promise of the coming winter. Leaves, in shades of amber and crimson, crunched beneath his sturdy feet. As he moved, he was greeted warmly by friends, each an essential part of their shared world. His first stop was at the home of Luna, a gentle white owl with feathers soft as snow. She perched in the hollow of an ancient oak, her eyes blinking slowly in the morning light. Luna was the keeper of the skies, watching over the forest from above and ensuring the balance between day and night. "Good morning, Barrow," Luna hooted softly, her voice as comforting as the embrace of a warm blanket. "The wind speaks of change. Have you felt it too?" Barrow nodded, the creases of his ancient face deepening with thought. "I have, Luna. There is a whisper that the balance is shifting. We must be vigilant." Continuing along the path, Barrow next visited the bustling burrow of Thistle, a clever fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Thistle was known for her sharp mind and playful spirit, always eager to explore and learn. At the sight of Barrow, she bounded over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Barrow, what brings you this way?" Thistle asked, her tail flicking with excitement. "We must gather," Barrow replied, his voice carrying the weight of his years. "I sense a change in the forest, and we must ensure that harmony prevails." Together, Barrow, Luna, and Thistle journeyed deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the trees stood closer together. They were joined by others, creatures of all shapes and sizes, each drawn by the call for unity. There was Willow, the kind-hearted deer whose grace and gentleness were unmatched, and Ripple, the spirited squirrel who darted among the branches, always eager to lend a hand. As they gathered in a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Barrow shared with them the wisdom passed down through generations. "Our forest is a delicate balance," he began, his voice steady and reassuring. "Every leaf, every creature, every breath of wind plays a part in its song. But there are times when the harmony falters, and it is then that we must come together to restore it." The creatures listened intently, their hearts united by a shared purpose. They understood that their home was not just a place of refuge, but a living, breathing entity that needed their care and attention. It was Luna who spoke next, her voice a gentle breeze through the leaves. "The change we feel is the shift of seasons, the turning of the wheel. With winter approaching, the forest will rest and renew. We must ensure that every creature is prepared for the cold months ahead." Thistle, ever the strategist, proposed a plan. We will gather supplies and share our resources. No one will go without, and together we will weather the winter. With a sense of determination and camaraderie, the creatures set to work. The forest buzzed with activity as they collected nuts and seeds, built shelters from fallen branches, and ensured that each member of their community had what they needed. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and the rustling of leaves as they worked side by side, their spirits buoyed by friendship and shared purpose. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the forest transformed under a blanket of snow. The once vibrant world was now a serene landscape of whites and grays, the air crisp and still. But beneath the surface, life continued to thrive, nurtured by the efforts of those who had come together in unity. When the first signs of spring appeared, a tender green shoot pushing through the snow, the song of a bird returning from its winter journey, the creatures gathered once more. They celebrated the renewal of life and the strength of their community, knowing that they had weathered the storm together. Barrow, his heart full of warmth and gratitude, addressed his friends. We have shown that by coming together, we can overcome any challenge. Let this be a lesson for all seasons, for all times. Harmony is not simply given, it is created through our actions, through our care for one another. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, a community of gentle, kind-hearted creatures lived in peace and balance. They understood that their strength lay not in their individual might, but in their unity, their wisdom, and their friendship. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest once again settled into a gentle hush. The creatures returned to their homes, hearts warm with the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves, a world of wonder and harmony, where every life was cherished and every season a new beginning. Thus, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a beacon of balance and beauty, where magic lived in every leaf and every breeze, and where the wisdom of the ages passed gently from one generation to the next. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the forest slept, cradled in the embrace of peace and the promise of tomorrow. Story 51. In a small, serene village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mira. She was known for her curious spirit and a heart as open as the wide, starry sky above. Mira's cottage, a quaint little abode with ivy climbing its stone walls, sat at the very border between the world of humans and the mysterious woodland, where whispers of magic fluttered among the leaves. One brisk autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Mira decided to venture deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Her boots crunched softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, and she marveled at the mosaic of colors overhead, fiery reds, sunny oranges, and mellow yellows mingling with the evergreen. As Mira wandered further, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, tangled in the brambles, was a small, fox-like creature with fur that shimmered like silver moonlight. Its eyes, a striking shade of emerald, were filled with both fear and curiosity. Mira approached slowly, speaking in a soft, soothing voice. "Hello there, little one. Don't worry, I mean you no harm." The creature, sensing her gentle intentions, ceased its struggle. With delicate hands, Mira freed the creature from the thorny snare. "Thank you," it said, its voice a whisper like the rustling leaves. Mira was startled, for she hadn't expected it to speak. "My name is Leora," the creature continued. "I come from the other side of the forest, from a land hidden to most human eyes. We are called the Luminara, and we guard the balance of nature." Mira, fascinated and a little awestruck, introduced herself. "I'm Mira. I live just on the other side of these woods. You're welcome to rest at my cottage until you're ready to return." Leora hesitated, aware of the tales of humans being unkind to forest folk, but something in Mira's eyes, a kindness that mirrored the gentle glow of the moon, prompted trust. "Very well, Mira. I accept your offer." As they journeyed back to the cottage, Mira and Leora exchanged stories, each learning more about the other's world. Mira spoke of her love for painting and the joy she found in capturing the beauty of nature on canvas. Leora shared tales of the Luminara, their role in nurturing the forest, and the songs they sang to the stars. Their companionship grew, yet it wasn't without its misunderstandings. One day, Mira, eager to surprise Leora, painted a depiction of the forest as she saw it, vibrant and bursting with life. But when she presented it, Leora's expression fell. "This is not how the forest truly is," Leora said softly. "You see only the surface, the bright colors. You miss the depth, the shadows that give it soul." Mira felt a pang of disappointment, but rather than retreat, she chose to understand. "Teach me then. Show me the forest through your eyes." Leora smiled, a glimmer of warmth in her emerald gaze. "Come then, let us walk together." Under Leora's guidance, Mira learned to see beyond the obvious. She noticed how the shadows played upon the trunks, how the light filtered through in delicate patterns, and how every sound, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, was part of a greater symphony. In turn, Mira shared her own perspective, teaching Leora the value of capturing beauty in fleeting moments. Together, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One stormy night, a fierce gale threatened to uproot the ancient trees. Leora, with her magic waning, struggled to calm the winds. Mira, witnessing her friend's distress, thought quickly and gathered candles and mirrors from her cottage. She placed them strategically around the trees, their flickering light creating an illusion of warmth and protection. "Focus on the light," Mira encouraged. "Let it guide your strength." With Mira's support, Leora managed to weave a protective barrier of light, soothing the tempest until it subsided. Exhausted but triumphant, they returned to the cottage, where the fireplace crackled warmly, casting a comforting glow around the room. As they sipped herbal tea, the scent of chamomile and lavender filling the air, Leora turned to Mira with gratitude. "You have shown me the strength of your world, of human ingenuity and heart. I see now that we are not so different after all. And you've taught me to look deeper, to appreciate the hidden layers of life," Mira replied with a gentle smile. Through shared experiences and the willingness to understand each other's worlds, Mira and Leora discovered that true friendship transcends differences. It is a bond forged in the heart, nurtured by patience and trust. As the seasons changed, Mira and Leora continued to explore the forest, their laughter echoing beneath the canopy. They found joy in the small wonders of nature, in the shared silences and the stories told by the crackling fire. And as the stars twinkled above, they knew that their friendship had become a bridge between worlds, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of understanding. In the peaceful embrace of night, as the village slumbered and the forest whispered its ancient secrets, Mira and Leora sat side by side, content in the knowledge that they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a treasure more precious than any magic the forest could weave. Story 52. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where sunlight danced through the leaves like golden fireflies, there lay a hidden glade known only to the most curious of wanderers. This glade was a place of gentle magic, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook sang a lullaby to all who passed through. One quiet afternoon, a small mouse named Thistle scurried through the underbrush, his tiny paws tickling the dewy grass as he went. Thistle was a curious little creature with fur as soft as down, and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stories. He had heard tales of the enchanted glade from his grandmother, who whispered of its wonders in the twilight hours. Driven by a heart full of wonder, Thistle meandered until he found himself at the edge of the glade. He paused, his whiskers twitching with anticipation, and took a deep breath of the fragrant air. The glade unfolded before him like a secret garden, filled with the vibrant hues of blooming flowers and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. As Thistle ventured further into the glade, he noticed a peculiar sight: a lone tortoise, ancient and wise, basking in a patch of dappled sunlight. Her shell was like a mosaic of earthy greens and browns, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. Thistle felt a pull towards the tortoise, as if drawn by an invisible thread of destiny. "Hello there," Thistle called out in his gentle, squeaky voice, hoping not to startle the serene creature. The tortoise blinked slowly and turned her head, her eyes meeting Thistle's with a gaze that was both kind and knowing. "Greetings, little wanderer," she replied, her voice carrying the warmth of sunlit stones. "What brings you to this hidden haven?" Thistle took a shy step forward, his curiosity overcoming his hesitance. "I've come to see the wonders of this glade. I've heard it holds magic and mysteries beyond imagining." The tortoise chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "Indeed, this place is filled with gentle magic, but the true wonders are found not just in the sights, but in the hearts of those who venture here." Feeling encouraged, Thistle sat beside the tortoise, eager to learn more. "May I ask your name?" he inquired politely. "I am called Myrtle," the tortoise replied with a nod, "and I have been the guardian of this glade for many, many years." As they spoke, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over the glade. Thistle felt a sense of peace settle over him, as if he had found a friend in Myrtle. The two exchanged stories, with Thistle sharing tales of his adventures in the forest and Myrtle recounting the legends of the glade. As the sky turned a soft lavender, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle. Thistle felt a question bubbling within him, a question that had lingered in his mind since he first set foot in the glade. "Myrtle," he began hesitantly, "what is the greatest mystery of this place?" Myrtle regarded him with a thoughtful gaze and then smiled, her expression tender and wise. "The greatest mystery of this glade, dear Thistle, is the way it brings together those who seek it out. It is a place where unexpected friendships blossom, where creatures of all kinds find common ground." Thistle pondered her words, feeling their truth resonate within him. He realized that the glade's magic lay not only in its beauty, but in the connections it fostered. With newfound understanding, he looked at Myrtle and said, "Thank you for sharing this wisdom with me. I feel like I've found something truly special here." Myrtle nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Remember, Thistle, the magic of friendship is the most powerful magic of all. Cherish it, and you will never be alone." As the evening deepened, Thistle and Myrtle lingered in the glade, their hearts warmed by the bond they had formed. The stars emerged one by one, twinkling like scattered gems across the night sky, casting a gentle glow over the peaceful scene. With a contented sigh, Thistle bid Myrtle good night, promising to return soon. He made his way back through the forest, the path illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the leaves. As he journeyed homeward, Thistle carried with him the gentle magic of the glade and the comfort of a newfound friendship. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Thistle drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the warmth of the forest and the soft whispers of the glade's enduring magic. Story 53. In a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of whispering hills and a sparkling sapphire lake, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. The village, named Willowbrook, was a place where the air seemed to hum with an ancient, comforting magic, where the leaves rustled secrets only the wind knew, and the stars above twinkled like wise old eyes. Lila, with her curious spirit and kind eyes, often wandered the meandering paths through the woods that bordered Willowbrook. She found solace among the towering oaks and the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the forest, carrying with it the songs of the winds and the whispers of the earth. One morning, as the sun spilled golden light over the landscape, Lila set out on her usual walk. The air was crisp, fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the world felt alive with the soft chatter of birds and the rustling of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, her fingers brushed the feathery ferns and the rough bark of the trees, feeling the vibrant pulse of life that surrounded her. On this particular day, Lila felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as if the forest itself was calling her deeper into its embrace. Following the call, she wandered off the familiar path, her feet carrying her to a part of the woods she had never explored before. There she discovered a small, hidden glade, bathed in dappled sunlight that danced upon a pond as smooth as glass. At the edge of the pond sat a creature unlike any Lila had seen. It was a small silver fox, its fur shimmering with an ethereal glow that seemed to shift and change with the light. The fox's eyes were a deep, knowing blue, and they regarded Lila with a gentle curiosity that mirrored her own. "Hello," Lila said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. She crouched down, her heart full of awe and wonder. The fox tilted its head, and Lila could have sworn she saw a smile in its gaze. "I've never seen a fox like you before," she continued, feeling a warmth spread through her as the fox took a step closer. "Do you live here in this glade?" The fox sat down, its bushy tail curling around its paws. It blinked slowly, and Lila understood that it was a silent guardian of this magical place, perhaps waiting for someone like her to share its secrets. Over the coming days, Lila visited the glade often, bringing with her small gifts of berries and stories from the village. The fox listened attentively, its presence a comforting balm that soothed Lila's heart. Their friendship blossomed, a gentle bond that transcended words, woven from trust and a shared love of the quiet mysteries of the natural world. One afternoon, as the sky began to blush with the colors of sunset, the fox stood and beckoned Lila to follow. They wove their way deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the air was filled with the rich scent of earth and moss. Lila's heart raced with anticipation, and she felt the thrill of discovery bubbling within her. At last they arrived at the base of an ancient, towering oak, its gnarled roots sprawling like the limbs of a slumbering giant. The fox paused, then gently nosed a small moss-covered stone aside, revealing a hidden hollow beneath the tree. Inside the hollow lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box, covered in runes that seemed to shimmer with a soft, golden light. Lila knelt down, her fingers tracing the patterns, feeling a warmth emanating from the box. "What is this?" she wondered aloud, her voice filled with awe. The fox watched her, its eyes full of encouragement and wisdom. Lila understood that this was a gift, a piece of the forest's magic, entrusted to her by her new friend. With gentle hands, Lila opened the box, revealing a small, delicate seed nestled within. It pulsed with a soft glow, as if it held the light of the sun and the essence of the forest within its tiny shell. The fox nudged Lila gently, as if to say, "Plant it, and see what wonders it may grow." Taking the seed in her hand, Lila felt a sense of responsibility and joy. She carefully chose a spot near the glade, where the sunlight kissed the earth with warmth and love. With the fox by her side, she planted the seed, covering it with rich soil and whispering a hope that it would thrive. Days turned into weeks, and Lila tended to the seed with care, watering it with gentle hands and speaking to it with words of encouragement and dreams. The fox was always near, a silent companion who shared in her hopes and watched over the budding life. One morning, as dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Lila arrived at the glade to find a wondrous sight. Where she had planted the seed, a young tree had sprouted, its leaves shimmering like silver in the morning light. It stood tall and strong, a testament to the magic of friendship and the nurturing power of love. As the tree grew, it became a symbol of the bond between Lila and the fox, a beacon that drew the villagers to the glade. They marveled at its beauty and the gentle magic that seemed to flow from its branches, bringing peace and harmony to all who visited. Lila learned that true magic lay not just in the mysterious runes or the shimmering light, but in the connections we forge, the kindness we share, and the love we nurture. The fox, her steadfast friend, taught her that the greatest gifts are often the ones we cannot see, the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the natural world. With the fox by her side, Lila grew in wisdom and heart, discovering that the world was full of wonders waiting to be found, if only one looked with eyes of curiosity and a heart open to the magic of possibility. As the years passed, the tree became a cherished part of Willowbrook, its branches sheltering countless stories and dreams. And under its shade, Lila and the fox continued their adventures, exploring the mysteries of the forest and the secrets that lay hidden in its depths. And so, in the gentle glow of the moonlit nights, as the stars twinkled above like a celestial tapestry, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its heart beating with the rhythm of the forest and the magic of enduring friendship. With each sunset, Lila and the fox would sit beneath their tree, whispering stories to the night, their bond as strong and timeless as the roots that anchored their beloved tree to the earth. And in the stillness, they knew that the magic of their friendship would always light their path, guiding them through the mysteries of life and weaving a tapestry of wonder that would last forever. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a world where the lush emerald forests met the shimmering sands of endless deserts, lived two creatures as different as the sun and the moon. In the heart of the forest, under the comforting shade of ancient trees, dwelt a rabbit named Thistle. Her fur was as soft as the downy clouds above, and her heart was as gentle as the spring breeze. Thistle loved the quiet rustling of leaves and the symphony of birds that sang her to sleep each night. Beyond the forest's edge, where the golden sands stretched as far as the eye could see, lived a desert fox named Zephyr. His coat was the color of the setting sun, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 adventures. Zephyr was a creature of the open skies and vast horizons, where the wind whispered tales of faraway lands. Though their worlds were neighbors, Thistle and Zephyr had never met, for the forest and the desert seldom mingled. But as fate would have it, a great need would soon bring them together. One day, a fierce storm swept across the lands, a tempest of wind and rain that was rare in these parts. The storm raged for 3 days and nights, uprooting trees and turning the desert sands into treacherous, shifting dunes. When the skies finally cleared, the forest and desert were both left in disarray. Thistle, worried for her woodland home, ventured to the forest's edge to survey the damage. There she found a small sandy stretch that had been swallowed by the desert's encroaching dunes. Among the sand, she spotted a pair of bright eyes watching her warily, eyes belonging to Zephyr, who had been driven from his home by the storm's wrath. At first, Thistle was wary. She had heard tales of desert creatures, and they were said to be sly and untrustworthy. Zephyr, on the other hand, had heard that forest dwellers were timid and suspicious. Yet in that moment, they shared the same problem. Their homes were no longer safe. Though they came from different worlds, both Thistle and Zephyr needed shelter and a plan to restore their homes. Hesitantly, they decided to work together. Thistle showed Zephyr the way through the forest, where he marveled at the towering trees and the cool, soft earth beneath his paws. In turn, Zephyr shared his knowledge of the desert, explaining how the winds shaped the sands and how stars could guide them at night. As they spent more time together, Thistle and Zephyr discovered that their differences were not barriers but bridges to understanding. Thistle found that Zephyr was not sly, but rather clever and resourceful. Zephyr learned that Thistle was not timid, but thoughtful and wise. One afternoon, as they rested by a bubbling brook, Zephyr noticed Thistle looking wistfully at a patch of wildflowers. "What is it that troubles you, Thistle?" he asked. "I worry for my friends in the forest," Thistle replied softly. "The storm has scattered us, and I fear they may be lost." Her eyes glistened with concern. Zephyr, touched by her care for others, suggested, "Let us search for them together. 2 sets of eyes will surely find them faster than 1. With renewed purpose, they set off, their paws leaving gentle imprints on the damp earth. They searched high and low, calling out for Thistle's friends. Along the way, Zephyr's keen sense of direction and Thistle's knowledge of the forest led them to one creature after another, each reunion filled with joy and relief. As dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they found the last of Thistle's friends, a family of hedgehogs huddled beneath a fallen log. With all her friends accounted for, Thistle's heart overflowed with gratitude. "Thank you, Zephyr," Thistle said, her voice a gentle whisper. "I could not have done this without you." "And I could not have found my way without you," Zephyr replied with a warm smile. "You have shown me the beauty of the forest, and I am grateful for your friendship." Together, they returned to the forest's edge, where the desert and the woods kissed beneath the moonlit sky. There, they stood side by side, gazing at the stars that twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns. In the days that followed, Thistle and Zephyr worked tirelessly to restore their homes. Thistle helped Zephyr repair his burrow, teaching him how to weave fallen branches into a sturdy roof. Zephyr, in turn, taught Thistle how to read the stars, so she could always find her way. Through shared challenges and mutual support, their friendship blossomed like the wildflowers that danced in the spring breeze. They learned that true friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing their differences and growing together. And so, in the quiet moments when the world seemed still and the gentle hum of life filled the air, Thistle and Zephyr sat beneath the stars, knowing they had found in each other a friend for all seasons. Their hearts, once separated by the forest and the desert, now beat in harmony, a testament to the strength of understanding and the magic of unlikely companions. As the gentle night wrapped the world in its embrace, Thistle and Zephyr dreamed of new adventures. knowing that together they could weather any storm that came their way. And in the warmth of their friendship, they discovered the true meaning of home. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush emerald forest, there was a small, sleepy village named Willowbrook. This village was cradled by misty hills and serenaded by the gentle babbling of a crystal-clear stream that wound its way through the meadows. The air always carried the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the leaves rustled softly as if whispering secrets from ages past. In this village lived a young woman named Miriam. Miriam was known for her quiet demeanor and her deep love for the woods that surrounded Willowbrook. Her days were spent wandering through the forest paths, sketchbook in hand, capturing the essence of every leaf and creature she encountered. But despite her love for the natural world, Miriam felt a restlessness inside her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. Change was coming, and Miriam could feel its whispers in the rustling of the leaves, but she was unsure how to embrace it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the village, Miriam wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air grew cooler, and the light dimmer, as she approached the heart of the woods. She came upon an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, and its branches stretching like arms towards the sky. Beneath this oak, she noticed a peculiar shimmer, a small, glowing orb hovering just above the ground. Curiosity piqued, Miriam reached out to touch the orb, and as her fingers brushed its surface, she was engulfed in a gentle, warm light. The forest around her seemed to breathe with life, and she heard a voice, calm and wise, emanating from the orb. "Dear Miriam," the voice began, "you have the heart of the forest within you, but you resist the change that is as natural as the seasons. Embrace it, and you shall find your true self." Startled, Miriam pulled back, but the light lingered, surrounding her like a comforting blanket. She felt a shift within her, a spark of courage igniting a tiny flame of transformation. The orb, sensing her resolve, began to weave its magic, intertwining with Miriam's own desire for change. As days turned into weeks, Miriam returned to the ancient oak, each time greeted by the glowing orb. She began to notice changes within herself. Her sketches became more vibrant, capturing not just the likeness but the spirit of the forest. Her senses heightened. She could hear the whispers of the trees, feel the rhythm of the earth beneath her feet, and see the colors of the world with a clarity she'd never known. The villagers noticed the change in Miriam too. Her once reserved demeanor now radiated warmth and confidence. She began to share her art, teaching the children of Willowbrook to appreciate the beauty of nature, to see the magic in the mundane. Throughout her journey, Miriam found solace and support in her friends. Old Widow Thistle, the herbalist, shared her knowledge of the forest's healing properties, teaching Miriam the ancient art of potion making. Young Sam, the blacksmith's apprentice, offered encouragement, marveling at Miriam's newfound abilities and helping her forge tools to better explore and create. Each new skill Miriam acquired mirrored her inner growth, as she learned not just to accept change, but to welcome it as a companion on her life's journey. The struggles she had faced, the uncertainty, the fear of the unknown, gave way to a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. One moonlit night, as Miriam sat beneath the ancient oak, the orb appeared once more, its light softer, yet more vibrant than before. "You have embraced the change, dear Miriam," the voice intoned. "You have learned that growth is not just about becoming something new, but about recognizing the beauty of what you are and can be." Miriam smiled, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a dance to be embraced, a journey to be cherished. With the orb's final blessing, Miriam's transformation was complete. She was no longer just a part of the forest. She was a guardian of its magic, a bridge between the world of wonder and the hearts of her fellow villagers. And so, Miriam's story spread throughout Willowbrook, inspiring others to seek their own paths of transformation. The village, once sleepy and still, now buzzed with the vibrancy of growth and discovery, each person finding their own light, their own orb of magic within. As the seasons turned and the forest continued to whisper its ancient secrets, Miriam knew that her journey was never truly over. For like the forest, she was ever changing, ever growing, and always embracing the beauty of life's endless dance. And in her heart, she carried the warmth of the glowing orb, a constant reminder that the beauty of personal discovery lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 56. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known for her gentle heart and the kindness that seemed to ripple through her like a stream. Yet Leora harbored a secret fear of change. She preferred the familiar paths of the village, the known rhythms of her days, and the predictable patterns of the seasons. Leora's cottage was a cozy nook at the edge of the village, its windows adorned with lace curtains that fluttered like soft whispers in the breeze. The garden surrounding her home was a tapestry of colors, with sunflowers standing tall and marigolds dotting the path like little suns. Every morning, Leora would wander through her garden, her fingers brushing against the petals, her heart finding solace in the constancy of their bloom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora noticed something peculiar. At the garden's edge, where the light of day met the shadows of night, a tiny seedling had sprouted. Unlike any plant she had ever seen, its leaves shimmered with an iridescent glow, casting a soft light that danced across the ground. Curious and enchanted, Leora knelt beside the seedling. She could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if it held a secret waiting to unfold. As days turned into weeks, the seedling grew, and with it, a quiet sense of wonder began to stir within Leora's heart. One night, as stars sprinkled the sky like scattered diamonds, Leora awoke to a soft, melodic humming. She followed the sound, her bare feet whispering against the cool earth, until she stood before the now towering plant. Its flowers had bloomed into magnificent, luminescent orbs that pulsed in time with the melody. From the heart of the plant, a figure emerged, delicate and ethereal, with wings that shimmered like moonlit water. The creature introduced herself as Fae, a guardian of transformations, whose purpose was to guide those hesitant of change. "Fear not, dear Leora," Fae spoke with a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Change is but a dance of nature, an eternal cycle of growth and renewal. Embrace it, and you shall find a new depth within yourself." Though intrigued by Fae's words, Leora felt a tremor of doubt. "But what if I lose what I hold dear?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Fae smiled gently. "In change, we do not lose, we evolve. With each step, we discover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Encouraged by Fae's wisdom, Leora began to embrace small changes. She ventured beyond the familiar paths, exploring the meadows and woodlands that bordered her village. With each new discovery, she found a piece of herself she had never known, a courageous heart, a curious mind, a joyful spirit. Her journey was not without challenges. There were moments of uncertainty, of fear that crept like shadows, but Fae was always there, a silent presence reminding her of the beauty in transformation. With the guidance of her newfound friend, Leora learned to see change not as an end, but as a beginning, a chance to blossom into something extraordinary. As seasons turned, the village began to notice a change in Leora, not just in her willingness to explore, but in the warmth that seemed to radiate from her. She became a beacon of hope and inspiration, encouraging others to embrace the unknown with open hearts. In time, Leora's garden flourished beyond her wildest dreams, a reflection of her own inner transformation. The luminescent plant at its center stood as a testament to the journey she had embarked upon, a journey of growth, discovery, and the magic that lies within embracing change. And so, with the gentle guidance of her magical friend and the courage found within her own heart, Leora learned that the beauty of life lies in its ever-changing nature. She discovered that true magic exists not in resisting change, but in welcoming it, in allowing it to illuminate the path to self-discovery. As the stars twinkled above, Leora sat by her garden, a contented smile gracing her lips. She had come to understand that change was not something to be feared, but cherished, a gift that led her to a life more vibrant, more fulfilling than she had ever imagined. And so, under the silver light of the moon and the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora's heart found peace. Her story, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, became a part of the village, a tale of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of personal growth. Story 57. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woodcarver named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his exquisite carvings, each piece a marvel of detail and life. Yet as the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn found himself struggling with a deepening sense of restlessness. The familiar patterns of his craft, once a source of joy, now felt confining, the same designs repeating over and over like echoes in a canyon. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves swirled around him like a dance of embers, Finn wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, his heart heavy with yearning for something he couldn't quite name. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of the leaves seemed to speak to him, inviting him onward. As twilight descended, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn stumbled upon a hidden grove. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an ageless guardian. The air around it shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, as if the tree itself was woven from threads of moonlight. Finn approached the oak, drawn by an inexplicable pull. As he placed his hand on its gnarled trunk, a warmth spread through him, and he heard a voice, gentle and wise, murmuring from the heart of the tree. "Change is the breath of life, dear one," the voice whispered. "Embrace it, and you shall carve wonders you have yet to dream." Startled yet comforted by the oak's words, Finn felt a tingling in his fingers, as if the magic of the forest was flowing through him. In that moment, he understood that the change he feared was not a loss, but a path to new beginnings. Returning to his workshop, Finn found himself filled with a newfound energy. The wood beneath his hands seemed to pulse with life, and his carvings began to take on forms he had never imagined. Birds with wings unfurled, ready to soar, trees swaying in a silent breeze, faces filled with stories untold. His transformation did not go unnoticed. Among the villagers there was a gentle herbalist named Miriam, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of those who listened more than they spoke. Miriam had often watched Finn from afar, recognizing a kindred spirit in his quiet dedication. Seeing the change in his work, she felt a call to offer her support. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of soft violet, Miriam approached Finn's workshop. She brought with her a small bundle of herbs tied with twine, their fragrance a soothing balm. "For courage and clarity," she said with a gentle smile, placing the bundle in Finn's hands. "May they guide your journey." With Mira's quiet encouragement, Finn found the courage to explore his craft further. He began experimenting with new techniques, blending the traditional with the innovative, and each piece became a testament to his growth. His carvings, once mere depictions, now told stories of transformation and discovery. As the days grew shorter and the crispness of winter kissed the morning air, Finn felt the change within him mirrored in the world around. The villagers, drawn by the beauty of his work, came to understand the magic of transformation in their own ways. Inspired by Finn's journey, they too began to embrace change, finding new ways to express their own unique gifts. One evening, as the first snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, Finn sat by the fireside, his heart filled with a deep, abiding peace. The crackling of the fire was a comforting lullaby, and the warmth of the room wrapped around him like a familiar embrace. Miriam sat beside him, her presence a quiet reassurance. "Thank you," Finn said softly, turning to Miriam with gratitude shining in his eyes. Her support had been a light in his darkest moments, a reminder that he was never alone in his journey. Miriam smiled, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "It is you who found the courage to change," she replied gently. "The magic was always within you." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Finn realized that true magic lay not in the carvings themselves, but in the journey of discovery and the friendships forged along the way. He had learned that change, though daunting, was but a doorway to new wonders, a path that led to the heart of who he truly was. And so, within the cozy embrace of the firelit room, surrounded by the gentle presence of his friend, Finn's heart swelled with a calm joy. He understood that he was part of a greater tapestry, one woven from the threads of change and the bonds of friendship. As he closed his eyes, lulled by the warmth and peace that enveloped him, he knew that he had found his place in the world, a place where he could continue to grow, dream, and carve stories into the very fabric of life. Story 58. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle lullabies, there lay a small, hidden meadow. It was a place many had heard of, but few had ever found, blanketed by a carpet of soft emerald moss and dotted with wildflowers whose petals danced like stars against the earthy backdrop. The air there was sweet, filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant melody of a bubbling brook. It was here, on a particularly golden afternoon, that two very different creatures found themselves drawn together by fate. First was Thistle, a diminutive and quick-footed squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves. Thistle had lived his entire life in the whispering woods, darting from tree to tree, gathering acorns and befriending the woodland folk. His world was one of branches and breezes, a life filled with the rustling of leaves and the whisper of wind through the pines. The other was Luna, a graceful dove who had recently flown in from distant lands. Her feathers shimmered with the soft hues of morning mist, and her eyes held the depth of distant oceans. Luna's journey had been long, and she sought a place where the skies were as kind as the winds that carried her. Their meeting was not serendipitous, for Thistle had been startled by an unfamiliar fluttering above, causing him to drop his prized acorn. The nut tumbled through the air, only to be caught mid-fall by Luna's swift and gentle wing. She landed softly beside him, her eyes curious and warm. "Thank you," Thistle stammered, his voice as small as his stature. He was not accustomed to such grand creatures in his midst, especially those who spoke a language of sky and cloud. "You're welcome," Luna cooed, placing the acorn gently at his feet. "I hope my presence did not startle you too greatly." And thus began a friendship as unlikely as it was destined. Thistle, who had never ventured beyond his beloved woods, found himself enthralled by Luna's tales of faraway places, of mountains that kissed the sky and rivers that sang their own songs. In return, he shared with Luna the secrets of the forest, guiding her to the hidden nooks where the sun painted the world in hues of gold and green. Yet, as with all new friendships, there were misunderstandings. Thistle, in his eagerness, often spoke too fast, his words a tumble of excitement and curiosity. Luna, used to the measured grace of her own kind, sometimes found his energy overwhelming. One morning, as the sun peeked through the canopy, Thistle insisted on showing Luna a particularly ancient oak, its branches heavy with stories of bygone days. "Look, Luna, this tree has stood here longer than any other," Thistle exclaimed, his tiny paws dancing with enthusiasm. Luna perched quietly on a low branch, her eyes thoughtful. "It's beautiful, Thistle, but I wonder about the stories it must hold. Do all its tales have happy endings?" This question puzzled Thistle. To him, every tree, every leaf was a part of the joyous tapestry of life. But as he pondered Luna's words, he realized that perhaps his view had been too narrow. Trees, much like friends, held tales of joy and sorrow, growth and stillness. It was a moment of growth for Thistle, who began to see his world not just through the lens of his own experiences, but through the broader perspective Luna offered. Their first real challenge came with the changing of the seasons. As the days grew shorter and the air crisper, a fierce storm swept through the whispering woods, its winds howling and its rain relentless. Thistle, nestled safely in his cozy burrow, worried for Luna, who had taken refuge in the branches above. "Luna," he called up, the wind snatching at his words. "Come down! You'll be safer here." But Luna, used to riding the stormy skies, hesitated. She had always weathered storms alone, her wings her only shield. Yet seeing Thistle's earnest concern, she decided to take shelter with him. Together they huddled in Thistle's snug burrow, the warmth of the earth wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. As the storm raged outside, they shared stories to pass the time. Thistle spoke of the forest's resilience, of how life flourished anew after each storm. Luna, in turn, recounted the strength of the wind and the beauty of the skies painted with lightning. In that shared space, they found a deeper understanding of one another, realizing that strength did not always mean facing challenges alone. When the storm finally passed, the forest was a picture of glistening renewal. Leaves sparkled with droplets like tiny jewels, and the air was crisp and fresh. Thistle and Luna emerged from their shelter, each grateful for the other's presence. From that day on, their friendship deepened, each learning from the other's world. Thistle taught Luna the art of listening to the forest's secrets, while Luna showed Thistle how to see beyond the trees, to dream of horizons untouched. As the seasons turned and the world around them changed, they remained constant companions, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of friendship forged in the heart of the whispering woods. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, and the gentle lullaby of the brook serenaded the night, Thistle and Luna settled into the comfort of their shared world. Together, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a journey of hearts that could see beyond differences, finding strength in unity and joy in each other's company. Story 59. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. With her soft curls, the color of chestnuts, and eyes as bright as polished amber, Lila was known in her village for her curious nature and gentle heart. Her favorite pastime was wandering the lush meadows and secretive glades that surrounded her home, where she would often lose herself in daydreams. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent behind the hills, Lila set out on one of her usual rambles. The air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees created a symphony with the rustling leaves. She followed a narrow path, winding deeper into the forest, where sunlight danced like shimmering sprites across the forest floor. As she walked, Lila noticed something unusual, a faint, silvery glow flickering through the trees, like moonlight captured in a jar. Her heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity, and she followed the ethereal light until she reached a small clearing. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, she found a tiny creature, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a small fox, its fur a silvery hue that seemed to glow from within. It looked up at Lila with eyes that twinkled like starlit pools, and she felt an instant connection. The fox appeared both fragile and ethereal, as though it had stepped out from a dream. "Hello, little one," Lila whispered, kneeling down to meet the fox's gaze. "Are you lost?" The fox tilted its head, as if understanding her words. It took a cautious step towards her, and Lila extended her hand gently. To her surprise, the fox nuzzled against her palm, its fur soft as downy feathers. "I shall call you Star," Lila decided, feeling a warmth bloom in her chest. "Would you like to come with me?" With a flick of its tail, Star seemed to nod, and together they embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of the forest. As they walked, Lila noticed how Star seemed to illuminate the path, casting a gentle, comforting light in the growing dusk. The forest was alive with sounds, the chirping of crickets, the soft hoot of an owl awakening to the night. The scent of pine and earth mingled in the cool breeze, creating a cocoon of serenity around them. Lila and Star wandered until they reached a stream, its waters glistening like liquid silver in the moonlight. "Let's rest here," Lila suggested, sitting on a smooth rock by the water's edge. Star curled up beside her, resting its head on her lap. The tranquil sound of flowing water filled the air, and Lila felt a deep peace settle within her. As they sat in silence, Lila began to wonder about Star's origins. What mysterious magic had brought this enchanting fox into her life? Her thoughts drifted like the gentle current of the stream, weaving stories of wonder and adventure. In time, the moon rose high in the sky, casting its gentle glow across the forest. Lila knew she should return home, but a part of her wished to stay with Star forever, wrapped in the magic of the night. "Star," she murmured softly, "I wish I could understand where you came from." The fox lifted its head and gazed at her, as if contemplating her words. Then, with a gentle nudge, it stood and trotted to the edge of the stream. Pausing, Star looked back at Lila, its eyes filled with a wisdom that seemed far beyond its years. Understanding that Star wanted her to follow, Lila rose to her feet. Together, they crossed the stream, stepping carefully on the stones that jutted above the water. On the other side, the forest opened up to reveal a glen bathed in moonlight. In the center of the glen stood a circle of ancient stones, each one etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the night. Lila felt a thrill of wonder as she approached, sensing the air was charged with a gentle magic. "This place is special, isn't it?" she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. Star trotted to the center of the stone circle and sat, its fur shimmering more brightly than ever. Lila followed, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and reverence. As she entered the circle, a soft breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a voice, soft and melodic, like a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. The voice spoke not in words but in feelings, wrapping Lila in a warm embrace of understanding. In that moment, Lila realized that Star was a guardian of the forest, a creature of light and magic sent to guide her. The stones, ancient and wise, held the stories of the land, and Lila felt honored to be part of this timeless connection. "Thank you," she whispered, gratitude filling her heart. She knelt beside Star, who gazed at her with a look of pure affection. As if sensing the completion of their journey, the fox stood once more and brushed against her leg. Lila felt a twinge of sadness, knowing their time together was drawing to a close. "You've shown me so much, Star," she said softly. "I'll never forget." Star nuzzled her hand one last time, then turned and bounded back across the stream. Lila watched as the fox's silvery glow faded into the forest, leaving her with a sense of peace and fulfillment. The journey back to Willowbrook felt different, as though the world had shifted slightly, revealing hidden wonders she had never noticed before. The night was calm, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. When Lila finally returned home, she found her mother waiting by the window, a smile of relief spreading across her face. "Did you have a good adventure, my dear?" her mother asked, smoothing Lila's hair with gentle hands. "Yes, Mama," Lila replied, her voice filled with quiet joy. "I met a friend and learned so much about the magic of the forest." Her mother embraced her warmly, and Lila felt the comfort of home wrap around her like a soft blanket. As she climbed into bed, her mind drifted back to the glen and the circle of stones, where the magic of the natural world had opened her eyes to new wonders. With a contented sigh, Lila closed her eyes, knowing that Star would always be a part of her heart, a guiding light in the gentle darkness of the night. And as she slipped into dreams, the whispers of the forest sang her to sleep, promising countless adventures yet to come. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a land where the golden sun kissed the lofty treetops each morning, and silver streams wove through lush meadows like ribbons of starlight, there lay two worlds nestled side by side but rarely intertwined. One was the realm of the forest dwellers, where creatures of fur and feather thrived amid the whispering leaves. The other was the domain of the village folk, who built their homes of stone and timber, living in harmony with the gentle rhythms of the seasons. In the heart of the forest, a sprightly squirrel named Nibbles scampered about, his bright eyes always on the lookout for the next adventure. His bushy tail flicked with excitement as he darted through the branches, gathering acorns and berries. Nibbles had heard tales from his elders about the world beyond the forest, and often wondered what lay beneath the distant village rooftops that peeked through the canopy. Meanwhile, in the village, a young girl named Lila spent her days helping her grandmother tend their small garden. Lila loved the vibrant flowers and the sweet scent of herbs that filled the air, but she longed for a friend with whom she could share her dreams and secrets. Her grandmother often spoke of the magical creatures rumored to inhabit the forest, and Lila's heart brimmed with curiosity and longing to see them for herself. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in hues of amber and crimson, fate decided it was time for Nibbles and Lila's paths to cross. Nibbles, with a pouch full of acorns, ventured closer to the village than ever before, his whiskers twitching with nervous excitement. At the same time, Lila, carrying a basket of freshly picked apples, wandered into the edge of the forest, her eyes wide with wonder at the towering trees and rustling foliage. As Nibbles perched on a low branch, nibbling on an acorn, he noticed a glint of sunlight reflecting off the apples in Lila's basket. Intrigued, he crept closer, his tiny paws silent on the bark. Lila, sensing a presence, turned and gasped softly. There, not far from her, was the most endearing creature she had ever seen, with its glossy fur and bright, curious eyes. For a moment they simply stared at one another, each fascinated by the other's appearance. But then a breeze rustled the leaves, and in his eagerness, Nibbles lost his footing and tumbled to the ground with a soft thud. Lila rushed forward, her heart full of concern, and gently lifted him into her hands. "Are you all right, little one?" she asked, her voice as soft as the autumn wind. Nibbles, though startled, found the girl's touch comforting. He chirped a little in response, and Lila giggled, her laughter like music to his ears. From that day on, an unlikely friendship blossomed between the two. Each morning, Nibbles would meet Lila at the forest's edge, where they would explore the woods and the village together, sharing stories and laughter. Though they came from different worlds, they found joy in their differences, teaching one another about their unique lives and customs. Yet, as with all friendships, misunderstandings sometimes arose. One chilly afternoon, Lila, eager to share the beauty of her garden, invited Nibbles to visit. Excitedly, he scampered through the neat rows of herbs and flowers, but in his enthusiasm, he accidentally knocked over a pot of lavender, spilling soil across the path. Lila's grandmother, witnessing the mishap, frowned and gently scolded Nibbles, not understanding his intention. Hurt and embarrassed, Nibbles darted away, disappearing into the forest. Lila, realizing the misunderstanding, felt a pang in her heart. She understood her grandmother's concern, but knew Nibbles meant no harm. Determined to make amends, Lila ventured deep into the forest the next day, calling out for her friend. The trees stood tall and silent, and for a moment doubt crept into her heart. But she remembered their laughter and the warmth of their companionship, and she knew she had to find him. Finally, she spotted him perched atop a high branch, his tail drooping with sadness. "Nibbles," she called softly, her voice carrying a note of apology. "I'm so sorry. I know you didn't mean to cause any trouble." Nibbles looked down, his eyes meeting hers, and he saw the sincerity in her gaze. Slowly, he descended, and as Lila reached out her hand, he knew that their friendship was stronger than any misunderstanding. Together, they returned to the village, where Lila explained everything to her grandmother. With understanding and kindness, they replanted the lavender, and Nibbles even helped by fetching small stones to decorate the garden's edge. From then on, the bond between Nibbles and Lila only deepened. They faced challenges together, like the time a fierce storm threatened the village, and Nibbles led Lila to a hidden grove where they found shelter and warmth. In return, Lila taught Nibbles about the changing seasons and the stars that twinkled like diamonds in the night sky. Through their shared adventures, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a tapestry woven from trust, understanding, and the joy of shared experiences. They learned that differences were not barriers, but bridges to greater understanding, and that kindness could overcome the greatest of challenges. And so, each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of rose and violet, Nibbles and Lila would sit side by side, watching as the world settled into the gentle embrace of night. Their hearts were content, knowing that no matter where they came from or the challenges they might face, they had found a true friend in one another. And in that cozy, peaceful corner of the world, amid the whispering trees and the quiet hum of village life, a bond was forged that would shine brightly like the stars above, lighting the path of friendship with warmth and love. Story 61. Once upon a time, in a world where the sky twinkled with 1,000 tiny lanterns and the air always carried the scent of blooming jasmine, there lived two unlikely companions. One was a small, determined mouse named Oliver, whose coat shimmered like silver moonlight. The other was a gentle giant of a bear called Bramwell, whose fur was the color of freshly turned earth, and whose heart was as vast as the great meadow he called home. Oliver came from the bustling village nestled at the edge of the enchanted forest, where he lived among the roots of an ancient oak tree. The village was a place of constant activity, with mice scurrying to gather food and share stories. Oliver, though, longed for something more than the confines of his tiny world. He dreamed of adventure and the chance to prove himself beyond the village. Bramwell, on the other hand, lived a solitary life in the heart of the forest. His days were spent wandering the meadows and tending to the wildflowers that whispered secrets to the wind. Though his life was peaceful, Bramwell often felt a pang of loneliness, a desire for a friend who could see the world through his eyes. One fateful day, Oliver decided to venture beyond the village, his little heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. He scurried through the forest, marveling at the dappled sunlight and the symphony of birdsong that accompanied his journey. But as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows among the trees, Oliver realized he was hopelessly lost. Just as panic began to set in, Oliver heard a soft humming, a melody so gentle it seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. Following the sound, he stumbled upon Bramwell, who was humming to the flowers as he watered them with his enormous paws. The sight of the towering bear at first filled Oliver with fear, for he had heard tales of beasts that roamed the forest, but Bramwell's gentle demeanor soon eased his apprehension. "Hello there," Bramwell rumbled in a voice as deep and warm as a summer night. "Are you lost?" Oliver hesitated, his whiskers twitching. I think I might be," he admitted, his voice small against Bramwell's. Bramwell chuckled kindly. "Fear not, little one. I can help you find your way back." As they began their journey together, Oliver and Bramwell discovered they had much to learn from one another. At first, their differences were a source of confusion. Oliver, used to the quick pace of village life, found Bramwell's slow, deliberate movements frustrating. Bramwell, accustomed to solitude, was initially bewildered by Oliver's constant chatter and questions. However, as the days passed, a deep understanding blossomed between them. Bramwell showed Oliver the beauty of patience, how the most wondrous sights in the forest only revealed themselves to those willing to wait and watch. In return, Oliver taught Bramwell the joy of curiosity, urging him to see the world anew through the eyes of a small but brave explorer. Together they faced many challenges. When a fierce storm threatened to flood the meadow, Oliver's quick thinking and Bramwell's strength saved the day. As they huddled together, under Bramwell's protective embrace, listening to the rain dance on the leaves, they realized the power of their newfound partnership. Through their shared adventures, Oliver and Bramwell's friendship deepened. They laughed together beneath the moonlit sky, shared stories under the twinkling stars, and found comfort in each other's presence when the world seemed uncertain. They discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about celebrating differences and supporting one another through every twist and turn. One evening, as they watched fireflies paint the night with their ethereal glow, Oliver turned to Bramwell with a thoughtful expression. "You know," he said softly, "if I had never gotten lost, I might never have found such a wonderful friend." Bramwell smiled, his eyes warm with affection. "And if I had never met a brave little mouse, I might never have learned to see the world through such curious eyes." And so, in the heart of the enchanted forest, beneath a sky filled with lantern-like stars, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond forged in kindness, understanding, and the gentle acceptance of one another's hearts. Together, they created a world where differences were cherished and where every challenge was met with the promise of shared strength and unwavering support. As the fireflies danced on, Oliver snuggled closer to Bramwell, feeling the comfortable rise and fall of the bear's breath. He knew that no matter what adventures lay ahead, they would face them together, side by side. And with that comforting thought, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing he had found a place where he truly belonged. Right there, with Bramwell, in the heart of a magical world that was made all the more wondrous by the bonds of friendship. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between whispering woods and a serene, shimmering lake, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her kind heart and curious spirit, her days filled with wanderings through the forest and along the lake's edge, where the world seemed to hum with stories untold. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and rose, Leora wandered deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of pine needles and moss. Each step muffled by the soft carpet of fallen leaves, she ventured toward a part of the forest where the trees grew older and taller, their branches weaving into an intricate lacework overhead. As she walked, Leora noticed something unusual, a faint, melodic tinkling sound, like tiny bells chiming gently in the breeze. Curious, she followed the sound until she came upon a small, hidden glade, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches adorned with delicate silver leaves that danced in the light, creating the musical notes she had heard. Entranced by the beauty of the tree, Leora approached it with a sense of reverence. As she reached out to touch the bark, a soft voice spoke from the shadows. "Hello, traveler," it said. with a warmth that wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. Startled but not frightened, Leora looked around to find the source of the voice. From behind the tree stepped a small creature, no taller than the length of her arm. It was a squirrel, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur shimmered like the surface of the lake in twilight, and its eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Do not be afraid," the squirrel said with a gentle smile. "I am Finn, the guardian of this sacred glade and the silver tree. Few have the heart to find this place, and fewer still the courage to step into its magic." Leora knelt down to meet Finn at eye level, her heart open and curious. "I didn't mean to intrude," she said softly. "I was drawn here by the music." Finn nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "The tree sings to those who listen with their hearts. You are welcome here, Leora, though there is something you must know. The tree's magic is both a blessing and a responsibility." Intrigued, Leora listened as Finn explained that the silver tree held the power to heal the forest, ensuring its balance and vitality. But it was beginning to wither, its magic fading because it had not been shared. The tree needed someone to carry its essence beyond the glade, to remind the world of the unity between nature and spirit. Understanding dawned on Leora, and she felt a deep sense of purpose swell within her. "I will help," she vowed. "Show me what to do." Finn beamed with gratitude, and together they began a journey that would change them both. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the patterns of life woven into every living thing. Each lesson brought her closer to the magic of the silver tree, and she carried this newfound wisdom with her as she traveled back to her village. The villagers were initially skeptical of Leora's tales of the magical glade and the wise squirrel, but her gentle nature and the serene glow that seemed to follow her convinced them to listen. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all life, the importance of respecting and nurturing the natural world, and how even the smallest actions could create ripples of change. Slowly, the village began to transform. Gardens blossomed with vibrant life, the lake teemed with fish, and the once muted song of the forest grew into a harmonious symphony. Leora's efforts, supported by Finn's guidance and the villagers' newfound respect for nature, restored balance and vitality to the land. As time passed, the silver tree flourished once more, its branches heavy with shimmering leaves. It continued to sing its gentle song, now enriched by the laughter and care that filled the village. And Leora, forever changed by her journey, remained a guardian of the forest's wisdom, ensuring that its magic would never fade again. And so as the stars twinkled above and the moon cast its silver light over the land, the village rested in peace, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest and the whispers of the silver tree, a timeless reminder of the beauty and wonder that lie in harmony with nature. Story 63. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling emerald hills and the whispering forest, there lived a gentle tailor named Rowan. Rowan was known for his exquisite craftsmanship, creating garments that seemed to hold the very essence of the seasons within their threads. Yet despite his talent, Rowan found himself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to sweep through his life like a restless breeze. Every day, Rowan would sit by the large window in his cozy workshop, watching the world outside as it shifted with the passage of time. He felt an inexplicable yearning, a quiet call from within that he could not quite understand. It was as if the very fabric of his existence was urging him to transform, yet he clung to the familiar patterns of his life, fearful of the unknown that lay beyond his comfort zone. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in fiery hues of gold and crimson, a peculiar visitor arrived at Rowan's door. She was an old woman with eyes like pools of starlight and a voice that sang with the rustle of leaves. Her name was Malus, and she carried with her a bundle wrapped in a cloth as ancient as the forest. With a gentle smile, Malus handed Rowan the bundle. "Inside, you will find a gift," she said, her voice like a breeze through the trees. "It is a mirror of your heart's true desire. But remember, Rowan, transformation is not to be feared. It is the dance of life, ever-changing, ever-growing." Curious and a bit hesitant, Rowan unwrapped the bundle to reveal a shimmering cloak, woven from threads that seemed to catch the light of the sun and moon. As he draped the cloak over his shoulders, he felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle glow that seemed to awaken something deep within. That night, as the moon cast her silver glow upon the village, Rowan dreamed a dream unlike any other. He found himself in a forest glade, surrounded by trees that whispered secrets in an ancient tongue. There, in the heart of the glade, stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, its roots deep in the earth. Rowan approached the tree, feeling a kinship with its strength and grace. As he reached out to touch its bark, he heard a voice, as soft as the flutter of a butterfly's wings. "To grow is to embrace change," the tree said. "Like the seasons, we must shed the old to make way for the new." Upon waking, Rowan felt an unfamiliar lightness in his heart. He realized that change was not his enemy, but a gentle companion guiding him toward his true path. With renewed resolve, he began to weave new patterns into his life, drawing inspiration from the world around him and the tapestry of dreams woven by the moon. His newfound courage did not go unnoticed. The villagers, enchanted by the beauty and warmth of his creations, gathered at his workshop, eager to learn from the tailor who had embraced change with such grace. Among them was a young apprentice named Leora, whose bright spirit and curious mind reminded Rowan of his own journey. Together, Rowan and Leora worked side by side, sharing stories and laughter as they wove their magic into the fabric of life. Under Rowan's gentle guidance, Leora discovered her own gifts, her nimble fingers bringing to life patterns that danced with the colors of dawn and dusk. As the seasons turned, Rowan realized that his transformation was not a solitary journey, but a shared tapestry of experiences, woven with the threads of friendship and love. The village thrived, each person finding their own rhythm in the dance of life, guided by the gentle wisdom of the tailor who had learned to embrace change. And so, in the cozy warmth of his workshop, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Rowan found his peace. He understood that transformation was a journey of discovery, a gentle unfolding of the heart. With each stitch, he wove a story of growth and renewal, a testament to the beauty of embracing the unknown. Through the magic of the cloak and the guidance of Malus, Rowan had found his true self, a self that danced with the changing seasons and sang with the song of the earth. In the end, he discovered that the greatest transformation was not in the world around him, but within his own heart, where the seeds of growth had always been waiting to bloom. Story 64. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle swell of rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was as golden as the sun-dappled wheat fields that stretched beyond her cottage, and her laughter was like the tinkling of tiny silver bells. Lila loved to explore, her heart forever curious about the wonders that lay beyond the familiar bounds of her home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves twirled playfully in shades of amber and crimson, Lila set out on a new adventure. She wandered farther than she ever had before, her footsteps guided by the soft rustle of leaves underfoot and the promising scent of the unknown. As she meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering pool, nestled like a secret amidst the towering trees. Perched by the edge of this pool was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a tiny dragon, its scales a brilliant mosaic of greens and blues that glistened like precious gems in the dappled sunlight. The dragon was no larger than a house cat, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and a touch of mischief. Lila's heart skipped a beat, torn between awe and apprehension. The dragon, sensing her presence, lifted its head and regarded her with a curious tilt. Lila took a cautious step forward, her voice soft and soothing. "Hello there," she said, her words carried on the gentle breeze. "I mean no harm. My name is Lila." The dragon blinked, its eyes narrowing slightly before it let out a small puff of smoke, not of anger, but of surprise. "I am Oren," it replied, its voice a melodic, chiming sound, as though a breeze had brushed against wind chimes. "I have never met a human before." Their initial exchange was tentative, each wary of the other's intentions. Lila had heard tales of dragons fierce and fiery, but Oren seemed anything but fearsome. In fact, his demeanor was more akin to a curious child than a fearsome beast. And so, a fragile friendship began to blossom between the girl and the dragon, each day bringing new stories and laughter shared by the shimmering pool. As the days turned into weeks, their bond strengthened, but it was not without its challenges. Lila, accustomed to the straightforward world of humans, sometimes misunderstood Oren's dragon ways. When Oren playfully ignited a small flame to roast some chestnuts, Lila's startled yelp of alarm had sent the little dragon scampering into the woods, hurt and confused. It took a heartfelt explanation and a promise to learn from each other for them to reconcile. Together, they faced shared challenges that seemed daunting at first. One chilly evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle, a fierce storm rolled in, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Lila, who had stayed late with Oren, found herself caught in the woods as the sky darkened ominously. The rain began to pour, cold and relentless, and Lila shivered, her clothes soaked through. Oren, though small, was undeterred. He led Lila to a sheltered cave he had discovered some time ago, his scales shimmering like a beacon in the storm's gloom. Inside, Oren used his breath to start a small, warm fire, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. Huddled together, the warmth of the fire and the comfort of friendship wrapped around them like a cozy blanket. In those moments, they spoke of their worlds, Lila of her village and family, Oren of the skies and the freedom of flight. They learned from each other, their differences no longer barriers but bridges to understanding. Oren taught Lila about the language of the forest, the secrets hidden in the rustle of leaves and the songs of the birds. Lila, in turn, shared tales of human kindness and the importance of community and compassion. As the storm raged outside, Lila realized that true friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing and celebrating differences. She understood that misunderstandings were simply stepping stones to deeper understanding, and that challenges, when faced together, strengthened the bonds of friendship. The storm eventually subsided, leaving the world washed anew. With the first light of dawn, Lila and Oren emerged from their refuge, the air crisp and fresh, the earth soaked with the scent of rain. From that day forward, their friendship grew even stronger, a testament to the power of trust and understanding. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, beside the shimmering pool, Lila and Oren's friendship flourished, a beacon of hope and harmony for all who cared to look. Their tale became a cherished story in the village, a reminder that the most unlikely of companions could discover the true meaning of friendship. In the end, it was not their differences that set them apart, but their shared journey that brought them together, as warm and enduring as the crackling fire on a cold night. Story 65. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, there existed a realm teeming with life, both seen and unseen. This was the realm of the verdant glade, a place where the natural world thrived in harmonious concert, guided by the gentle rhythms of nature itself. As dawn spilled its golden hues across the forest floor, a soft symphony arose from the waking creatures. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves played a lullaby for those still nestled in sleep. Among the towering oaks and whispering pines, a delicate breeze carried the stories of the forest, tales woven from the whispers of wind and the murmurs of streams. In this enchanted place lived a family of foxes, known for their wisdom and kindness. Their den was hidden beneath the roots of an ancient oak, whose gnarled branches had witnessed centuries of seasons come and go. The matriarch of the family, an old vixen with fur the color of autumn leaves, was called Maris. Her eyes, a deep amber, held the knowledge of countless years, and her heart was as warm as the sunlit glades. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest blazed with hues of copper and gold, Maris gathered her young kits around her. They nestled close, their eyes wide with curiosity, eager to hear the stories that the winds had carried to their wise mother. Maris began, her voice as soft and soothing as the rustling leaves. "Long ago, when the world was still young," she said, "the seasons were not as we know them now. Each season held its own magic, and it was the duty of the creatures of the forest to ensure that balance was maintained." Her words painted pictures in the minds of the kits, a spring of endless blooms and babbling brooks, a summer alive with the hum of life and warmth, an autumn cloaked in a patchwork of vibrant leaves, and a winter of serene snow-blanketed silence. "But there was a time when the balance was threatened," Maris continued, her tone growing more solemn. The creatures of the forest had forgotten the wisdom of their ancestors, and the seasons began to falter. The kits leaned in closer, their breaths held in anticipation. Maris smiled gently and resumed her tale. It was in these troubled times that a council was called among the oldest and wisest of the forest's inhabitants. They gathered at the heart of the forest, where the roots of the great oak intertwined with the earth. As Maris spoke, the kits could almost feel the ancient energy of that sacred place, where the air was thick with the scent of moss and the earth hummed with the pulse of life. Among them was an owl named Alaric, whose feathers shimmered like the night sky, and a deer named Lyra, whose antlers formed a crown of branches. Together, they devised a plan to restore harmony to the forest. They knew that to mend the balance, they must first listen to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the streams, and the wisdom of the earth. The kits listened intently, their imaginations alight with the images of these noble creatures. Alaric, with his keen sight, saw that the key lay in understanding the cycles of the seasons, Maris explained. He soared high above the forest, observing the patterns of the sun and the moon, the migration of the birds, and the blooming of flowers. Meanwhile, Lyra, with her gentle grace, traveled the forest floor, speaking to the plants and animals, learning their needs and desires. The kit's eyes sparkled with admiration for the wise owl and the gentle deer. In time, Maris continued, Alaric and Lyra shared their knowledge with the council, and together they crafted a set of guiding principles. These principles reminded all creatures of the importance of respect and cooperation, of giving and taking only what was needed, and of honoring the natural order. As Maris spoke, the forest around them seemed to echo her words, the leaves rustling in agreement, the streams babbling in harmony. And so, Maris said, her voice filled with warmth and pride, the balance was restored. The seasons returned to their gentle dance, each one flowing seamlessly into the next. The forest thrived, and the creatures lived in peace, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. She paused, allowing her words to settle like leaves in the minds of her young ones. Remember, my dear kits, Maris concluded, that we are all part of this great tapestry of life. Just as the owl and the deer work together, so too must we strive to live in harmony with the world around us. For in this balance lies the true magic of the forest. The kits, their hearts full of newfound wisdom, snuggled closer to their mother. Outside, the forest continued its gentle symphony, a testament to the enduring harmony that existed within its bounds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the verdant glade, Maris and her kits drifted into a peaceful slumber. The ancient oak stood watch over them, its leaves whispering lullabies, and the forest, in its timeless wisdom, cradled them all in its embrace. Story 66. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths meandered through mossy gardens and ivy-clad cottages, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. Her days were woven with the threads of routine, tending to her garden, brewing herbal teas, and listening to the whisper of the wind through the ancient oaks that framed her home. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering marigolds and lavender for her evening brew, Clara noticed something unusual. Nestled beneath a tangle of ivy, she found an old, weathered key. Its metal was cool to the touch, with intricate patterns etched along its surface, glinting in the dappled sunlight. Clara sensed a peculiar warmth emanating from it, as if it held stories untold and adventures yet to unfold. Intrigued by her discovery, Clara slipped the key into her pocket and returned to her cottage. The day unfolded with its usual serenity, yet a gentle curiosity thrummed beneath the surface of her thoughts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and violet, Clara settled by the fireplace, the key resting in her palm. That night, Clara's dreams were vivid and filled with wonder. She found herself in a forest unlike any she had known, with trees that whispered secrets only she could hear. In her dream, the key glowed softly, casting a warm light that beckoned her deeper into the woods. She awoke with a sense of purpose, knowing that the key held a secret she was destined to uncover. Determined to unravel the mystery, Clara set out on a journey the following morning. Her path led her beyond the village, through fields of wildflowers and across babbling brooks, until she reached the edge of the forest from her dreams. The air was fresh and tinged with the scent of pine and earth, wrapping around her like an embrace. As she ventured deeper into the woodland, Clara met her first helper, a wise old owl named Percival. With feathers as soft as down and eyes that glimmered with ancient knowledge, Percival perched upon a low branch, observing her with thoughtful curiosity. "Ah, you've found the key of whispers," Percival said, his voice a gentle rustle of leaves. "It reveals the hidden truths to those who seek with an open heart." Clara nodded, sharing her dream and her desire to understand the key's purpose. Percival hooted softly, a sound like the night breeze through the trees. "Follow the path of light, and you will find what you seek." With Percival's guidance, Clara continued her journey. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, each sound a note in a melody as old as time. She followed the trail of light that danced upon the leaves, leading her to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. There, she met her second helper, a playful fox named Tilly. Tilly's russet fur shimmered in the dappled light, and her eyes twinkled with mischief and kindness. She bounded up to Clara, her steps light and quick. "You're on a quest," Tilly exclaimed, her voice a lilting song. "I love quests. Let me show you the way." Tilly led Clara through the forest, sharing stories of her own adventures and the secrets the woods held. The fox's laughter was infectious, and Clara found herself smiling, her heart light with the joy of newfound friendship. At last they arrived at an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of a wise elder. The tree's trunk was massive, its bark etched with runes that glowed faintly. Clara's heart quickened as she realized this was the place from her dream. With a nod of encouragement from Tilly, Clara approached the tree. The key in her hand pulsed with warmth, guiding her to a hidden keyhole beneath the runes. With a deep breath, she inserted the key and turned it. A gentle hum filled the air as the tree's bark shifted, revealing a small, hollow chamber within. Inside, Clara found a book bound in leather, its pages lined with the same glowing runes. She opened it, and the words seemed to dance before her eyes, filling her mind with knowledge and wisdom she had never imagined. The book told of the secrets of the forest, of the balance between all living things, and the importance of listening to the world around her. It was a guide to understanding the hidden magic that wove through the very fabric of existence. With the book in hand, Clara felt a profound sense of peace. She understood now that her journey was not just about uncovering the key's mystery, but about discovering the connections between all things. The whispers of the wind, the laughter of a fox, the wisdom of an owl. Thanking Tilly and Percival for their companionship and guidance, Clara made her way back to Willowbrook. As she walked through the forest, she felt the gentle caress of the breeze, the soft rustle of leaves, and the soothing song of the brook, all familiar, yet somehow more vibrant and alive. When she returned to her cottage, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening. Clara placed the book on her shelf, knowing it was a treasure she would return to often. She sat by the fireplace, the flames crackling softly, and closed her eyes. In the quiet of her home, Clara reflected on her journey. She realized that true magic lay not just in the objects or abilities that one might find, but in the bonds formed and the wisdom gained along the way. It was a lesson as old as the forest itself, yet as fresh and renewing as the dawn. With a heart full of gratitude and a mind at peace, Clara drifted into a gentle slumber, the whispers of the forest still echoing softly in her dreams. And so, in the cozy warmth of her cottage, the night wrapped around her like a soft, comforting blanket, promising new adventures and gentle revelations for the days to come. Story 67. In a land where the rolling hills met the whispering woods, there existed two realms as different as day and night. To the east lay the meadow of mirth, a sun-drenched expanse where colors danced like laughter in the gentle breeze. To the west, nestled beneath a canopy of ancient trees, stretched the forest of fables, a world of shadows and secrets where the moonlight wove mysteries in its silvery threads. One sunny morning, as the golden light caressed the meadow, a sprightly little rabbit named Pip bounded through the dewy grass. Pip possessed a heart brimming with curiosity and a spirit as light as the dandelion seeds he loved to chase. His days were filled with the joyful pursuit of adventure, and his friends were the birds of the sky and the flowers of the field. On that very morning, in the forest of fables, a wise old tortoise named Sable awoke from her slumber beneath the moss-laden boughs. Sable, with her shell etched in the patterns of countless tales, was a creature of contemplation and quiet strength. Her slow, deliberate steps were guided by the whispers of the forest, and her friends were the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. Fate, with its gentle yet persistent hand, had woven a thread that would soon draw these two unlikely companions together. As Pip chased a particularly elusive butterfly, he strayed farther from the meadow than ever before, finding himself on the fringes of the forest. There, the sunlight faded into a soft, emerald glow, and the air carried the fragrance of pine and earth. Pip, undeterred by the shadows, hopped further in, his eyes wide with wonder. He marveled at the towering trees and the rich tapestry of ferns that carpeted the ground. But as he ventured deeper, he began to sense he was no longer alone. Sable, who had been tending to her favorite patch of wild violets, noticed the swift-footed newcomer with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Who dares to tread so lightly upon our forest floor?" she mused aloud, her voice a gentle rumble that seemed to rise from the earth itself. Startled, Pip turned to face the sound, his nose twitching with both excitement and a hint of nervousness. "I am Pip, from the Meadow of Mirth," he replied, his voice as bright as the sunbeams he had left behind. "I mean no harm. I only wish to see what wonders the forest holds." Sable, with a smile that crinkled the corners of her wise eyes, nodded slowly. "Curiosity is a fine companion, young one, but our forest is not without its trials. You must tread with care." Pip, eager to learn, asked, "Will you show me the ways of the forest, kind tortoise?" And so began a journey of discovery and learning, where Sable guided Pip through the winding trails and hidden glades of her wooded realm. At first, Pip's speed and exuberance contrasted sharply with Sable's measured pace and thoughtful demeanor. There were moments of misunderstanding, when Pip's eagerness caused him to leap ahead and miss the subtle lessons Sable wished to impart, or when Sable's cautious nature seemed to stifle the rabbit's adventurous spirit. Yet, as they wandered together, facing both sunshine and shadow, they found a rhythm that harmonized their differences. When a sudden storm darkened the sky and rain turned the forest paths to streams, it was Pip's nimbleness that found them shelter beneath a rocky overhang. And when the night brought its cloak of darkness, it was Sable's stories that filled the air with warmth and wonder, weaving dreams to carry them through until dawn. Through their shared challenges, Pip learned the value of patience and the depth of the forest's wisdom, while Sable found joy in the rabbit's zest for life and the brightness he brought to her world of twilight tones. They discovered that friendship, like the forest itself, was a tapestry of light and shade, woven with understanding and acceptance. One day, as they rested by a tranquil pond where water lilies floated like stars upon the surface, Pip turned to Sable with a thoughtful expression. "You know, dear Sable," he began, "though we come from different worlds, it feels as though our hearts speak the same language." Sable chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of leaves. "Indeed, Pip, for true friendship knows no bounds, and it is in our differences that we find the threads that bind us." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Pip and Sable sat side by side, their reflections mingling upon the water. In that moment, they understood that their journey together had taught them the greatest lesson of all, that friendship is not about where you come from, but about the journey you make together, hand in hand, heart to heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the first evening star, Pip and Sable found comfort in their companionship, knowing that, like the meadow and the forest, they were two worlds intertwined, each bringing something beautiful to the other. With a gentle sigh, the forest settled into the embrace of night, cradling its creatures in a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. Pip and Sable, nestled together beneath the starlit sky, drifted into dreams filled with adventures yet to come, their hearts forever bound by the gift of friendship. Story 68. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the emerald folds of an endless forest, there was a quaint village called Willowbrook. The villagers were known for their kind hearts and gentle ways, but none were more gentle or kind-hearted than a young girl named Leora. She was as luminous as her name suggested, with deep auburn curls that danced in the breeze and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on leaves. Leora had always found solace in the familiar rhythm of village life, but as the seasons turned, a quiet restlessness began to stir within her. Leora loved the forest with all her heart, from the whispering pines to the babbling brooks that serenaded her daily walks. Yet, as the leaves began their autumnal dance, she found herself yearning for something more, something beyond the familiar borders of her beloved Willowbrook. This yearning was unsettling, as change had always been a shadow she preferred to avoid. One crisp morning, as the mist wove delicate patterns through the trees, Leora set out for her usual walk. Her path was a mosaic of fallen leaves, vibrant in their reds and golds. The air was filled with the scent of earth and wood smoke, a comforting reminder of the approaching winter. Yet, today, the forest seemed different. The breeze carried a melody, faint yet alluring, that tugged at her heart. As she followed the ethereal tune, Leora stumbled upon a hidden grove she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old sage. The tree seemed to hum with a life of its own, and nestled in its roots was a small, glowing seed. It pulsed with a gentle light, as if keeping time with the rhythm of her heart. Leora reached out and cradled the seed in her hands. It was warm, and as she held it, a sense of calm washed over her. She knew, in that inexplicable way one sometimes knows things, that this seed was special. It was a gift from the forest, a symbol of the change she feared yet longed for. Returning to the village, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kindly woman named Miriam. Miriam's home was filled with the scent of herbs and honey, the walls lined with books and trinkets from her many years. Her eyes, wise and warm, crinkled with kindness as she listened to Leora's tale. "This seed is indeed a gift," Miriam said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is a mirror of your own journey, Leora. Plant it, nurture it, and it will grow as you grow. Change is not to be feared, but embraced. It is through change that we discover who we truly are." Encouraged by Miriam's words, Leora planted the seed in her garden, tending to it with care. Each day she would sit by the seedling, sharing her hopes and fears, her dreams and doubts. And as the days turned into weeks, the seed began to sprout, its tendrils reaching up from the earth, vibrant and full of life. As the plant grew, so did Leora's understanding of herself. She realized that the restlessness she felt was not something to be feared, but a sign of her own growth. She learned to embrace each moment of uncertainty, finding beauty in the journey rather than the destination. Her friends in the village noticed the change in her. There was a new lightness to her step, a quiet confidence that had not been there before. Her best friend, a gentle boy named Finn, often joined her in the garden, marveling at the transformation of the seedling. "It's like watching a miracle unfold," Finn remarked one sunny afternoon, as they sat under the shade of the burgeoning plant. "You've changed, Leora, and it's beautiful to see." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude for the friendship and support that surrounded her. "It's the forest's magic and the kindness of friends like you," she replied. "I've learned that change is not something to be feared, but embraced. It's a part of who we are." The seasons continued to pass, and the seedling grew into a magnificent tree, its branches spreading wide, offering shade and shelter to all who sought it. Leora found herself more at peace with the ebb and flow of life, no longer fearing the unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora stood beneath the tree, now a symbol of her own transformation. She felt the forest's embrace, the gentle rustle of leaves whispering words of encouragement. As she gazed at the tree, she realized that she, too, was like the seed, a unique and precious part of the world, capable of growth and change. The fear she once held had transformed into a deep appreciation for the journey she was on, and the magic it held. In the days that followed, Leora shared her story with others in the village, encouraging them to embrace their own journeys of change. Her tale of transformation became a beacon of hope for those who feared the unknown, reminding them that the beauty of life lay in its constant unfolding. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of earth and the song of birds, Leora found her place. She discovered that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday moments of growth and discovery. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Leora lay beneath the branches of her tree, her heart full of peace and gratitude. The forest, with its endless mysteries and gentle wisdom, had taught her the most important lesson of all, that change, like the seasons, was a natural and beautiful part of life. And with that realization, she drifted into a deep, contented sleep, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 69. In a quaint village nestled between towering mountains and sprawling meadows, where the air always carried a hint of pine and the songs of distant streams, there lived a gentle soul named Linden. Linden was known throughout the village for his deep love of the forest, where he spent many an afternoon wandering beneath the canopy of whispering leaves and amidst the dappled sunlight that danced on the forest floor. Linden had a small, cozy cottage at the edge of the woods, with a thatched roof that seemed to blend seamlessly into the landscape. The garden surrounding his cottage was a mosaic of colors, with blooms of every hue nodding softly in the breeze. The scent of lavender and honeysuckle wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden grass, Linden set off on one of his cherished walks. He wore a cloak woven from the thick wool of his village's sheep, its rich green hue echoing the forest that he loved so dearly. As he stepped deeper into the woods, the familiar symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds enveloped him like a warm embrace. On this particular day, however, Linden felt a gentle tug of curiosity guiding him along a path he had never explored before. The path was narrow and winding, bordered by ancient trees whose branches reached out like the arms of old friends. As he walked, Linden marveled at the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns that seemed to shift and dance with every step he took. After a while, Linden came upon a small clearing he had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar sight, a stone well, surrounded by a ring of mushrooms that glowed with an ethereal light in the morning sun. The well was covered with moss and ivy, its stones cool and weathered beneath Linden's fingertips. Curiosity piqued, Linden leaned over the edge of the well and peered into its depths. To his surprise, he saw not the darkness he expected, but a shimmering pool of water that reflected the sky above. It was as if the well held a piece of the heavens within its depths. As Linden gazed into the water, he heard a soft, melodious voice echo from the well. "Welcome, traveler," it said, gentle and inviting. "I am the spirit of the well. But what brings you to this hidden place?" Linden, though startled, felt a sense of calm wash over him. "I am but a wanderer of these woods," he replied, his voice steady. "I seek nothing but the peace and beauty of nature." The spirit of the well chuckled softly, a sound like the tinkling of bells. "Ah, a kindred spirit," it said. "Tell me, dear wanderer, what do you desire most in your heart?" Linden paused, reflecting on the question. He thought of his life, simple yet full of contentment, and of the people in his village whom he cherished. "I wish for the happiness and well-being of my village," he said earnestly, "that we may live in harmony with the world and each other." The spirit was silent for a moment, as if pondering Linden's words. Then it spoke again, its tone warm and approving. "Your heart is pure, Linden. I shall grant you a gift, not of riches or fame, but of understanding. Through this well, you shall see the unseen, hear the unspoken, and learn the wisdom of the forest." With that, the waters within the well began to swirl and shimmer, casting soft reflections of light that danced around the clearing. Linden watched in awe as the surface of the water smoothed once more, revealing images of the forest, the roots that intertwined beneath the soil, the sap that flowed through ancient trees, the hidden nests of creatures both great and small. Linden felt a gentle warmth spread through him, as if he had become one with the forest itself. He understood the language of the leaves as they whispered secrets to the wind, and he could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. Thanking the spirit of the well for its gift, Linden continued his journey through the forest, now with a deeper sense of connection and understanding. As he walked, he encountered creatures that had once seemed shy and elusive. A fox with eyes like amber watched him with curiosity, and a family of deer grazed nearby, unperturbed by his presence. In time, Linden returned to his village, where he shared his newfound insights with his neighbors. He taught them to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the streams, to walk gently upon the earth, and to cherish the delicate balance of their world. The village flourished, its people living in harmony with nature and each other. Linden's bond with the forest grew ever stronger, and though many years passed, he never forgot the magic of the well and the gentle spirit who had granted him the gift of understanding. And so, under the watchful eyes of the mountains and the tender embrace of the forest, Linden and his village thrived, enveloped in a world where the wonders of nature and the warmth of friendship intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, creating a tapestry of life as rich and enduring as the forest itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Linden often sat by the hearth of his cozy cottage, where the fire crackled softly in the grate. The warmth of the flames filled the room, casting flickering shadows that danced on the walls like old friends reunited. On such evenings, Linden would close his eyes and listen to the gentle symphony of the night, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the gentle murmur of the forest. It was a melody that filled his heart with peace and contentment, a reminder of the bond he shared with the world around him. And so it was that in the quiet, tender moments before sleep, Linden found solace and joy, knowing that the wisdom of the forest would always be with him, guiding him like a gentle hand through the journey of life. Story 70. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a sprawling, sun-dappled forest, there lived a curious little fox named Finn. With eyes that sparkled like amber and a coat as red as autumn leaves, Finn was a creature of the woodland, comfortable among the rustling trees and whispering breezes. His days were spent exploring the forest's hidden wonders, but Finn longed for companionship beyond his woodland friends. On the other side of the village, in a small thatched cottage surrounded by a garden of wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of ripe wheat and a heart full of dreams, Lily spent her days reading stories of far-off lands and imagining adventures beyond the horizon. Though she loved her home, she too longed for something more, a friend who understood her wanderlust. One misty morning, as the dew clung to the grass like tiny diamonds and the sun peeked over the horizon, Finn decided to venture beyond the familiar forest. It was on this morning that the paths of the fox and the girl crossed for the first time, under the shade of a grand ancient oak that stood as a sentinel between their worlds. Startled at the sight of each other, Finn and Lily froze, a moment of silence stretching between them like a taut string. Finn, unsure of human ways, took a cautious step back, while Lily, unfamiliar with woodland creatures up close, merely watched with wide eyes. But it was the gentle rustle of the wind through the leaves that seemed to whisper encouragement, and Lily found her voice. "Hello," she said softly, her tone like the warmth of a summer afternoon. "Are you lost, little fox?" Finn, though he could not speak in the language of humans, took a step forward, his eyes meeting hers. In that exchange, an understanding blossomed, like two stars finding each other in the vastness of the night sky. Thus began their friendship, each meeting under the ancient oak to share stories in their own ways. Finn would bring treasures from the forest, a smooth, glistening pebble, a feather of iridescent blue, and Lily would tell tales woven with magic and laughter. But even in the most harmonious friendships, misunderstandings can arise. One day, as a gentle rain pattered on the leaves, Finn showed up with a gift larger than usual, a small green frog. To Finn, it was a token of trust, a creature of the forest he admired. But to Lily, who loved all living things, it seemed Finn had brought her a frightened friend in need of saving. "Oh, Finn," she exclaimed, concern knitting her brow. "We should take him back to the pond." Finn, confused but sensing her distress, tilted his head. He couldn't understand why his gift, given with the best of intentions, was not received as such. Together they walked to the pond, Lily cradling the frog gently as Finn padded alongside. As they released the frog back into the water, Lily understood the misunderstanding. She knelt beside Finn, her voice full of kindness. "Thank you for bringing the frog, Finn. You showed me something wonderful. I didn't mean to upset you." Finn's eyes glimmered with comprehension, and he nuzzled her hand, forgiving and understanding. Their bond grew stronger after that, built on shared experiences and newfound understanding. They faced challenges together, like the time a fierce storm swept through the village, uprooting trees and flooding the paths. As the wind howled and the rain poured, Lily's garden was at risk of being washed away. Determined to save it, Lily ventured into the storm, but the task was daunting for one so small. Finn, braving the elements with her, dug trenches to channel the water away, his paws working tirelessly beside her hands. Together, they saved the garden, their teamwork a testament to their friendship. In quieter moments, they would sit under their oak tree, the air filled with the scent of earth after rain and the distant song of crickets. It was in these moments that they truly came to understand the meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended words and differences, rooted in trust and shared joys. As the seasons turned and the leaves transformed from the vibrant greens of summer to the fiery hues of autumn, Finn and Lily continued to meet. They taught each other the value of different perspectives, the strength found in unity, and the joy of simple, shared moments. In the gentle glow of twilight, as the sun dipped below the hills and stars began to sprinkle the sky, Lily would return home, her heart light with the warmth of their companionship. And Finn, with the forest now a place of shared memories, would slip back into the embrace of the trees, content in the knowledge that he had found a friend as steadfast as the ancient oak. And so, in that sleepy village between the hills and the forest, a fox and a girl taught each other the true meaning of friendship, not just in the grand gestures, but in the quiet, enduring presence of one another. And each night, as they drifted into dreams, they knew they would meet again, under the watchful branches of their beloved oak. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a land where the sky brushed against the treetops and the rivers sang gentle lullabies as they wound their way through emerald meadows, there lived a peculiar pair of companions. One was a young fox named Finn, whose fur shone like copper under the sunlight and whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 adventures. The other was a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell was a mosaic of mossy greens and earthy browns, and whose slow, deliberate steps whispered tales of the ages. Finn lived in the vibrant embrace of the forest, where the rustling leaves and bustling critters filled his days with lively chatter. He was swift and curious, darting through the underbrush, nosing through fallen leaves, and always eager to uncover the forest's secrets. Tully, in contrast, made his home by the tranquil banks of the river, where the water's steady flow mirrored his contemplative nature. He spent his time pondering the ripples that danced across the surface and the stories they carried from lands far and wide. Their paths first crossed on an autumn afternoon when the forest was ablaze with the colors of golden sunsets and the air was crisp with the promise of change. Finn, in one of his playful races against the wind, stumbled upon Tully basking in a sunbeam by the river's edge. The young fox, so full of energy and zest, skidded to a halt, sending a spray of leaves over the old turtle. "Watch it there, young one," Tully chuckled, adjusting his position to shake off a particularly stubborn leaf. "In your haste, you might just miss the beauty of the journey." Finn, a little embarrassed but mostly curious, sat on his haunches. "I didn't mean to disturb you, but why sit still when there's so much to explore?" Tully smiled, a slow, serene smile that softened the lines etched by years of wisdom. "Ah, but sometimes slowing down lets us see the world in ways we might otherwise miss." Initially, Finn thought Tully was just an old turtle with little understanding of the thrill life could offer. But intrigued by Tully's gentle nature, he found himself returning to the riverbank, drawn by something he couldn't quite explain. As days turned into weeks, the two began to talk, sharing stories from their very different lives. Finn spoke of the exhilarating chases through moonlit glades and the thrill of discovery, while Tully shared tales of the river's history and the quiet marvels found in stillness. One chilly morning, the forest woke to find itself cloaked in a thick, mysterious fog. The usual paths became shrouded in a silvery mist, and the world felt smaller, more enclosed. It was on such a day that Finn, eager to prove that speed and agility could navigate any challenge, found himself lost amidst the shadowy trees. The fog was like a blanket, muffling the familiar sounds and turning the forest into a labyrinth of uncertainty. Panic bubbled in Finn's chest, a feeling unfamiliar and unsettling. Remembering Tully's calm demeanor, he decided to seek his friend's advice. After much careful wandering, he finally found his way back to the riverbank, where Tully was waiting patiently, as if he had known Finn would return. "I lost my way in the fog," Finn admitted, his voice a mix of frustration and relief. "Sometimes, when the path is not clear, we must trust in more than just our eyes," Tully replied, his voice as soothing as the river's flow. "Patience and understanding can be our guides." Together, they embarked on a shared journey, Tully leading the way with his steady pace and Finn learning to match his rhythm. Along the way, Finn realized that by slowing down, he could indeed notice the subtle shifts in the light and the gentle breezes that hinted at the right direction. As they traversed the misty landscape, they encountered a small bird, its wing caught in a thorny bush. Without hesitation, Finn used his nimble paws to gently free the bird, while Tully offered a space on his broad shell to rest and recover. The bird, grateful and relieved, sang a sweet, melodious tune, filling the foggy air with hope and warmth. In that shared moment of kindness, Finn and Tully's bond deepened. They learned that despite their differences, they complemented each other in the most unexpected ways. Finn brought energy and curiosity, while Tully offered wisdom and perspective. Together, they found balance and harmony. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow through the thinning fog, Finn and Tully returned to the riverbank. The journey had been more than just a walk through the mist. It had been a journey of understanding and friendship. "Thank you, Tully," Finn said, settling beside his friend. "I see now that there's more to life than rushing through it. Sometimes the best discoveries are made when we take the time to notice them." "And I thank you, Finn," Tully replied, his voice filled with warmth, "for reminding me of the joy and wonder that comes with a fresh perspective." From that day forward, the young fox and the wise old turtle were inseparable. They explored the forest and river, each bringing their unique strengths to every adventure. And through their friendship, they taught all who knew them that true companionship transcends differences, and that the most unlikely pairs can create the most beautiful bonds. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky and the forest settled into a gentle slumber, Finn and Tully lay side by side, comforted by the knowledge that they had found not just a companion, but a true friend. And in the quiet of the night, as the river whispered its ancient songs, they knew that they would face all of life's challenges together, their hearts forever entwined by the threads of friendship. Story 72. In the gentle embrace of a fading twilight, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Willowmere. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was always tinged with the comforting aroma of blooming lavender and freshly baked bread. The cottages, each with thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, clustered around a cobblestone square that echoed with the soft laughter of children and the sweet notes of a distant flute. At the edge of the village, beyond a winding path lined with elderberry bushes and foxgloves, stood a small cottage with a garden that seemed to hum with life. This was the home of a kind-hearted herbalist named Marlowe. His garden was a tapestry of vibrant herbs and flowers, each chosen for their soothing scents and healing properties. Marlowe was known throughout Willowmere for his gentle demeanor and the wisdom he offered to those who sought his counsel. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Marlowe sat in his garden with a steaming cup of chamomile tea. The soft rustle of leaves accompanied the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of nature's lullaby. It was then that he noticed a flicker of movement near the garden gate. A curious creature, no larger than a hedgehog, peeked out from behind the marigolds. Its fur was the color of moonlight, and its eyes sparkled like tiny stars. "Hello there," Marlowe greeted, his voice a gentle melody. "What brings you to my garden this evening?" The creature, sensing no danger, ventured closer. It was a little fox, though unlike any Marlowe had seen. Its tail was tipped with a delicate shimmer, as though dusted with starlight. "I'm lost," the fox spoke, its voice a soft whisper, carried by the night breeze. "I wandered too far from my home in the Enchanted Woods. The forest is vast, and I fear I cannot find my way back." Marlowe smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling with kindness. Fear not, little one. We shall find your way home together, but first you must rest and regain your strength. The fox, relieved and grateful, curled up beside Marlowe. The herbalist gently covered it with a soft blanket, woven with threads of warmth and comfort. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Marlowe shared stories of Willowmere and its gentle magic, tales of friendship and the wisdom found in the whispering woods. As the night deepened, the fox's eyes grew heavy, lulled by the soothing cadence of Marlowe's voice. In the stillness, as the world slept, dreams wove through the air, carrying seeds of hope and wonder. With the dawn, a soft golden light kissed the earth, awakening the village with its tender glow. The fox stirred, feeling refreshed and hopeful. Marlowe was already in the garden, gathering herbs and preparing a small pouch filled with lavender and rosemary. "These will guide your senses," he explained, handing the pouch to the fox. "Their scent will help you remember the path home, and should you ever feel lost again, let their fragrance calm your spirit." The fox nodded, touched by the herbalist's kindness. "Thank you, Marlowe. Your heart is as warm as the sun that rises each day." Together, as the morning mist lifted, they set out towards the edge of the village, where the enchanted woods awaited. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. Birds sang their morning songs, and the world felt alive with promise. As they walked, Marlowe shared more stories, each one a gentle lesson in courage, friendship, and the beauty of discovery. The fox listened intently, feeling the threads of fear unravel, replaced by a tapestry of newfound confidence. At last, they reached the edge of the woods, where the path forked into two, one leading deeper into the forest, the other back towards Willowmere. The fox paused, its heart a mix of gratitude and a touch of sadness to part from its new friend. "Marlowe, will you visit me in the enchanted woods?" the fox asked, its eyes hopeful. "Of course," Marlowe replied, his smile as warm as the morning sun. "The woods are full of wonders I have yet to discover, and I will always be a friend to those who seek kindness and understanding." With a final nuzzle of thanks, the fox turned to the path leading home. Marlowe watched as it disappeared into the dappled shadows, knowing that their friendship, though unexpected, was a bond woven by the threads of kindness and shared stories. As Marlowe returned to Willowmere, the village welcomed him with the comforting sounds of daily life. The sweet scent of his garden, now mingled with the promise of new friendships and the gentle mysteries of the natural world, filled the air. Within his heart, Marlowe carried the warmth of the fox's gratitude, a reminder that in the gentle embrace of kindness, all paths find their true direction. And so, beneath the wide, watchful sky, the village of Willowmere continued its serene dance through the seasons, where magic and wonder were as much a part of life as the whispering wind and the songs of the trees. And in the heart of this peaceful haven, Marlowe's stories lingered, like a soft lullaby, guiding all who listened into a world of dreams and gentle discovery. Story 73. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sleepy village surrounded by whispering forests and babbling brooks, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had the kind of curiosity that could turn the most ordinary day into an adventure. She had a knack for finding the extraordinary in the mundane, her imagination painting the world with colors unseen by others. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced their way to the earth, Lila found herself wandering through the village market. Her eyes twinkled with delight as she surveyed the bustling stalls, each one a treasure trove of sights and smells. It was here, amidst the laughter of the villagers and the wafting scent of freshly baked bread, that she stumbled upon something truly peculiar. In a corner bathed in gentle sunlight lay a small wooden cart that seemed almost forgotten. It was brimming with seemingly ordinary objects, tarnished teapots, mismatched shoes, and books with frayed edges. Yet, Lila's gaze was drawn to a peculiar-looking compass, its bronze casing glinting in the light. Unlike any compass she had seen, this one had an extra needle that spun wildly, pointing not north but towards the horizon where the sun dipped beneath the hills. Curiosity piqued, Lila exchanged a few copper coins for the compass, cradling it in her hands as if it were a fragile bird. The vendor, an elderly woman with eyes like pools of moonlight, leaned in and whispered with a knowing smile, "This compass will guide you to where you need to be, not where you want to go." Lila tucked the compass into her pocket, her heart fluttering with anticipation. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, she sat by her bedroom window, the compass nestled in her palm. The wild needle spun and settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered her village. The next morning, Lila set out on her journey, the compass leading her down winding paths carpeted with autumn leaves. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of pine and the distant call of an owl. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Her journey led her to a glade where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light. Here, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, was a small, intricately carved door. Hesitant yet curious, Lila reached out and gently pushed it open. Inside, she found a cozy, warm chamber filled with the aroma of herbs and honey. In the center stood a round table, and around it sat three curious creatures. There was Thistle, a sprightly fox with a coat like fiery embers, who greeted her with a playful bow. Beside him sat Bramble, a wise old tortoise whose shell was etched with swirling patterns, each one telling a story of the forest. The third was a delicate fawn named Willow, with eyes as gentle as a summer breeze. "Welcome, Lila," said Bramble, his voice a soothing rumble. "We've been expecting you." Lila marveled at her new companions, their presence both comforting and enchanting. Together they shared stories of the forest and the wonders it held, each tale as sweet as the honeyed tea they sipped. As days turned into weeks, Lila learned that the forest was alive with magic. The compass had guided her here for a reason, though what that reason was remained a mystery. Thistle, with his boundless energy, taught her the language of the birds, while Willow showed her how to listen to the whispers of the wind. Bramble, with his gentle wisdom, spoke of the balance of nature and the importance of harmony. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Bramble spoke of a challenge that awaited Lila. A great oak, older than time itself, had been struck by a fierce storm, its branches now blocking the flow of a vital stream. The forest needed the water, and it was up to Lila to find a solution. Lila pondered the problem, her brow furrowed in thought. She realized that strength alone could not move the mighty oak. Instead, she listened to the lessons of her friends. Drawing upon the wisdom of the forest, she crafted a plan. With Thistle's help, she gathered vines and wove them into a sturdy rope. Willow guided her to a family of industrious beavers, who eagerly agreed to gnaw through the fallen branches, their sharp teeth working tirelessly. Bramble, with his knowledge of the land, showed her where to dig channels to redirect the flow of the stream. Together, with patience and care, they restored the stream to its rightful path, its waters singing as they danced over stones and roots. The forest sighed with relief, its gratitude echoing in the rustling leaves and the joyous calls of the birds. Having completed her task, Lila felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had learned the true power of friendship and wisdom, and how they could overcome even the greatest challenges. As her journey in the forest drew to a close, Lila returned to the village, her heart brimming with stories to share. The compass, now resting quietly in her pocket, had guided her to where she needed to be, teaching her lessons that would last a lifetime. And so, every evening by the fireside, Lila would recount her adventures to the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment. She spoke of Thistle's laughter, Bramble's wisdom, and Willow's gentle spirit, their friendship a guiding light in her heart. And when the stars twinkled above and the village lay wrapped in slumber, Lila would gaze at the compass and smile, knowing that the magic of discovery was always just a heartbeat away. Story 74. In a quaint, tucked-away village nestled between rolling hills and dense whispering woods, there lived a peculiar little creature named Pip. Pip was a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes like polished chestnuts. His days were spent scampering through the lofty branches of oak and walnut trees, gathering acorns and seeds and chattering cheerfully with the birds in the breeze. Yet, despite the bustling life of the forest, Pip often felt a tinge of loneliness. His fellow forest dwellers were friendly, but Pip longed for a friend who could understand his dreams of exploring beyond the forest's edge. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves tumbled gently from the trees, a mysterious visitor arrived in the village. A young fox named Lyra, with a coat that shimmered like embers in the sunlight, had wandered into the woods, far from her family who lived near the shimmering shores of the distant sea. Her eyes, a deep, thoughtful amber, were filled with curiosity and a hint of sadness. The villagers were wary of Lyra at first, for they had heard tales of foxes being cunning and sly. Pip, however, was mesmerized by her tales of the ocean and the vast open sky. He quietly admired her from afar, wondering what it would be like to have a friend who had seen such wonders. One day, as Pip was gathering acorns, he stumbled upon Lyra, who was trying to catch her dinner near the babbling brook. Her attempts were clumsy, and her frustration was evident. Pip watched as she pounced and missed several times, the brook's slippery stones proving to be a challenge. "You're not from around here, are you?" Pip called out, his voice gentle and his eyes bright with curiosity. Lyra, startled, turned towards the sound. She eyed Pip cautiously but saw only kindness in his gaze. "No," she admitted, her voice soft and lilting like the sea breeze. "I'm from the coast. The forest is different." Pip scampered closer, his tail flicking with excitement. "I can show you around if you'd like. Maybe I could help with the fishing?" Lyra hesitated, her pride stung by the idea of needing help, but there was something earnest in Pip's offer, a genuine warmth that made her nod. "All right," she conceded, "show me your ways." Over the next few weeks, Pip and Lyra became unlikely companions. Pip taught Lyra how to find the best spots for fishing and where the juiciest berries grew. In return, Lyra shared stories of the ocean's vastness, of dolphins dancing in the waves, and how the salty air felt like freedom itself. Despite their growing friendship, there were moments of misunderstanding. Pip, unfamiliar with the sea's vastness, once questioned if Lyra's stories were mere exaggerations, a small comment that left Lyra feeling hurt and misunderstood. However, rather than letting the misunderstanding fester, Pip, realizing his mistake, approached Lyra with an acorn offering, a symbol of peace in their budding friendship. "I'm sorry," Pip whispered, his voice sincere. "I can't imagine how big the ocean is, but I believe in your stories. I want to learn more." Lyra, touched by his honesty and the small gesture, smiled warmly. "Thank you, Pip. I know the forest is strange to me, just as the sea is to you. But maybe, together, we can understand each other's worlds." Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. When a fierce storm swept through the village, uprooting trees and scattering their food stores, Pip and Lyra worked tirelessly alongside the other animals to restore their home. Lyra used her strength and agility to help rebuild nests, while Pip's knowledge of the forest ensured they found enough food to see them through the harsh weather. In those trying times, Pip and Lyra discovered the true essence of friendship, not just in shared stories and laughter, but in standing by each other when the world grew dark and uncertain. They learned that differences could be strengths, and that trust was the foundation of any true companionship. As the seasons turned and the village settled back into its tranquil rhythm, Pip and Lyra often sat together by the brook, dreaming of future adventures. They spoke of visiting the sea together, of seeing the world beyond their familiar lives. On one such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Pip turned to Lyra, his heart full of gratitude. "I'm glad you wandered into our woods, Lyra. You've shown me a world I never knew existed." Lyra nudged him playfully, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And I'm grateful I found a friend who reminds me that home can be anywhere, as long as there's someone to share it with." And so, under the vast, starlit sky, Pip and Lyra sat side by side, their friendship as steadfast and enduring as the ancient trees that surrounded them. Together, they embraced the beauty of their differences, finding comfort in the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, uniting hearts across worlds. Story 75. In a small, sun-dappled village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village was a tapestry of quaint cobblestone paths and timber-framed cottages, each with a chimney that puffed gentle tendrils of smoke into the air. Mira, with her chestnut eyes and a cascade of raven hair, was known among the villagers for her gentle spirit and ready smile. Yet, despite her kindness and the warmth she exuded, Mira carried a shadow in her heart. She felt an inexplicable restlessness, as if her soul was caught in a dance with the wind, yearning for something just beyond her reach. Change, with its whisper of unknown promises, hovered around her like a distant melody she couldn't quite grasp. The thought of it both intrigued and frightened her, for she cherished the comfort of familiarity, yet longed for something more. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned the color of sunset and fell like gentle rain, Mira took her usual path through the forest. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet tang of ripe berries. She walked deeper than she ever had before, led by an unseen force, until she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches trailing like the flowing robes of a wise old sage. The tree seemed to hum with a quiet magic, its bark etched with patterns that shifted like whispers of ancient stories. Mira felt drawn to it, a soft pull in her heart that urged her closer. As she reached out to touch the willow's bark, a warm breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the soft, tinkling laughter of an unseen presence. Startled, Mira looked around and found herself face to face with a small, glowing creature flitting among the branches. It was a fairy, its wings shimmering with hues of twilight and dawn. "Do not be afraid," the fairy spoke, its voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, the guardian of this grove. You have been chosen, Mira, to embark on a journey of transformation." Mira's heart fluttered with uncertainty. "But I am afraid of change. What if I'm not ready?" Lyra's eyes, bright with wisdom, softened with understanding. "All creatures of the earth grow and change, dear Mira. It is a dance that we all must join. You have friends, both seen and unseen, who will help guide you." With that, the fairy flitted away, leaving behind a trail of sparkling light that settled like dew upon Mira's shoulders. She felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle stirring of hope mingled with apprehension. In the days that followed, Mira found herself returning to the willow grove. Each visit brought new discoveries and challenges. With Lyra's guidance, she learned to see the magic in the mundane, the way sunlight filtered through leaves, creating a patchwork of light and shadow, the symphony of crickets and owls that sang under the moonlit sky, the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived in the forest. Mira's first challenge came with the arrival of a harsh winter. The villagers huddled in their homes, the world outside blanketed in a quiet, icy stillness. Mira, too, felt the chill within her, a reflection of her own fears and doubts. She sought solace in the grove, where the willow stood resilient against the snow. There, she met an old friend, Oren, a kind-hearted woodcarver who often sought inspiration from the forest's beauty. Oren had always been a steadfast presence in Mira's life, his laughter like a warm hearth on a cold day. "Mira," Oren said, his breath visible in the frosty air, "change is like the seasons. Winter may seem harsh and unyielding, but it prepares the earth for spring's rebirth. Do not fear it. Embrace its lessons." Encouraged by Rowan's words, Mira began to see winter's beauty, the delicate lacework of frost on window panes, the serene hush of snow-covered landscapes. She realized that change, though daunting, could be the harbinger of new beginnings. As the world thawed and spring painted the village in vibrant greens and blossoms, Mira felt a transformation within. She discovered a newfound courage, a willingness to step beyond her comfort zone. With each step, she found joy in the unknown and a deeper connection to the world around her. One day, as Mira sat beneath the willow's protective canopy, Lyra appeared, her wings shimmering with the colors of the sunrise. "You have grown, Mira," the fairy said with a gentle smile. "You have learned to dance with change." Mira nodded, her heart light with gratitude. "I have learned that change is not to be feared but embraced. It is through change that we discover who we truly are." Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Remember, dear Mira, that you are never alone. You have friends, like Rowan and myself, who will walk with you through the seasons of your life." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Mira rose and made her way back to the village. The path was familiar, yet she walked it with new eyes, her heart open to the endless possibilities that lay ahead. And so Mira's tale became one of gentle transformation, a testament to the beauty of personal growth. She learned that change, with its challenges and uncertainties, could lead to a deeper understanding of oneself and the world. Her journey was a reminder that, like the seasons, life is a cycle of endless renewal, where every ending is but a prelude to a new beginning. In the quiet comfort of her village, surrounded by the steadfast presence of friends and the nurturing embrace of the forest, Mira found her place in the ever-turning wheel of life. Her story, whispered among the villagers and carried on the winds, became a beacon of hope and wisdom, a gentle reminder that the heart's true journey is one of continual transformation. Story 76. In a quaint village, cradled by rolling emerald hills and glistening streams, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and a garden that seemed to breathe with life. In this cottage lived a gentle soul named Finn, known by all for his kindness and the twinkle in his eyes that seemed to hold a secret only the stars knew. Each morning, Finn would wander the dew-kissed fields, his heart open to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. He had a special way with the creatures of the woodland, who seemed to understand that Finn was a friend, not just another passing human. His most cherished companion was a wise old tortoise named Tilly, who had a shell like an ancient map, etched with the stories of time. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced like golden coins in the breeze, Finn noticed something unusual in the garden. Among the usual blooms and herbs, there was a plant he had never seen before. Its leaves shimmered in shades of silver and lavender, and at its center was a blossom that glowed softly, as if holding the light of 1,000 sunsets. Intrigued, Finn kneeled beside the plant, feeling the soft earth beneath his knees. As he reached out to touch the velvety petals, he heard a gentle rustling. To his delight, a tiny, delicate creature emerged from the heart of the bloom, a creature with wings like stained glass, reflecting hues of purples and blues. "Hello," Finn said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to frighten the little being. The creature hovered close, its wings making a sound like the gentle tinkling of far-off chimes. "Hello, kind Finn," it replied in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Leora, a guardian of this magical plant. It grants wishes, you see, but only those made with a pure heart." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "A wish-granting plant? How marvelous! But why have you chosen my garden to bloom?" Leora fluttered closer, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "The plant blooms where it senses a heart full of kindness and hope, and your heart, dear Finn, is like a beacon of light." Blushing, Finn smiled warmly at the compliment. "I have always wished for a way to help my friends in the village," he mused thoughtfully, "especially during the long, cold winters." Leora nodded, understanding the depth of his wish. "Then perhaps this plant can help you bring warmth and comfort to those around you. But remember, each wish must be made with the intent of love and shared joy." With a grateful heart, Finn promised to use the plant's magic wisely. Over the weeks, he watched as the plant flourished, its glow brightening the garden even on the cloudiest days. He began to share its magic with his neighbors, weaving wishes into the fabric of their lives. Warm blankets appeared for those who were cold, laughter filled homes that had known sorrow, and music played where silence had once been. As the village thrived, an unexpected friendship grew between Finn and Leora. The tiny creature, with her laughter like tinkling bells, became a constant companion, teaching Finn the secrets of the natural world. Together, they would wander the forest, learning from the ancient trees and playful streams, uncovering mysteries that had been long forgotten. One day, as snowflakes began to fall like whispered secrets from the sky, Finn realized something profound. The magic wasn't just in the plant or the wishes it granted. It was in the connections he had nurtured, the friendships he had forged, and the love that had blossomed in his heart and the hearts of those around him. He shared this revelation with Leora as they sat by the warm glow of the fireplace, Tilly nestled comfortably beside them. "It's not just about granting wishes," Finn said softly, stroking the tortoise's shell. "It's about the joy we spread and the bonds we strengthen. That's the true magic." Leora smiled, her wings shimmering in the firelight. "You have learned well, dear Finn. Magic is indeed in the kindness we share and the love we give freely." With winter's chill outside, the cottage was a haven of warmth and light, filled with laughter and the gentle hum of friendship. As Finn settled into his chair, a sense of peace enveloped him, like a soft blanket on a cold night. He knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, he wouldn't face them alone. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle glow of the wish-granting plant, Finn drifted into a deep, restful sleep, his heart full of gratitude and dreams of the wonders yet to come. Story 77. In a small, hidden valley nestled between two rolling hills, there lay a village known as Whispering Pines. The village earned its name from the ancient pine trees that surrounded it, whose needles whispered secrets to the winds as they swayed gently in the breeze. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, who had hair the color of chestnut and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Lila was known for her kind heart and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village. She would often wander through the forest, her footsteps as light as a whisper, listening to the stories the trees had to tell. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves tumbled through the air, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The sunlight danced through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. She followed a narrow path that wound its way among the towering trees, each step taking her further into the heart of the mysterious wood. As she walked, she noticed the gentle sound of a stream trickling nearby. The melody of the water was soothing, and Lila found herself drawn toward it. She followed the sound until she reached a small clearing where the stream flowed serenely over smooth stones, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. It was in this clearing that Lila met an unexpected friend. Perched on a rock at the edge of the stream was a small creature, unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur shimmered in shades of silver and gold, and its eyes were a deep, mysterious blue that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. The fox looked at Lila with a curious gaze, its ears twitching as if listening to the whispers of the forest. Lila felt no fear, only a warm sense of familiarity, as if she had known this creature all her life. "Hello there," Lila said softly, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "Who are you?" The fox tilted its head, and to Lila's amazement it spoke in a voice as gentle as the breeze. "I am called Serene," it said. "I am the guardian of this forest and the keeper of its secrets." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "I didn't know the forest had a guardian," she replied. Serene nodded, her tail curling gracefully around her paws. "There is much that remains unseen by those who do not look closely. The forest is alive with magic, and it is my duty to protect it." Lila sat down on the soft grass beside the stream, entranced by the fox's words. "I've always felt there was something special about this place," she confessed, "but I never knew it held such wonders." Celine's eyes twinkled with understanding. "It takes a heart open to wonder to truly see," she said, "and you, dear Lila, have such a heart." Over the following days, Lila returned to the clearing again and again, each visit bringing with it new discoveries and deeper friendship with Serene. Together, they explored the wonders of the forest, from the hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors to the ancient trees whose bark was etched with the marks of time. Serene taught Lila the language of the forest, how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. Under Selene's guidance, Lila learned to understand the subtle magic that wove through the world around her. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, a challenge arose that threatened the harmony of the forest. A cold wind swept through Whispering Pines, bringing with it a chilling silence that stilled the songs of the birds and muted the whispers of the trees. The villagers spoke of a shadow that had fallen over the forest, and fear began to creep into their hearts. Lila, with her newfound understanding and her bond with Serene, felt the change keenly. She couldn't bear to see the forest she loved so much fall under such a shadow. Gathering her courage, she approached Serene by the stream one frosty morning. "The forest is in trouble, isn't it?" Lila asked, her voice steady despite the worry in her eyes. Serene nodded, her gaze far away. "Yes, a dark force seeks to drain the life from this place. But remember, even the darkest night will end, and the sun will rise again." Lila took a deep breath, determination welling up within her. "What can we do? How can we help?" Serene looked at Lila, a soft smile playing on her lips. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. It holds the power to restore balance, but it must be awakened." Together, Lila and Serene embarked on a journey to the heart of the forest. The path was winding and treacherous, but Lila's heart was guided by the light of hope and friendship. They traveled through misty glens and over rocky trails, their spirits undeterred by the challenges they faced. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the oldest tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching up to the sky as if in supplication. The air around it was still and heavy with an ancient presence. Lila approached the tree, placing her hand gently against its bark. Closing her eyes, she focused on the love she felt for the forest, for its creatures, and for the life that pulsed within it. She whispered words of encouragement, her voice a melody of hope that carried on the wind. As if in response, the tree began to glow with a soft golden light. The warmth spread through the clearing, chasing away the chill and filling the forest with a gentle hum of energy. The shadows retreated, and the songs of the birds returned, sweeter and clearer than before. The magic of the forest was renewed, its balance restored by the strength of Lila's heart and the wisdom of her friendship with Serene. The villagers of Whispering Pines felt the change, their fears melting away like snow under the sun. As the first stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila and Serene sat by the stream, the air filled with the gentle sound of water dancing over stones. They knew the forest was safe once more, its secrets protected and its magic alive. "You were brave, Lila," Serene said, her voice a soft murmur. "The forest will forever remember your kindness and courage." Lila smiled, her heart light with joy and peace. "I couldn't have done it without you, Serene. Thank you for showing me the way." And so, in the heart of Whispering Pines, where the whispers of the trees mingled with the sighs of the wind, Lila and Serene remained steadfast friends. Together they watched over the forest, their bond a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of an open heart. As the night deepened and the world drifted into slumber, the forest stood strong and serene, a haven of wonder and peace, cradling its secrets in the gentle embrace of the stars. And Lila, wrapped in the warmth of her newfound understanding, closed her eyes knowing that all was well. Story 78. In the heart of a gentle valley, where the hills rolled like a soft green sea under the sky's azure gaze, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This was a place where cobblestone paths twisted through fields of lavender and wildflowers, and where the air always carried the comforting scent of baking bread and freshly picked herbs. The villagers lived in cozy cottages with thatched roofs, their chimneys puffing wisps of smoke that mingled with the morning mist. In Willowbrook, mysteries were as rare as the village's famous moonberry pies running out at the harvest festival. Yet one autumn morning, an unusual whispering breeze seemed to flutter through the village, carrying with it tales of strange happenings. It began with the appearance of curious patterns in the dew-laden grass, spirals and circles that glistened like woven lace under the first rays of the sun. The villagers gathered in their gardens, scratching their heads in wonder at these delicate designs, too perfect to be the work of wind or wildlife. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, young Bram, a bright-eyed boy with a curious mind, decided that he would unravel the mystery of the dew patterns. Bram was known for his keen observation, often seen with a leather-bound notebook where he scribbled down everything he found fascinating, from the way the clouds shaped themselves into fantastical beasts to the secret paths taken by the village's resident hedgehogs. As Bram set off on his investigation, he was joined by his best friend, Pippa. Pippa was a cheerful soul with a knack for noticing things others might overlook, like the subtle differences in the songs of birds or the hidden messages in the rustle of leaves. Together, they made a perfect team. Their first stop was the enchanting grove at the edge of the village, where ancient oak trees whispered stories older than the village itself. As they walked, Bram and Pippa noticed something peculiar, a gentle, melodic hum that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a tune that danced on the breeze, weaving through the trees and filling the air with a sense of wonder. Pippa, with her love for music, paused to listen more closely. "Do you hear that, Bram? It's like a lullaby, but there's something more to it," she mused, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Bram nodded, noting the hum in his notebook. "Perhaps it's connected to the patterns," he suggested thoughtfully. As they pondered, a soft flutter of wings drew their attention upward. Perched on a low-hanging branch was a creature unlike any they had seen before. a tiny dragon, its scales shimmering like polished emeralds, and eyes that twinkled with wisdom. It was Whisper, the guardian of the grove, known in whispers and legends as a creature of gentle guidance. Whisper regarded the children with a kind gaze and spoke in a voice as soothing as a summer breeze. "You seek the source of the patterns in the song, do you not?" he asked, his tone as comforting as the first fire of autumn. "Yes, Whisper," Bram replied eagerly. "We've never seen anything like it." The little dragon nodded, his wings fluttering softly. "The patterns and the melody are signs of the sylphs, spirits of the air who weave magic into the world through their dances and songs. They visit only when the balance of nature needs a gentle reminder of harmony," he explained. Pippa's eyes widened with understanding. "Then the sylphs are trying to tell us something." "Indeed," Whisper agreed, his tail curling around the branch. "But their message is subtle and must be unraveled with care. The patterns in the song point to a place where something is amiss." With Whisper's guidance, Bram and Pippa set off to find where the sylph's message led. They followed the melody, which grew stronger as they ventured towards the heart of the grove, where the trees stood taller and closer together, their leaves forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. At last, they reached a small clearing, where the air felt different, charged with a gentle energy that made their skin tingle. In the center of the clearing, they found a peculiar sight, a small, ancient stone well, overgrown with ivy and surrounded by wildflowers. It was a place that seemed to hum with its own quiet magic. As they approached, the melody reached its crescendo, and the patterns in the dew unfurled around the well, forming a perfect circle of intricate designs. The message was clear. This was the heart of the mystery. Bram and Pippa examined the well closely. Its stones were cool to the touch, and as they peered inside, they saw that the water shimmered with an inner light, like liquid starlight. Yet something was amiss. The water level was unusually low, and the flow from the spring that fed it had slowed to a trickle. "It seems the balance has been disturbed," Bram observed, thoughtfully tracing the patterns with his fingers. Pippa, ever observant, noticed a faint glimmer among the stones, a tiny crystal lodged between two rocks. "Look, Bram, this might be blocking the flow," she pointed out. Carefully, they worked together to dislodge the crystal. As it came free, the spring surged to life, the water bubbling joyously over the stones, filling the well with its song. The melody in the air softened, becoming a gentle, contented lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. The sylphs had spoken through their patterns and song, guiding Bram and Pippa to restore the natural balance. As they watched the water dance in the well, a sense of peace settled over the grove. Whisper appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, young ones. The sylphs thank you for listening to their call and for restoring harmony to this place." Bram and Pippa beamed with pride and gratitude, their hearts filled with the joy of solving the mystery and helping the magical creatures who watched over their world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, Bram and Pippa returned to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had brought balance back to their beloved home. The villagers welcomed them with warmth and cheer, eager to hear the tale of their adventure. And so, under the twinkling stars and the watchful eyes of the sylphs, Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, the air filled with the soft symphony of the grove, a reminder of the gentle mysteries that weave through the world, waiting to be discovered by those who listen with open hearts. Story 79. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves rustled with secrets and the air was imbued with the scent of lavender and old stories, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was nestled snugly between two gentle hills and bordered a shimmering creek that sang its own lullabies to the moonlit nights. The villagers were known for their kindness and the warm glow of their lanterns that always seemed to guide lost travelers home. One chilly evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of rose and amethyst, a peculiar incident began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, an ancient structure that had stood for centuries, suddenly stopped chiming. The clock's gentle, rhythmic chime was like the heartbeat of Willowbrook, marking the hours with a comforting regularity. Without it, the village felt strangely adrift. The villagers were puzzled. No storm had lashed against its sturdy stones. No wind had howled with enough ferocity to silence its solemn tick-tock. The clock had simply stopped, and with it a curious quiet settled over Willowbrook. Among the villagers was a young girl named Hazel. Hazel had eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, and a mind as curious as a squirrel in spring. She loved stories and mysteries, and the thought of solving the enigma of the silent clock filled her with a gentle determination. She decided to visit the village sage, an elderly owl named Wisenfeather. Wisenfeather was known throughout the forest for his wisdom and his soft, soothing voice that could calm even the most troubled of hearts. His home was a hollowed oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Hazel approached, she noticed the comforting glow of candlelight flickering through the small windows. "Good evening, Hazel," Wisenfeather greeted her, his eyes twinkling like stars as he ushered her inside. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a crisp night?" Hazel explained the mystery of the silent clock, her voice a blend of concern and curiosity. Wisenfeather listened intently, nodding as she spoke. When she finished, he thought for a moment, his feathers ruffling slightly as he pondered. "Ah, the heart of Willowbrook has paused," Wisenfeather mused, his voice as smooth as the creek's gentle currents. "There is a story in every silence, young Hazel. Perhaps the clock is telling us something in its own quiet way." Wisenfeather suggested they begin their investigation at the clock tower. Armed with lanterns and warm scarves, the two made their way through the village, their footsteps soft on the cobblestone paths. The clock tower loomed ahead, its silhouette etched against the starlit sky. Inside the tower, the air was cool and smelled faintly of old wood and time-worn metal. Hazel and Wisenfeather climbed the spiral staircase, their lanterns casting playful shadows on the walls. At the top, they found the clock's magnificent gears, still and silent. Hazel examined the gears closely, her fingers gently brushing against the intricate mechanisms. "It looks as if nothing is broken," she noted, her voice echoing softly in the tower's heights. Wisenfeather nodded, his keen eyes scanning the room. "Sometimes it is not what we see that holds the answer, but what we listen for," he said wisely. At that moment, a soft fluttering sound caught Hazel's attention. She turned to see a tiny creature, no larger than a sparrow, perched on one of the gears. Its wings shimmered with a silvery light, and its eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. "Well, hello there," Hazel said gently, her voice warm and inviting. "Who might you be?" The creature chirped in response, a sound like tinkling bells. Wisenfeather chuckled softly. "Ah, a whimsy wisp! These little ones are known for their playful spirits and love of mechanical mischief." The whimsy wisp flitted around Hazel's head, its laughter like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It seemed to be trying to communicate something, its wings fluttering with urgency. "Perhaps our little friend here knows more than it lets on," Hazel suggested, smiling at the wisp's antics. As they watched, the wisp darted to a small corner of the clock's inner workings, where a tiny, almost imperceptible lever had been nudged out of place. With a delicate touch, Hazel adjusted the lever, and immediately the gears began to hum back to life. The clock's hands resumed their steady march, and the familiar chime rang out once more, echoing through Willowbrook like a song of homecoming. The villagers, hearing the chimes, emerged from their cottages, their faces lighting up with relief and joy. The heart of their village was beating again, thanks to Hazel's curiosity and the whimsy wisp's playful guidance. Before they left the clock tower, Hazel turned to the wisp. "Thank you, little friend. We couldn't have done it without you." The whimsy wisp chirped happily, its eyes twinkling with delight before it flitted away into the night, a streak of silver disappearing among the stars. As they walked back to the village, Wisenfeather placed a gentle wing on Hazel's shoulder. "You see, my dear, sometimes the solutions to our mysteries lie in the smallest of details, and the most unexpected of friends." Hazel nodded, feeling a warm sense of accomplishment and the comfort of having restored something precious to her home. And so, the mystery of the silent clock was solved, not by grand heroics, but through the gentle persistence of a curious heart and the charming whimsy of a magical creature. The village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber. the chimes of the clock once again marking time with their steady, reassuring rhythm. In the glow of the moon's silver light, the whispering wood held its breath, listening to the dreams of the village, now cradled in the arms of a story shared, a mystery solved, and a friendship cherished. As Hazel drifted into sleep, she knew that in the quiet moments, both in stories and life, there lay the most enchanting lessons of all.